At the beginning of the story, a gigantic monster appeared out of nowhere and began to destroy everything. The people in the city were terrified to see this monster. They all ran for their lives. While the people were running, a young boy stood in the middle of the street and was staring at the monster. While looking at the monster, the boy feels an odd sensation in his face. When the boy looked down, he noticed that was an electric energy in his hand. The boy was hit with a mystical power. He began to scream in pain and fall into an unknown abyss. The scene shifts and we see a mysterious energy enters our protagonist's brain. The boy wakes up immediately. The energy touched his head. The boy realized that he had awakened his talent, but he did not understand why he had such unique vision. He wonders if he is hallucinating because of his awakening. 100 years ago, countless spatial rifts opened up above Earth. Fierce dimensional beasts invaded the planet and threatened humanity's survival. However, the dimensional energy also stimulated humanity's talents. A small number of humans awakened talents, and this led the way for the era of talents. After the boy woke up, his sister came to check on him. She asked him if he has finished awakening his talent. When the boy heard this, he picks up a rock that has a rune on it. The rock told the boy that the talent he awakened was a weak tier talent. The boy was disappointed to see this. He knew that a weak tier talent was not useful to him. He believed that he is screwed for the rest of his life. He throws the rock on the floor and wonders how he is going to protect his sister if he cannot become a martial warrior. His sister barges into his room and asked him how his talent evaluation went with a curious look. The boy smiles and tells his sister that his talent is excellent. His sister was very happy to hear this. With a smile on his face, the boy told his sister that he will become a powerful martial warrior and protect her. His sister jumps up in happiness and says that her big brother is the best. She told the boy to come into the living room because she has made his favorite dish to celebrate his awakening. While the girl was leaving his room, a status window appears in front of him. The status window displayed his sister's name, which is Ye, her cultivation talent, which is low tier, and her frost talent, which is low tier and unawakened. The boy was surprised to see the status window. He did not understand why it appeared before him. He reached his hand out to touch the status window. Immediately he did this. The status window displayed his information. His name is Ye Tian and his cultivation talent is weak tier. Ye Tian was shocked to see his own information. While he was staring at the status window, his sister held his hand and told him to come eat before the food get cold. The moment Ye touched her brother's hand, another status window appeared in front of him. The status window said that Ye's cultivation talent and frost talent can be copied. Ye Tian was surprised to see this. He did not understand what it meant. The system asked him if he wanted to copy his sister's talents. Ye Tian could not believe that he could copy other people's talents. He immediately realized that this ability can change his situation. Ye Tian went to the dining room to eat with his sister. He knew that his ability to copy talents is powerful, but he did not want to test it on his little sister. He decided to not copy her talent. Ye Tian knew that his sister-based talent is better than his, and when she awakens her frost talent, which is extremely rare, she will be able to dominate her opponents. After realizing that he and his sister are blessed with amazing abilities, he looks at a picture of their dead parents and tells them that they can be at ease now. Ye Tian decided to go into the city. When he arrived there, he decided to test his ability. The moment he activated his ability, the system scanned the area for talents. After activating his ability for a while, Ye Tian realized that the system's effective range of viewing someone's talent is 3 meters. After searching for a while, Ye Tian realized that the ability of the people here are all low tier. He wanted to copy a mid-tier talent. He decided to go to the academy to check for talents. He knew that he could enter the academy since he also awakened a talent even though the talent is a weak tier talent. Ye Tian knew that copying someone's talent might also cause his talent to change, so he cannot apply to an academy that requires a talent evaluation. He decided to go to the Linhai Base 5th Academy. Ye Tian knew that there will be a lot of people at this academy who have mid-tier talent. He smiles when he realized that he will be stronger than all the people at this academy thanks to his copy talent. 10 days later, Ye Tian went to the 3rd Martial Stadium of the Linhai Base 5th Academy. He is now a student of the academy. In class, an instructor tells the students that if they want to become martial warriors, they must first be martial apprentices, and in order to become a martial apprentice, one must first learn the body training technique. The instructor decided that he will teach them the body training technique today. He told the students that they have succeeded in learning the technique once they managed to create an air vortex in front of their chest. Ye Tian and his fellow students began to practice the technique. After some time, some students started fainting. A chubby boy next to Ye Tian informs the instructor that some students are passing out. The instructor tells the boy to ignore the useless pieces of trash and focus on himself. Ye Tian was surprised that he was not able to create an air vortex. He wondered if his talent is too low to help him cultivate. After all the students fainted and Ye Tian was the only one left practicing, the instructor tells them that the class is over. He reveals to the students that they are the worst students he has ever taught in his life. With a terrifying look on his face, the instructor tells the students that they should follow in the example of Qin Dong and keep their motivations a bit higher. After the class was over, Ye Tian asked his chubby friend Zhang Bao who Qin Dong is. Zhang Bao told Ye Tian that Qin Dong is not an ordinary student. He told him that Qin Dong became a martial apprentice in half a month, and the principal took him in as his disciple. Zhang Bao brought out a paper with a signature on it. He told Ye Tian that once Qin Dong becomes as strong as their principal, his signature will probably sell for a lot of money. Ye Tian was surprised to see how calculative Zhang Bao was. While walking in the school, Ye Tian noticed that a lot of students were excited. The students were happy to see Qin Dong. The moment Qin Dong came outside, students began to ask for his autograph. Zhang Bao ran towards Qin Dong to get another autograph. Ye Tian smiled when he saw Qin Dong. He quickly activated his ability to check his talent. Qin Dong's cultivation talent was mid-tier. After seeing his talent level, Ye Tian decided to greet him. With an arrogant look on his face, Qin Dong told the students to chill out. He told them that he came to encourage everyone on behalf of the teachers. He asked them to stop asking for his autograph because he will become a laughingstock if his friends found out. After hearing what Qin Dong said, Ye Tian asked him to shake them if they cannot get his autograph. Qin Dong accepted this idea. He began to shake hands with different students and give them encouraging words. When it was finally Ye Tian's turn, he smiled in a sinister way. The moment he touched Qin Dong's hand, their hands began to glow. Qin Dong told Ye Tian to work hard. After shaking everyone, Qin Dong decided to leave. As Qin Dong was leaving, Ye Tian smiled because he had gotten his talent. At night, Ye Tian went to a cave in the mountains. In the cave, he looks at his status window. The status window told him that he has successfully copied the talent. It asked him if he would like to fuse the talent. Ye Tian wondered if the talent will be good or bad after the fusion. He was also curious about the scene he saw before he got his talent. Because he does not understand what it means, he decided to stop being curious and fuse the talent. The moment he accepted the fusion, tiny balls of light appeared around him. He began to feel pain in his chest. He grabbed his chest and started screaming. While crawling on the floor, he says that he never expected the talent fusion to be so painful. After a while, the pain began to slowly leave his body and his cultivation talent changed to mid-tier. After seeing the change in his talent, he realized that the pain he went through was worth it. A status window appeared in front of him and told him that the cool-down time for his talent is 30 days. Ye Tian immediately understood that he can copy a talent every 30 days. He could not believe how overpowered his talent was. He decided to try the body training technique that the teacher taught them. Immediately he got into position. An air vortex appeared in front of his chest. Ye Tian could not believe how easy it was for him to reach this stage. He immediately realized that his talent can make him surpass a martial warrior and become a great martial warrior. 1 month later, a monster entered the city. The scene shifts and we see a young girl and her father pass by Ye Tian. The girl asked her father what they will have for dinner. Her father said that they will eat whatever she wants. As the father and daughter walked further away from Ye Tian thinks about how he has become a martial apprentice and how he still has a long way to go before he becomes a martial warrior. The scene shifts and we see blood in the air and a lamp falls down. The monster bit the father's head off. Ye Tian turned around when he felt an odd sensation. He saw blood in the air. The little girl called out for her father while Ye Tian was completely frozen in fear. The people on the street began to run when they saw the giant wolf. Ye Tian was very surprised to see a monster for the first time. The monster grit its teeth and rushed to attack the little girl. Ye Tian noticed this, so he grabbed the girl and ran. Unfortunately, the monster was very fast. Ye Tian knew that he could not outrun it. Suddenly, a man comes from the sky while swinging a huge sword. The man aimed to behead the monster, but it was able to dodge the man's attack. The huge man wearing a red cape apologized for coming late. Ye Tian asked the man for his identity. The man told Ye Tian that people call him Captain Galewolf. He told Ye Tian that he will deal with the Silver Moon Wolf, but he wants him to take care of the little girl. Ye Tian accepted the man's offer. Immediately, Ye Tian accepted the deal. Captain Galewolf rushed to attack the monster. Captain Galewolf attacked the Silver Moon Wolf with his sword, but the monster was blocking his attack with its claws. Ye Tian covered the little girl's eyes to stop her from witnessing any violence. While fighting, Captain Galewolf was surprised by how strong the monster is. He successfully pushed it back, but the monster rushed to attack him again. Captain Galewolf already knew that the Silver Moon Wolf is a very fast monster, but he never expected it to be able to dodge his attacks. Fortunately for Captain Galewolf, his teammates arrived to help him. When the Silver Moon Wolf saw Galewolf's teammate, it tried to run away. Galewolf's teammate noticed that the wolf wanted to run away, so they signaled their captain. The Silver Moon Wolf ran towards Captain Galewolf. Thanks to this, Galewolf was able to trap and stab the monster. Galewolf's teammate asked him if the monster is dead. Galewolf was about to reply when he noticed something odd about the monster. The monster turned red and began to scream. Galewolf told his teammates that the monster is going into blood burst mode, so they all have to be careful. When his teammates heard this, they moved away from the monster. When the monster entered blood burst mode, it began to run away. Ye Tian informed Galewolf that the monster is getting away. Galewolf smiles and tells Ye Tian not to worry about it. As the monster got to the top of a building, it sees an archer who tells it that she has been waiting for it. The archer released her arrow, and it hit the Silver Moon Wolf in midair. The wolf falls in front of Ye Tian and Captain Galewolf. Galewolf told the monster that it is still too weak to fight against his team. While the team was discussing among themselves, Ye Tian noticed something on top of the monster's corpse. The system displayed the monster's blood talent, which is low tier, and its speed talent, which is novice tier. Ye Tian was surprised to see the monster's talents. While staring at the monster, he noticed that the monster was slowly getting up. Galewolf and his team were talking among themselves while the monster was doing its best to get up. When Galewolf noticed that the monster had regained its strength, he immediately alerted his teammates. He told them to watch out for the monster. The moment his teammates heard this, they moved away from the monster. After getting up, the Silver Moon Wolf screamed with all its strength to scare the people around it. Galewolf's teammates asked him for their next course of action. Galewolf told them not to worry because the monster is in a weakened state. He told them that he will deal with the monster himself. Galewolf told Ye Tian to leave the premises immediately because it is no longer safe. Ye Tian smiled when he saw the situation at hand. He believed that this situation created the perfect opportunity for him. Ye Tian ignored Galewolf's orders and ran past him. He used all his strength to hit the monster on its head. Immediately he hit the monster on its head. A status window appeared to notify him that he has successfully copied the monster's talents. He clenched his fist and jumped to the monster's back. With a menacing look on his face, he began to hit the monster mercilessly. Every time he hit the monster, a status window notified him that he has successfully copied the monster's talents. Even after he was notified that he has successfully copied the monster's talents, he continued to attack the monster endlessly. The moment Ye Tian saw the monster's blood, he smiled like a crazy person. He put his hand up and was ready to hit the monster again, but Galewolf stopped him and told him that the monster is already dead. Ye Tian was confused when he heard this, but he was happy that he was able to successfully copy the monster's talents. Galewolf ordered his teammates to clean the area up. He told them to pack the corpses of the Silver Moon Wolf and the dead father. He ordered his archer to take care of the little girl. After his team was done packing, he bid Ye Tian farewell and told him that he looks forward to seeing him in his squad once he becomes a martial warrior. With a bright smile on his face, Ye Tian told Galewolf that he would also like that. The scene shifts and we see Ye Tian in a public bathroom. He washed off the blood of the monster because if his sister saw this, she would be upset and scared. Ye Tian looked at the mirror and noticed how cold his gaze had become. He decided to head home. When he arrived at his house, he found his sister sleeping on the couch. He was very relieved to see her. He reflects on how today is his first time seeing a monster and how it was 100 times more terrifying than what he heard in the stories. He gets Ye a blanket to cover her. When he looked at his sister's face, he realized that he has to become a martial warrior as soon as possible in order to protect her. He steps into his room with a rag in his hand. He opened his status window and sat on his bed. He wondered if the talents of a monster can be fused into the body of a human. He looks at the talents of the silver moon wolf with determination in his eyes. He knows that fusing the talents of a monster can be more painful than his previous fusion, and it might even be life-threatening, but he decided to do it anyway because he wants to become stronger in order to protect the people who are important to him. He puts the rag in his mouth and prepares to fuse the talent. The moment Ye Tian began to fuse the speed talent, his bones began to break apart. Ye Tian's legs shattered and broke into pieces. The rag fell out of his mouth and he screamed in pain. When Ye Tian looked at his legs, all he could see was blood on the floor. He thought that his talent copying failed. He slowly closed his eyes and began to lose consciousness. He thought that he was going to die. He could not believe that he was going to leave his sister in this horrible world. The scene shifts and we see Ye Tian wake up the next morning. He was surprised that he was still alive. He wondered about what happened to him. He looks at his legs and noticed that it is completely healed. He decided to test his leg out by standing up, but instead, he made a clean, fast kick. He was surprised by how light his body had become. When he looked at his status window, he realized that he has successfully copied the speed talent. In a forest next to the academy, Ye Tian decided to test his new ability. He ran at an incredible speed that made it look like lightning was coming out of his legs. Ye Tian was very excited to use his new talent. He could not believe that he could get a view of the world in such a different way. After running for a while, he jumps down from a mountain and lands on his feet. He was convinced that the talent of the silver moon wolf is very amazing. After testing his new ability to his satisfaction, he sits on a boulder and began to practice. He reflects on how his speed is now comparable to that of a martial warrior, but his overall power is still severely lacking. He wishes that he can find a way to increase the speed of his cultivation. While he was cultivating, Zhang Bao came to greet him. He told Ye Tian that he has looked all over the academy for him. When Zhang Bao saw Ye Tian's body, he was surprised. He immediately knew that Ye Tian had broken through to the martial apprentice stage. He moves close to Ye Tian and asked him if he wants to get stronger in a much faster way. Ye Tian asked Zhang Bao if he knows a method that can help him. Zhang Bao asked Ye Tian if he has ever drank monster blood. Ye Tian thought that Zhang Bao was crazy when he heard this. He told Zhang Bao that he has never drank any monster's blood. With a smug look on his face, Zhang Bao told Ye Tian that the only reason he improved faster than anyone else was because he drank monster's blood. Ye Tian was surprised when he heard this. He could not believe that monster's blood could improve one's cultivation speed. He felt bad when he realized that he could have gotten a lot of blood from the silver moon wolf. Zhang Bao revealed to Ye Tian that he has a way of getting their hands on some monster's blood. He asked Ye Tian if he is interested. With a curious look on his face, Ye Tian asked Zhang Bao to tell him the method. Zhang Bao revealed to Ye Tian that the higher-ups of the Linhai base have opened up a new wild zone outside the city, and they have designated it as an exam area for their 5 major academies. The prize for the exam is monster blood. Ye Tian asked Zhang Bao for the level of the new wild zone. Zhang Bao told him that the wild zone is a low-level one, and most of the monsters have already been cleared out. All that is left are the beasts, which are descendants of the monsters. After hearing out Zhang Bao, Ye Tian believed that the opportunity was worth a try. Zhang Bao asked Ye Tian if he wants to join his squad in order for them to get the monster blood together. Ye Tian had a look of displeasure on his face when he heard Zhang Bao's offer. Zhang Bao was surprised to see the look of Ye Tian's face. He told Ye Tian that he revealed this secret to him because he considers Ye Tian a good friend. Ye Tian smiles and tells Zhang Bao that he will join his squad next time. Immediately he said this. He decided to leave. Zhang Bao was sad to hear this. He told Ye Tian that he never expected him to be so cold-hearted. While walking, Ye Tian contemplates on how teaming up with others can be dangerous, especially if people find out about his special ability. He decides that he has to go on this mission alone. He assures himself that he will definitely get the monster blood and break through to the martial warrior realm. A month later, Ye Tian went to his instructor's office. His instructor asked him for the reason he came to sign up if he had not received the exam invitation. He asked Ye Tian if somebody leaked the information about the exam to him. Ye Tian told the instructor that he has already become a martial apprentice, so he is qualified to attend the exam. With a villainous smile on his face, the instructor told Ye Tian that he wanted the students to live longer, but it seems that they are eager to die. He threw a paper at Ye Tian's face. When Ye Tian picked up the paper, he saw that a contract was written on it. This contract is called the Life Responsibility Agreement. The instructor told Ye Tian that he has to sign this contract if he wants to take this exam. Ye Tian became silent when he heard this. The instructor took Ye Tian's silence as him being scared. He shouted at Ye Tian and told him to piss off if he is afraid to die. The scene shifts and we see Ye Tian leaving the instructor's office with a smile on his face. Ye Tian signed the contract. After Ye Tian left, the instructor smiles and says that this exam was not made for poor students like them. He said that the students will regret their decision. The scene shifts and we see Ye wake up in the morning. She was about to head into Ye Tian's room to wake him up when she noticed that there was a lot of food on the table. She was surprised to see the different dishes that Ye Tian cooked. She wondered what occasion Ye Tian was celebrating for him to cook so much food. While looking at the different dishes, she sees a yellow paper on the table. The paper contained a message written by Ye Tian. Ye Tian wrote that his school has an event and he will be back in 3 days' time. Ye was surprised to see the message. She wondered what kind of school event takes 3 days. She hoped that her brother won't be in danger. The scene shifts and we see an abandoned ruined area. Countless martial artists gathered in this area. At the 5th Academy section, Ye Tian and Zhang Bao stood together. Ye Tian was very surprised to see so much martial artists in one place. Zhang Bao told Ye Tian that everyone here is from the 5 major academies. A young boy standing next to a huge man smiles when he sees the people from the 5th Academy. He says that he did not expect trash from a garbage academy to attend the exam. The huge man, who happens to be the boy's bodyguard, smiles in a sinister way and tells the boy that people are allowed to hunt beasts and other humans during the exam. The boy was happy to hear this. He says that the weak should feel blessed that they are hunted by the strong. Zhang Bao points at the rude boy and tells Ye Tian that the boy's name is Emo Xiaobei and he is a genius from the 1st Academy. He told Ye Tian that Xiaobei is the strongest of the younger generation of the Emo family. When Ye Tian heard that Xiaobei was from the Emo family, he understood why he is arrogant. While Ye Tian and Zhang Bao were talking, a young boy enters the 1st Academy's camp with his sword. The people of the 1st Academy were annoyed to see this. They began to yell at the boy. The boy walked up to Xiaobei and told him to stand in front of him because he wants to chop Xiaobei into pieces. Xiaobei smiled and asked the boy if he wants to lose to him again. When Ye Tian saw how the boy behaved to Xiaobei, he asked Zhang Bao for the boy's identity. Zhang Bao told Ye Tian that the boy's name is Li Yunqing, and he is a genius swordsman from the 2nd Academy. Yunqing has been defeated by Xiaobei in the past. When Ye Tian's instructor saw Yunqing, he got angry. He believed that Yunqing was another ignorant peasant who did not know his place. He told his students to focus on themselves and stop messing around. Ye Tian was angry to hear this. He could not believe that his instructor was so stupid. He began to cheer for Yunqing. He told Yunqing to do his best. Yunqing was surprised to see someone cheering for him. He wondered if Ye Tian was not afraid of Xiaobei. As Yunqing and Xiaobei's fight was getting heated, someone used a microphone to tell the students that fighting outside the wild zone is prohibited. Anyone who disobeys this rule will be disqualified from the exam. Yunqing was angry to hear the announcement. He told Xiaobei that he will let him live longer. He put his sword away and told Xiaobei that he will beat him senseless once they step into the wild zone. Xiaobei smiled and called Yunqing an undisciplined mutt. Yunqing walked up to Ye Tian and told him that he has a lot of courage to be cheering him on. He asked Ye Tian for his name. Ye Tian introduced himself to Yunqing and told him that he is from the 5th Academy. Ye Tian activated his ability and was able to see Yunqing's talent. Yunqing had a low-tier cultivation talent and a mid-tier sword talent. Ye Tian was surprised to see a decent sword talent. He reached his hand out to shake Yunqing. He told Yunqing that he should make sure that he surpasses Xiaobei in the exam. Yunqing was happy to hear this. He shook Ye Tian's hand and told him that he should also do well in the exam. The moment Yunqing shook Ye Tian's hand, a status window appeared in front of Ye Tian to notify him that he has successfully copied the talent. After a while, an announcer used a microphone to tell people that the exam has begun. 2 large men opened the gates of the wild zone and the announcer told the 1st Academy students to enter first. Immediately he said this. Xiaobei and his fellow students rushed into the wild zone. Zhang Bao was very excited to see that the exams had begun. He told Ye Tian that he has to find his teammates. He told him that he will meet him in the wild zone later. Ye Tian told him to be careful in the wild zone. While stretching his body, Yunxing told Ye Tian that the first academy gets to enter the wild zone first. After that, the second academy which he belongs to will enter, and the fifth academy will go in last. Yunxing told Ye Tian that the world is such a cruel and unfair place. After saying this, he bid Ye Tian farewell. Immediately Yunxing left. Ye Tian ran into a forest. After running for a while, Ye Tian stopped when he felt that he had completely escaped the eyes of people. He put his weapons down and opened his status window. The system asked him if he would like to fuse the mid-tier sword talent. Ye Tian accepted this offer. Immediately he did this, he began to feel pain all over his body. After already going through this pain twice before, Ye Tian was slowly getting used to it. He fell on his knees and grit his teeth. He says that he must become stronger. After a while, a bright light shined and Ye Tian's pain slowly left his body. He stood up and brought out a sword to test his new power. The moment he started using his sword, he began to cut down the trees around him at a shocking speed. After Ye Tian had tested his new talent, he decided to head back to the camp. The moment he reached the camp, the 5th Academy students were asked to enter the wild zone. The moment Ye Tian stepped into the wild zone, a giant snake began to stalk him. After walking for a while, Ye Tian sensed the presence of an entity at his back. As the beast got ready to devour Ye Tian, he brought out his sword and got in position. He attacked the beast head-on. Thanks to his sword talent, he cut the beast into two. After killing the monster, he stood on its neck and removed its eyes. After gouging out the beast's eyes, Ye Tian said that the beasts in this place are unexpectedly weak. He knows that he has to continue to kill this weak beast because of the rules which states that the more beasts you kill, the higher your rank will be. Ye Tian wonders about how many points he will need to achieve first place. The first place of the exam will get 3 mid-tier beast blood and 100,000 yuan. The second place will get 1 mid-tier beast blood and 100,000 yuan. The third place will receive 3 low-tier beast blood and 50,000 yuan. All the people from 4th to the 10th positions will receive 1 low-tier beast blood. Ye Tian was sad when he realized that he has such a long way to go before he can achieve first place. He decided to leave his current hunting area to check for more beasts. While he was running at full speed, he hears someone scream for help. He stops running when he heard the person and went to check what was happening. He saw someone who was surrounded by different beasts. When Ye Tian looked at the face of the person in danger, he immediately realized that the person is Zhang Bao. While shaking in fear, Zhang Bao says that he does not want to die yet when he has not even gotten married. One of the beasts that surrounded him decided to attack him. The moment the beast jumped, Zhang Bao immediately dropped his weapon and ran. After seeing the situation at hand, Ye Tian immediately brought out his arrow and shot it at the beast. The arrow hit the beast in its stomach. Zhang Bao was shocked to see this. Immediately Ye Tian killed the beast. He jumped down and told Zhang Bao that he wants to kill the remaining beasts and get the points for himself. Zhang Bao was surprised to see Ye Tian. He told Ye Tian to run away because he is no match for the Fanged Wolves. Ye Tian activated his speed talent and ran into the middle of the Fanged Wolves. The wolves decided to attack Ye Tian together. Ye Tian brought out his sword and activated his sword talent. He used a technique called cut to split the beast into two. Zhang Bao could not believe what he was seeing. He could not believe that Ye Tian was so powerful. After slaying the beasts, Ye Tian began to remove their body parts. He asked Zhang Bao if he is allowed to take the fangs of the wolf. Zhang Bao told him to take everything. Ye Tian asked Zhang Bao if he is going to continue hunting in his current state. Zhang Bao told Ye Tian that he has given up and will no longer hunt. He told Ye Tian that the exam is too dangerous and that he is lucky to be alive. More importantly, all his teammates are heavily injured, so he needs to take them out as soon as possible. He said that his teammates need to survive at least. With a look of relief on his face, Ye Tian tells Zhang Bao that he made the right decision. After saying this, Ye Tian decided to leave. Zhang Bao stops him and tells him to be careful because there is a pseudo-beast in the area. Ye Tian was surprised to hear this. The strongest beasts are called fierce beasts. After the fierce beasts, pseudo-beasts are the second strongest and average beasts are the weakest. Zhang Bao told Ye Tian that the students of the first academy are fighting a spotted snake that is over 10 meters. This snake is a pseudo-beast. Zhang Bao told Ye Tian that the pseudo-beast is worth 500 points. Ye Tian was extremely happy to hear this. He grabbed Zhang Bao and asked him for the direction to the beast. Zhang Bao told Ye Tian that the beast is in the southeast part of the wild zone. The southeastern part had an ominous energy around it, but Ye Tian ignored it and rushed towards the beast. He believed that he will be first place if he gets 500 points. After running for a while, he immediately stopped himself when he saw something unusual. He saw the dead bodies of different students on the ground. Thanks to their uniform, he could tell that the students belonged to the First Academy. While looking at the students, he hears an explosion from a place close to him. He could immediately tell that this was the location he was looking for. He ran towards the site of the explosion. When he arrived there, he was surprised to see how huge a pseudo-beast was. Xiaobei was leading the students of the First Academy to attack the giant snake. He told them to use everything in their arsenal to slay the beast because only he can claim the 500 points. All the students followed Xiaobei's order. Xiaobei's bodyguard also attacked the beast. He informed Xiaobei that the beast is running out of stamina and now would be the perfect time to defeat it. When Xiaobei heard what his bodyguard said, he immediately rushed to attack the giant snake. He jumped up and stabbed the beast in its head. He smiled when he heard the beast scream in pain. He became certain that he can kill the beast. The beast used its horn to push Xiaobei away. Xiaobei got thrown to a building. While on the ground, Xiaobei smiles because he was now certain that the beast is going to die. He said that the 500 points are now his. The beast rolled around in pain until it finally gave up and fell down. Ye Tian was annoyed to see this. He could not believe that the beast actually got killed. He regretted the fact that he came late. Xiaobei moved the boulders around him and went to meet his classmates. His bodyguard and classmates congratulated him for killing the snake. Xiaobei laughs and says that he will be getting first place just as he deserves. Immediately Xiaobei said this. The snake opened its eyes and got up. Its body became purple and it released a frightening roar. It beat up all the students that were close to it. When Xiaobei saw how the snake behaved, he immediately knew that the beast had entered its blood burst mode. After pushing the students that were around it, the beast ran away. Xiaobei told the beaten students to get up and chase after the beast. He informed them that the beast is no longer a pseudo-beast. It is now a full-fledged monster. The students of the First Academy were terrified to hear this. They asked Xiaobei if it is smart for them to be chasing after a monster. Xiaobei told the students that they have to chase the monster because it is now worth 1,000 points. The students were shocked to hear this. They immediately ran after monster because they did not want anyone to steal the opportunity from them. Xiaobei knows that the attacks and the beatings the monster received from the students of his academy has made the monster weak and vulnerable. He was certain that he and his classmates have to reach the monster first before anyone else. Otherwise, all their efforts would be in vain. Ye Tian was very happy with the current situation. He could not believe that the monster was still alive, and it is now worth 1,000 points. Fortunately for him, he has a speed talent which makes him faster than anyone else. He got into position and activated his talent's maximum power. Immediately he did this. He ran at an insane speed. After running for a while, he began to slow down when he realized that he was ahead of the First Academy students. He saw a trail of purple blood on the floor. After following the trail of blood, Ye Tian arrived at an abandoned store. He smiled when he realized that he was the first person to arrive here. He became certain that he will be getting the 1,000 points. When Ye Tian stepped into the store, the first thing he noticed was that the snake's stench is very strong. This made him certain that the snake was here. While looking around, he saw something very shocking. He saw the snake taking some drops of water. He did not know what kind of water this was, but he was certain that it is not a normal liquid. He brought out his sword and decided to worry about the water after he has killed the monster and obtained his 1,000 points. He rushed to attack the monster while it was distracted. Unfortunately for him, the monster noticed his presence. It immediately closed the gap between itself and Ye Tian. Ye Tian was surprised by how fast the monster was. The monster used its hand to attack Ye Tian. Ye Tian was able to avoid the attack, but his sword fell from his hand. While in midair, Ye Tian brings out his bow and 2 arrows and shot it at the monster. The arrow hit the monster in its eyes and made it blind. After landing on the ground, Ye Tian picked up his sword and rushed to attack the monster. He jumped on the monster's hand and stabbed it. The monster screamed in pain when it got stabbed. Ye Tian pushed his sword into the monster's skin. Due to the fact that the snake's skin was very strong, Ye Tian's hands and sword were shaking. Ye Tian screamed to boost his strength and began to cut the monster's hand into 2. He made countless cuts in the monster's body until it lost consciousness. After wiggling for a while, the monster lost its strength and died. Ye Tian was relieved to see this. He knew that he would not have been able to kill the monster if the students of the First Academy had not weakened it. He looks around and noticed that the mysterious liquid the snake was drinking was still dripping. He decided to get the liquid for himself because if it is something that a monster is after, then it must be a treasure. He brought out a bottle to get some of the liquid. He stepped on the monster's head and removed its eyeball to serve as proof of kill. The blood from the heart of a monster is extremely valuable, so Ye Tian cut the heart and drained some of the monster's blood. After acquiring the blood he wanted and getting some of the mysterious liquid, he decided to cut the stone that was producing the liquid because he did not know what it is and he did not want Xiaobei to acquire the stone. After calculating the amount of points he acquired, Ye Tian was certain that he will be first place in the exam. After packing all his items up, he decided to leave this place. After Ye Tian left, Xiaobei and the students of the First Academy arrived at the abandoned mall. Unfortunately for them, the monster was already dead. When the students looked around, they noticed that the blood in the heart of the monster has already been taken. Xiaobei's bodyguard revealed to Xiaobei that all that is valuable in the monster's body has been taken and only the corpse is left. With a look of anger in his face, Xiaobei says that he will destroy the person who stole his 1,000 points from him. The scene shifts and we see Ye Tian at the top of the abandoned mall. He was waiting for the students of the First Academy to leave the mall when the students of the academy came out of the mall. Xiaobei's bodyguard asked him about what he is going to do about the person who stole his points. Xiaobei asked his bodyguard to thoroughly search every single person he sees. He said that he will definitely find the person who did this to him. After hearing what Xiaobei said, Ye Tian decided that he has to stay hidden for a while. After the students of the First Academy left, Ye Tian activated his speed talent and ran away from the mall. While running, Ye Tian realized that the students of the First Academy will eventually find out that he was the one who killed the monster because everyone will know his name when he submits the monster parts to the exam committee. He decided to focus on cultivating and improving his strength. After running for a while, he found a spot that was secluded from the hunting area. He decided to cultivate there. After settling down, Ye Tian brought out the blood of the monster. He wondered how powerful he would become after drinking the monster's blood. When he drank the blood of the monster, he could not believe how disgusting it tasted. He forced himself to finish the blood because he wanted to become strong enough to protect his sister. The scene shifts, and we see Ye Yu in class wondering how her brother is. The scene shifts back to Ye Tian, and we see him cultivating. Ye Tian was surprised by how the monster's blood increased his cultivation speed by 4 times. After seeing how fast he was cultivating, Ye Tian understood why Chen Dong and the other students were improving at a fast rate. He realized that one needs to have other resources apart from talent when cultivating. Thanks to the fact that he had acquired a lot of resources, he decided to cultivate to the best of his abilities with the 2.5 days he had left. 3 days later, the students gathered around to submit the parts of the beasts they hunted. Some students were able to acquire 23 points while others were not able to acquire any points at all. Li Yunqing arrived at the location with a green bag that contained a lot of beast body parts. He told the teacher to calculate the points for him. The teacher told Yunqing that he has acquired 195 points. The other students were amazed when they heard this. Immediately, Yunqing submitted his beast parts. Xiaobei arrived with his bodyguard and 2 girls by his side. He said that people should not be impressed with just 195 points. He told Yunqing that he overestimated him. He told him that he cannot challenge him when he does not even have up to 200 points. Yunqing was annoyed to hear this. Xiaobei walked up to the teacher and poured the materials he acquired on her table. He asked the teacher to calculate the points for him. The teacher was very surprised to see the amount of materials Xiaobei acquired. She said that Xiaobei had 427 points. The other students were shocked to hear this. They could not believe that it was possible for someone to get 427 points. Yunqing told Xiaobei that he must have stolen the points from other people. Xiaobei did not deny this claim. He told Yunqing that he stole from those people with his abilities. When Yunqing heard this, he called Xiaobei a scum. The 2 girls next to Xiaobei congratulated him on acquiring 427 points. They told him that he will definitely be first place. Xiaobei told them that he cannot be first place because the first place will have over 1,000 points. The students were shocked when they heard this. They did not believe that it was possible for someone to acquire over 1,000 points. Ye Tian's instructor walked up to the exam attendant and told her that all the students who are still alive are already out of the wild zone. The attendant accepted this fact. She said that anyone who has not come out of the wild zone is probably already dead. With a sinister smile on his face, Ye Tian's instructor told the attendant that Xiaobei is the first place in this exam. Immediately he said this, the students noticed that one more student was returning from the wild zone. They informed Ye Tian's instructor. The instructor was shocked to hear this. Unsurprisingly, the student is Ye Tian. Immediately he arrived, Ye Tian submitted all the materials he acquired. The exam attendant was surprised to see the eyeball of a monster. She told Ye Tian that he has acquired 1,163 points. She congratulated him in achieving first position. The committee gave him 3 monster blood and 100,000 yuan in cash as his reward. Zhang Bao began to cheer for Ye Tian when he saw him win first place. Yunqing was surprised to see this. He wondered how Ye Tian was able to reach first place. Xiaobei was happy to see the thief who stole his prize from him. He ordered his bodyguard to run a background check on Ye Tian and find out everything about him. Zhang Bao told his friends that Ye Tian has proved that the 5th Academy is one of the best by taking first place. The other students of the academy were surprised that Ye Tian was actually first place. They wondered how he was able to do such a thing. Zhang Bao saw his instructor's expression and asked him about why he does not look happy. He told the instructor that Ye Tian has brought glory to their academy. The instructor called Zhang Bao an ignorant brat when he heard this. With a villainous smile on his face, he told Zhang Bao that Ye Tian has angered and offended the powerful Emo family. He revealed to Zhang Bao that Ye Tian will soon be dead. Zhang Bao became worried when he heard what the instructor said. He wondered about what was going to happen to Ye Tian. After all the winners had received their awards, the top 3 participants were asked to take a picture together. Xiaobei told Ye Tian that he has a lot of courage for him to steal his prey. Ye Tian smiled and ignored him. Yunqing told Xiaobei to not forget what he told him earlier. Xiaobei asked Yunqing to tell him what he said earlier. Yunqing reminded Xiaobei that Ye Tian is just like him, and he stole the points with his own skill. Xiaobei laughed when he heard this. He asked Yunqing for who he thinks is stronger between him and Ye Tian. Ye Tian walked up to Xiaobei and told him that they have to fight to decide who is stronger between them. Xiaobei was surprised to see someone challenge him. He found it interesting. Ye Tian stood up to Xiaobei because he knew that once people like Xiaobei target others, they will never let the person go. He decided that he has to become much stronger so Xiaobei will not dream of challenging him. After the practical exam was over, the students were sent home. When Ye Tian arrived at his house, Yi Yu ran into his arms. She told him that she missed him. She asked him why the school trip took so long. She checked his entire body to see if he sustained any injury. Ye Tian told her that he is fine. With a smile on his face, he told her that he brought some gifts for her. Ye Tian showed her the money and the prizes he received. Yi Yu was very excited to see the money. She told Ye Tian that he finally has enough money for him to get married. Ye Tian told her to stop saying nonsense. He told her that the money is for her tuition and their daily expenses. Yi Yu was very happy to hear this. She believed that they can now eat meat every day. She picked up the bottle that contained the mysterious liquid and asked Ye Tian for its contents. Ye Tian told her that he does not know what it is. He told her that he bought a book called the Illustrated Book of Treasures to find out what it is. Yi Yu was curious about the information contained in the book. She moved near her brother to read it. After scanning the book, Ye Tian finally found the name of the stone. The stone that produced the mysterious liquid is called the Terracore Elixir. The liquid from the Terracore Elixir can improve the cultivation talent of an individual upon consumption. The liquid can only improve the cultivation talent of those with mid-tier cultivation talent and below, while the stone can be used to increase high cultivation talents and above. Ye Tian realized that the giant snake was able to regain some of its strength thanks to the elixir. He could not believe that he found such an amazing item. Yi Yu gave her brother the elixir after understanding its value. She told him that the elixir will be more useful to him. Ye Tian told his sister that the elixir is not useful to him because he already has a mid-tier cultivation talent. With a smile on his face, he told his sister that she will be the one to drink the elixir. Yi Yu was shocked to hear this. Yi Yu could not believe that her brother wanted to give her the elixir. She reminded her brother that she has not awakened her talent. She told her brother that the elixir would be wasted on her. While Yi Yu was staring at the elixir, Ye Tian looked at her status window. According to Yi Yu's status window, You had a low cultivation talent and a frost talent that was of a novice tier. Yu's frost talent was unawakened. Ye Tian was certain that the Terra Core elixir would improve his sister's cultivation talent if she drinks it. Unfortunately, Ye Tian did not know how much of an improvement his sister would have. While Ye Tian was thinking, Yu advised her brother to sell the elixir. She told her brother that they will receive a lot of money if they sell it because the elixir is an amazing item. Ye Tian told his sister that the Terra Core elixir is produced from the Terra Mordile stone. He told his sister that he has destroyed the stone. Ye Tian revealed to his sister that the buyer will also ask for the Terra Mordile stone. He told his sister that the buyer will not believe him if he says that he has destroyed the stone. Ye Tian told his sister that selling the stone can cause unwanted problems for them. With a smile on his face, Ye Tian told his sister that the buyers will try to kill him in order to get the stone. Yu was sad to hear this. She told her brother that he messed up by destroying the stone. Ye Tian took the elixir from his sister and told her that it will be a waste if she does not drink it. Ye Tian grabbed his sister's mouth and began to pour the elixir down her throat. Yu told her brother that he is squeezing her mouth too hard. After feeding his sister the elixir, Ye Tian asked her to tell him how she is feeling. She told her brother that she is feeling warm and comfortable. Ye Tian was surprised to hear this. When he looked at his sister's status window, her cultivation talent was still the same. Ye Tian was surprised to see this. He wondered if the book described the wrong thing to him. Yu moved up to the chair. She told her brother that she is feeling quite sleepy. She told Ye Tian that she will make dinner after taking a nap. Ye Tian told his sister to enjoy her nap. Ye Tian did not understand what was going on. He decided to check on his sister later. He believed that the elixir had not yet taken its effects. 1 hour later, we see Ye Tian cultivating in the house. While Ye Tian was cultivating, he feels a powerful talent aura in his house. When Ye Tian turned around, he looked at his sister's status window. Ye Tian was surprised to see that Yu's cultivation talent has increased into a mid-tier cultivation talent. He could not believe that his sister's talent increased by 2 tiers. Due to the fact that his sister now had a mid-tier cultivation talent and a frost talent, Ye Tian was certain that his sister will become a powerful martial warrior in the future. Ye Tian covered his sister's body with a cloth. He picked up the blood of the monster and said that he will destroy Xiaobei. Ye Tian went into his room and drank his monster blood. Ye Tian was annoyed to see how horrible the blood tasted. He quickly ate some peanuts to wash down the horrible taste. Ye Tian was excited to see how strong he would become after he cultivates. He quickly sat in a lotus position and began to cultivate. Immediately Ye Tian began to cultivate. He noticed that his cultivation speed has increased by 8-fold. Ye Tian was shocked to see this. He could not believe that a mid-rank monster would have such an effect on his body. Ye Tian was certain that he could become a martial warrior in a month if he had enough blood. Unfortunately for Ye Tian, he only had 2 bottles of blood left. 10 days later, we see Ye Tian cultivating at the academy. While Ye Tian was cultivating, Zhang Bao runs to meet him. Ye Tian did not understand why Zhang Bao was in such a hurry. He asked Zhang Bao to tell him what happened. While doing his best to catch his breath, Zhang Bao mentioned Xiaobei's name. Ye Tian stood up when he heard Xiaobei's name. He assumed that Xiaobei was at the academy. Zhang Bao told Ye Tian that Xiaobei has gone into seclusion in order to break through to the martial warrior realm. Zhang Bao told Ye Tian that Xiaobei will come for revenge once he has entered the martial warrior realm. After hearing what Zhang Bao said, Ye Tian sat down. Zhang Bao was annoyed to see this. He could not believe that Ye Tian was not panicking. Ye Tian was no longer bothered because Xiaobei was not at the academy. Ye Tian remembered that Xiaobei had a mid-tier talent just like him. Ye Tian realized that Xiaobei could actually become a martial warrior in a month. Zhang Bao revealed to Ye Tian that Xiaobei will easily kill him if he becomes a martial warrior. Ye Tian asked Zhang Bao to not worry. He told Zhang Bao that he is also training. Zhang Bao did not understand what was coming out of his friend's mouth. He reminded his friend that Xiaobei is from a powerful family. He told Ye Tian that Xiaobei has access to a large amount of resources. Zhang Bao told Ye Tian that he does not have anything other than his 3 monster blood. Ye Tian told Zhang Bao that he has already used the monster blood. Zhang Bao was shocked to hear this. He realized that his friend was going to die. He told Ye Tian that he will take care of his sister once he is gone. The only resources which Ye Tian had left were the viper's blood and the blood from its heart. Ye Tian was certain that he could reach the advanced martial apprentice rank with the blood. This rank is only 1 rank away from the martial warrior realm. Unfortunately for Ye Tian, he could not enter the martial warrior realm with his current resources. Fortunately for Ye Tian, his speed talent and his sword talent will give him enough strength to fight a full-fledged martial warrior. The scene shifts and we are taken to the Emo family estate. At the estate we see a man guarding a vault. While the man was standing in front of the vault began to crack. When the vault finally breaks, we see someone step out of it. This person turns out to be Xiaobei. Xiaobei's guard comes to greet him. He congratulated Xiaobei on becoming a martial warrior. With a unique aura surrounding his body, Xiaobei glared at his bodyguard. After stepping out of the vault, Xiaobei went to his room. Inside his room, two maids come to clothe him. While Xiaobei was getting dressed, his father and a guard step into his room. Xiaobei was surprised to see his father. Xiaobei's father was happy to see that his son had entered the martial warrior realm. Xiaobei's father name is Imoan. He is an elite martial warrior who is in the mid-stage. He is one of the 10 elders of the Presbyterian Church, and grabbed his son by his shoulder. He congratulated him on his success. Xiaobei smiled when he saw the look on his father's face. He told his father that he will never bring shame to their family, and told Xiaobei that the great ancestor wants to reward him for his success. Xiaobei knelt down when he heard this. He thanked his father for his teachings and support. He told his father that he is blessed to have him as a parent, and laughed when he heard this. He asked his son to stand up, and asked his guard to go to the kitchen and check the food and drinks. Before his guard could move, and told him that he will go by himself, and told his son that he has prepared his favorite dishes for him. He asked Xiaobei to eat when he is free. Xiaobei thanked his father for his kindness, after talking to his son, and left his room. When his father left the room, Xiaobei asked his guard if he has done what he asked. With a villainous smile on his face, Xiaobei's bodyguard told Xiaobei that Ye Tian is a kid who does not have any parents or backings. He told Xiaobei that they can deal with Ye Tian anyhow they want. Xiaobei was surprised to hear that Ye Tian is a loser who does not have a background. He assumed that Ye Tian would have formidable backings. Xiaobei told his bodyguard to send someone to kill Ye Tian. Xiaobei's bodyguard was shocked to hear what his young master said. He reminded Xiaobei that the base is completely different from the wild zones. He told Xiaobei that their family cannot afford to kill someone carelessly due to the aftermath of such an action. Xiaobei sat on a chair. While he was on the chair, a maid poured him a drink. Xiaobei told his bodyguard that they do not need to kill Ye Tian with the family's name. With a smile on his face, Xiaobei asked his bodyguard to hire a shadow assassin. He told his bodyguard that no one will be able to trace the attack to them. Xiaobei's bodyguard was shocked to hear what his young master said. He told Xiaobei that it will cost them 1,000,000 yuan to hire a shadow assassin. He asked Xiaobei if Ye Tian is worth such a large amount of money. Xiaobei was disappointed in his bodyguard when he heard this. He realized that his bodyguard still had the mentality of a peasant. Xiaobei told his bodyguard that there are a few powerful families in Linhai base and the other citizens are like subjects of enslavement. He asked his bodyguard if he knows the reason why there are no other powerful people in the base. With a villainous smile on his face, Xiaobei told his bodyguard that powerful families always kill any prodigy that appears among the peasants. Immediately Xiaobei said this. He broke his glass cup. Xiaobei's bodyguard was shocked to hear this. He realized that the 5th Academy was created to kill any peasant that tries to become strong. With a creepy smile on his face, Xiaobei told his bodyguard that it is simply how the world works. He told his bodyguard that the strong must prey on the weak. The scene shifts and we see Ye Tian practicing his sword arts at the academy. Ye Tian used his sword to crush a boulder. After practicing for a while, Ye Tian decided to stop training. He realized that it was about to rain. He decided to head home. As Ye Tian was walking through the streets, he noticed a status window on a pole. Ye Tian did not understand what was going on. He was certain that there was no one there. When Ye Tian looked at the status window, he saw that the person's name is Li Siyuan. Li Siyuan has a low-tier cultivation talent and a novice-tier shadow talent. While Ye Tian was looking at the status window, something rushed towards him. As the thing got closer to Ye Tian felt its presence. Ye Tian quickly brought out his sword and used it to block a man's attack. Ye Tian quickly moved back to place a gap between himself and the man. He asked the man for his identity. With a smile on his face, the man told Ye Tian that he is the one who will kill him. Ye Tian was surprised to see the assassin. He quickly realized that Xiaobei was the one who sent the assassin. Ye Tian did not understand why Xiaobei would send an assassin when he is already a martial warrior. Ye Tian could not comprehend why Xiaobei would use such an underhand method. While Ye Tian was thinking, Li Siyuan appeared at his back. Li Siyuan tried to attack Ye Tian with his sword. Ye Tian quickly sensed Li Siyuan's presence. He used his sword to block the attack. Immediately, Ye Tian blocked his attack. Li Siyuan disappeared in the air. Ye Tian was surprised to see this. He realized that the shadow talent allows its user to be invisible. While Ye Tian was looking up, Li Siyuan appeared at his back. He tried to use his sword to cut Ye Tian's neck. Fortunately for Ye Tian, he was fast enough to react. He dodged Li Siyuan's attack by jumping on a building. Li Siyuan was annoyed to see this. He did not understand why a martial apprentice was so fast. Ye Tian decided to attack Li Siyuan. He jumped from the building and rushed to attack Li Siyuan. When Ye Tian got close to Li Siyuan, he swung his sword. Immediately, Ye Tian swung his sword. Li Siyuan used his shadow talent to turn invisible. Ye Tian's attack hit a building instead of Li Siyuan. Li Siyuan's talent would be dangerous against an ordinary person. Unfortunately for him, Ye Tian was not an ordinary person. Ye Tian saw Li Siyuan's status window in the air. Ye Tian sent a slash in the air after finding Li Siyuan's location. This attack hit Li Siyuan in his chest. Li Siyuan spat out some blood and fell to the ground. Li Siyuan did not understand what was going on. He was certain that even an elite martial warrior cannot see through his talent. He asked Ye Tian to tell him how he found him. Ye Tian walked up to Li Siyuan. He told Li Siyuan to tell him the person who sent him. Li Siyuan picked up his sword. He told Ye Tian that he will tell him what he wants to know once he is dead. Immediately, Li Siyuan said this. He rushed to attack Ye Tian. Li Siyuan attacked Ye Tian with a technique called Shadow Blade. Ye Tian dodged the attack by jumping. When Ye Tian landed on the ground, he rushed to attack Li Siyuan. Ye Tian stabbed Li Siyuan from behind. With a terrifying look in his eyes, Ye Tian asked Li Siyuan to tell him the name of the person who hired him. Li Siyuan laughed when he heard this. He told Ye Tian that he is the strongest martial apprentice he has ever faced. He told Ye Tian that Imo Xiaobei sent him. Immediately he said this, Li Siyuan fell on the ground and died. Ye Tian was annoyed to hear Xiaobei's name. Ye Tian bent down and placed his hand on Li Siyuan's body. Immediately he did this. A status window appeared in front of him. The status window told Ye Tian that he has successfully copied the shadow talent. With a serious look on his face, Ye Tian said that he now has a shadow talent. In the next scene, we see Ye Tian burying Li Siyuan's body. After burying Li Siyuan's body, Ye Tian knelt down. Ye Tian said that a human should not feel contented with being blown around by the wind and rain. He said that a human should not be treated like a fallen leaf. As the heavy rain poured, Ye Tian grabbed a leaf. He promised himself that he would live like a man in this world. He assured himself that he would become the rain and the wind, but he would never become a fallen leaf. The scene shifts and we see Ye Tian taking a hot shower at home. After taking a shower, Ye Tian put on some clothes and sat on his couch. After sitting down, Ye Tian looked at everything he acquired from Li Siyuan. Ye Tian was certain that Li Siyuan blades were primordial weapons. Ye Tian decided to keep the weapons because his sword was already ruined in the fight. Ye Tian found some cards on Li Siyuan's body. The gold card are worth 1,000,000 yuan and the silver cards are worth 100,000 yuan. After counting the cards, Ye Tian realized that he had obtained 3.5 million yuan. Ye Tian realized that this was the money Xiaobei paid for his life. He decided to enjoy the money without any guilt. Ye Tian found a book among Li Siyuan's belongings. When he opened the book, Ye Tian realized that the book is a skill book that contains a skill called Shadow Blade. This is a bronze rank blade skill. Skills in this world have different rankings. The lowest is iron rank, the next is bronze rank, then silver rank and gold rank is the highest rank. Ye Tian was excited to find a blade skill because it was what he lacked. Blade skill allows one to unleash their blade talent fully. Ye Tian ran inside his room. He wanted to start learning the skill. When Ye Tian sat on his bed, he heard lightning strike. Immediately this happened. Ye Tian realized that something was odd. He realized that his sister has not yet returned from school. Ye Tian was certain that Xiaobei knew everything about him for him to send an assassin. He realized that his sister was in danger of being assassinated. Ye Tian opened his window and jumped outside. When he got outside, Ye Tian began to run and jump over some buildings. As Ye Tian ran at his full speed, he prayed that his sister would be all right. After running for a while, Ye Tian lands in an alley next to Ye Yu's school. Ye Tian stepped out of the alley and began to look around. Ye Tian knew that Ye Yu went to an ordinary school. He believed that people with talent would not come to the school to kill a student. Although Ye Tian knew this, he was not certain if Xiaobei would care about such a thing. While Ye Tian was thinking, someone points an umbrella at his back and tells him not to move. Ye Tian used his speed to move behind the person. He asked the person to not move. Yu took off her raincoat and told her brother that she is just joking with him. Ye Tian was surprised to see his sister. He asked her to tell him the reason why she is late today. Yu told her brother that she is in charge of upkeep duty today. She told Ye Tian that she was cleaning up the classrooms. Yu noticed that her brother was dressed odd. She asked her brother to tell her why he came outside without an umbrella or any shoes. Ye Tian told his sister that he forgot the umbrella and his shoes because he was rushing. As the siblings headed home, Yu asked her brother to tell her how he appeared behind her. As Ye Tian and his sister walked forward, we see someone watching them from a car. This person turned out to be Xiaobei. Xiaobei was annoyed to see that Ye Tian was still alive. Ye Tian and his sister stopped for a sausage on their way home. After getting their sausage, the siblings continued walking. Yu asked her brother to tell her what he wants to eat. Ye Tian asked Yu to make her signature boiled meat slices. While walking home, Ye Tian noticed that a car was moving behind them. He realized that he and his sister were being followed. At home, we see Ye Tian looking down from his balcony. Yu told her brother that dinner is ready. She asked him to assist her in setting up the table. While Ye Tian was on the balcony, he noticed that the car was packed next to his house. Ye Tian became more suspicious. He decided to stop worrying and assist his sister. In the next scene, we see Yu in class. Yu stood up to solve a question given to her by her teacher. Opposite Yu's school, we see a man standing on top of a building. This man turns out to be Ye Tian. Ye Tian looks down from the building he was on. He noticed that the car was still in the area. Ye Tian was annoyed to see this. He could not believe that someone was following his sister around for 3 days. He could not believe that someone wanted to harm his sister. He believed that Xiaobei had crossed the line. While Ye Tian was looking around, he noticed that the car was driving away from the area. Ye Tian was shocked to see this. He jumped down from the building and began to run after the car. After driving a long distance, the car arrived at an uncompleted building. Ye Tian stood on a long pole when he arrived in the area. He saw a man get out of the car and head into the building. Ye Tian realized that this was the place Xiaobei was in. Ye Tian was eager to see Xiaobei. He activated his shadow talent and headed into the building. Inside the building, we see a man getting beat up by 2 guys. While on the floor, the man begged Xiaobei for forgiveness. He told Xiaobei that he does not have any money. The man assured Xiaobei that he would pay him the money once he has enough. He begged Xiaobei to let him go. Inside the building, we see Xiaobei sitting on some iron rods. Xiaobei told the man that his money will be doubled if he pays tomorrow. He told the man that money is not easy to get. The man got on his knees and begged Xiaobei. He told Xiaobei that his interest rate are too high. The man tried to appeal to Xiaobei. He told Xiaobei that he has elderly parents and young children to take care of. He begged Xiaobei to let him go. While the man was begging Xiaobei, his bodyguard entered the building. Xiaobei asked his bodyguard if he has gotten any news from Li Siyuan. While Xiaobei was questioning his bodyguard, we see that Ye Tian has entered the building. Ye Tian hid in a dark part of the building. Xiaobei's bodyguard told Xiaobei that he has not heard from the shadow assassin. He told Xiaobei that he will try to contact Li Siyuan through someone else. Upon hearing what Xiaobei's bodyguard said, Ye Tian became certain that Xiaobei was the one who sent Li Siyuan to him. Xiaobei walked up to the man who was begging him. He told his bodyguard that people always try to scam descendants of rich families like himself. Immediately he said this, Xiaobei began to hit the man with his leg. Xiaobei's bodyguard was terrified to see what his young master was doing. He told Xiaobei that he will never try to scam him. He told him that he has always served him faithfully. After Xiaobei crushed the man, one of the men in the building checked the man's condition. The man told Xiaobei that his debtor is dead. Xiaobei asked the men to get rid of the man's body. He asked his bodyguard if he knows how to take care of Ye Tian's sister. Xiaobei's bodyguard told Xiaobei that he will take care of Yu by himself. He assured Xiaobei that nothing will go wrong. He told Xiaobei that he does not need to worry. Xiaobei smiled when he heard this. He gathered his energy in his hand and attacked his bodyguard. The bodyguard spat out some blood and fell to the ground. He asked his young master to tell him why he hurt him. With a smile on his face, Xiaobei told his bodyguard that he is suffering the consequences of failing the first job. While Xiaobei was talking to his bodyguard, Ye Tian brings out his weapon and jumps down from his hiding spot. Xiaobei quickly sensed the presence of someone above him. Unfortunately for him, Ye Tian killed him before he could do anything. Ye Tian smiled as he cut Xiaobei's body. The men in the room were shocked to see what happened. They could not believe that their young master was dead. Xiaobei's bodyguard was shocked to see that his young master was killed by someone using a shadow talent. He believed that only one person would have such a talent to kill Xiaobei. He assumed that the killer was Li Siyuan. To his surprise, Ye Tian was the one who came out of the shadows. Ye Tian smiled as he looked the bodyguard in the eye. Xiaobei's bodyguard did not understand what was going on. He could not believe that Ye Tian had a shadow talent. The two men ran away when they saw Ye Tian. The bodyguard told Ye Tian that he has already done his research on him. Xiaobei's bodyguard remembered finding out that Ye Tian had a weak tier talent. He asked Ye Tian to tell him how he was able to kill a martial warrior like Xiaobei. He asked Ye Tian to tell him what happened to Li Siyuan. Ye Tian let out a huge sigh. Immediately he did this, he rushed to attack the bodyguard. As Ye Tian moved closer to him, the bodyguard told Ye Tian that he cannot kill him. Unfortunately for him, this wasn't true. Ye Tian used his weapons to cut the bodyguard down. After killing the bodyguard, Ye Tian brought out a handkerchief from his pocket. He used the handkerchief to clean his blades. After doing this, Ye Tian threw the handkerchief on the floor. The word shadow was written on the handkerchief. Ye Tian put his weapons away and put his hoodie on. He looked at Xiaobei's dead body and told Xiaobei that he messed with the wrong person. After saying this, Ye Tian left the building. An hour later, we see some cars packed outside the building. Inside the building, we see In staring at his son's corpse and could not believe what he was looking at. He asked his men to tell him who killed his son. One of his men picked up Ye Tian's handkerchief and handed it over to In. He told In that Xiaobei was probably killed by a shadow assassin. In was annoyed to hear this. He could not believe that someone sent a shadow assassin to kill his son. He could not believe that someone could do something so inhumane. While In was mourning his son, a man stepped into the building. The men inside the building referred to the man as Old Emo. This old man is Emo Zhongqing. He is the great elder of the wealthy Emo family of the Linhai base. He is also the only great martial warrior in the Emo family. The warrior ranking in this world are martial apprentice, martial warrior, elite warrior, great warrior, and finally Grandmaster. In was shocked to see Zhongqing. He knelt down in front of him. He told Zhongqing that the prodigy of the Emo family is dead. Zhongqing asked In to stand up and talk to him. In told Zhongqing that Xiaobei just became a martial warrior and he just finished his celebration banquet. He told Zhongqing that Xiaobei had the potential to become a great warrior. He told him that Xiaobei was going to revitalize their family. While crying, In told Zhongqing that his son met a miserable end. Zhongqing acknowledged the fact that Xiaobei was a genius. He knew that Xiaobei was the Emo family's hope. He told In that their family's position would have become stronger if they were able to produce another great martial warrior. In told Zhongqing that his son must not die in vain. He presented the handkerchief to Zhongqing and asked him to avenge his son. Zhongqing took the handkerchief. When he saw the logo on the handkerchief, he believed that Xiaobei was killed by a shadow assassin. While thinking, Zhongqing realizes something. Zhongqing stepped outside of the building. He was certain that the person who employed the assassin is one of the families that has a grudge with them. When Zhongqing lifted the handkerchief against the moonlight, he saw a tiny logo next to the shadow sign. Zhongqing believed that the assassin was hired by the Iron Fong. The scene shifts and we see Ye Tian talking to Zhang Bao. Zhang Bao told Ye Tian that the Iron Fong base is much stronger than the Linhai base. He told Ye Tian that Zhongqing suspects that some families in the Linhai base are secretly colluding with the Iron Fong base. Zhang Bao revealed to Ye Tian that the Iron base is trying to kill off the younger generations of elites and swallow the Linhai base. He told Ye Tian that Xiaobei was killed after breaking into the martial warrior realm. He told Ye Tian that Xiaobei's head was cut off. Ye Tian did not know how to react when he heard this. He was very happy to see that no one suspects him. Zhang Bao told Ye Tian that he is very lucky. He told Ye Tian that Xiaobei would have tried to kill him if he was not killed. After leaving Zhang Bao, Ye Tian contemplates on how his actions saved him. Ye Tian purposely left the handkerchief at the scene in order to draw the Emo family's attention on somewhere else. Ye Tian was surprised to find out that Zhongqing found the symbol of the Iron Fong base on the handkerchief. Ye Tian believed that Zhongqing wants to use the handkerchief as an excuse to stir up conflicts between the two bases. The next day, we see Ye Tian wake up at 4 a.m. After taking his bath, Ye Tian put on his clothes. He packed a bag and was about to leave his house. While Ye Tian was tying his shoelaces, Yu came to meet him. Ye Tian was surprised to see that his sister actually woke up. Yu asked her brother to tell her where he is going to so early in the morning. Ye Tian told his sister that he wants to go to the wild zone to train. He told his sister that he has to increase his strength as fast as possible. Yu was surprised to hear this. She remembered that her brother had just returned from a trip a few days ago. She realized that Ye Tian was going alone just like last time. Yu became worried. She asked her brother if he cannot go with some friends. Ye Tian told his sister not to worry about him. He asked her to wait for him at home. Yu ran to hug her brother when she heard this. She asked Ye Tian to come back early. Ye Tian told her that he will definitely come back. The scene shifts and we see Ye Tian running in the wild zone. After running for a while, Ye Tian stops to check out the area he was in. Ye Tian heard that there are high-level monsters in the area. Ye Tian knew that he could not fight any high-level monsters with his strength. He decided to only fight lower-level monsters. With a smile on his face, Ye Tian said that he will become a martial warrior in this place. Immediately he said this, the ground began to shake. Ye Tian assumed it was an earthquake. After looking around, Ye Tian realized that two monsters were fighting. The monster which looked like a cow was crushing a centipede-like monster. The stronger monster is called an armored ox. It is a monster with a low-tier defense talent and a weak-tier bloodline talent. After the armored ox had defeated its opponent, it noticed Ye Tian. The monster ran towards Ye Tian. Ye Tian put his bag down and rushed to attack the monster. When he got close to the monster, he brought out his primordial weapons. Ye Tian spun in the air and attacked the ox with a crazy momentum. Unfortunately for Ye Tian, the monster blocked the attack with its shield. Ye Tian was surprised to see how strong the monster's defense ability was. The monster screamed and pushed Ye Tian back with its roar. Ye Tian got thrown into a boulder. He stood up and smiled. He was happy to see that he came upon a good talent. He told the ox that he will make the talent his. Immediately he said this. Ye Tian rushed to attack the monster. Ye Tian moved close to the monster and ran up its body. Ye Tian knew that the most fragile part of every living being is their eyes. He took a position while he was in the air and rushed to attack the ox's eye. Unfortunately for Ye Tian, the ox had a shield around its eyes. Ye Tian was surprised to see how strong the shield was. He could not believe that he was not able to break through it. Ye Tian began to slash the shield with all his strength. While he was hitting the barrier, one of his blade began to crack. Ye Tian was surprised to see this. He could not believe that a low-tier defense talent could be so strong. While Ye Tian was hitting the barrier, his blade broke. Ye Tian was shocked to see this. He did not know what to do. While Ye Tian was looking at his blade, the ox landed a punch on him. Ye Tian took some damage and flew back. He hit a boulder. Ye Tian realized that the defense talent is quite powerful. Ye Tian wanted this overpowered talent for himself. Unfortunately, his ability could not be used until the next 16 days. Ye Tian stood up from the rubbles and decided to think of his next move. Ye Tian knew that the armored ox was weaker than the silver moon wolf, but it is also above the viper. Ye Tian threw away his broken blade. He realized that he could take down the ox if he is able to pinpoint its weak spot and launch a sneak attack. With a smile on his face, Ye Tian said that he has a chance at victory. A green aura covered his body and Ye Tian activated his shadow talent. Immediately he did this. He ran towards the ox. He began to attack the ox all over its body. Of course, the ox shield blocked his attack. Ye Tian was happy to see that the monster was not able to sense his presence. He realized that the shadow talent is extremely valuable. Unfortunately, Ye Tian's blade skills did not affect the barrier at all. After attacking the monster for a while, Ye Tian realized that he could not find a gap in its defense. Ye Tian stopped attacking and looked around the monster's body. After carefully looking around its body, Ye Tian noticed that the monster had a light defense around its butt. Ye Tian wondered if the butt was the monster's weakness. He decided to attack it. Ye Tian moved close to the monster and used a skill called Shadow Kill to destroy its penis. The monster screamed in pain and fell to the ground. After seeing that he successfully took down the monster, Ye Tian smiled. He was happy to see that his guess was correct. After killing the monster, Ye Tian used his blade to pierce the monster's body and began to drain its blood. While looking at the monster's corpses, Ye Tian realized that no talent will matter once one is dead. After taking a substantial amount of blood, Ye Tian decided to cut the monster's skin and testicles. Ye Tian was willing to cut off any part of the ox that is valuable. Ye Tian first cut off the ox's horns because they were the most valuable parts of the monster. After dissecting the monster, Ye Tian filled his bag with the byproducts. He decided to find a place to cultivate with his current materials. After traveling for a while, Ye Tian arrived at a cave. He settled in the cave and brought out his materials. He brought some monster blood and peanuts made by his sister. With a smile on his face, Ye Tian said that he will be able to enter the martial warrior realm with his current materials. Ye Tian drank some blood and immediately ate some peanuts to wash down the horrible taste of the blood. After drinking the blood, Ye Tian sat in a lotus position and began to cultivate. 20 days later, we see that Ye Tian has drank a lot of monster blood. Ye Tian let out a huge sigh and opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, it began to glow. As a large amount of energy gathered around his body, Ye Tian began to scream. The energy which gathered above the cave was quite large and bright. 2 girls passing the area saw the bright light. A blonde girl who appears to be a servant tells her young miss that someone is trying to enter the martial warrior realm. The young miss smiles when she saw the light. We see that the 2 girls are wearing a hoodie that has a logo of the martial pavilion on it. After experiencing pain for some time, Ye Tian entered the martial warrior realm. Ye Tian was quite impressed to see his new power. After becoming a martial warrior, Ye Tian looked around him and saw the empty bottles that used to contain the ox's blood. He realized that he could now use his copy talent. He picked up his bag and began to run. Ye Tian wanted to copy the ox's defense talent. When he arrived at the place which he defeated the ox, he saw the monster's bones. Ye Tian placed his hands on the bones and tried to copy the monster's talent. Unfortunately for Ye Tian, a status window appeared in front of him and told him that he could not copy the talent of his target. Ye Tian was surprised to see this. He realized that his ability does not work on things that have become bones. Ye Tian was sad to see this. He regretted cutting the monster's body into so many pieces. While Ye Tian was staring at the monster, the 2 girls looked at him from afar. The blonde girl asked her young lady if Ye Tian was the one who killed the ox. The young lady told her assistant that Ye Tian just became a martial warrior. She told her assistant that the monster was killed before Ye Tian became a martial warrior. The assistant believed that what her young lady said was right. She assumed that Ye Tian could not kill the monster because he was a martial apprentice when the monster was still alive. The assistant told her young lady that Ye Tian is quite bold to enter such a dangerous area while he was still a martial apprentice. Ye Tian walked up to an oasis which was in the area. He took off his clothes and prepared to take a bath. It had been 20 days since Ye Tian last took a bath. He was happy to take a bath. The 2 girls were shocked to see Ye Tian in his underwear. They decided to leave the area. After the girls left, Ye Tian jumped into the water. The scene shifts and we are taken to the martial market of the Linhai base. At the market, we see several people trading with each other. Among the countless stores in the market, one store stood out as the largest. Ye Tian decided to go into this store. This store is the martial pavilion. As Ye Tian headed into the martial pavilion, he passed by the young lady and her assistant. The assistant quickly recognized Ye Tian. When Ye Tian passed by their side, he noticed something odd. Ye Tian turned around and saw a lady that had a striking resemblance to his sister. Ye Tian could not believe what he was seeing. He called the young lady his sister. The young lady was surprised to hear this. She could not believe that Ye Tian called her his sister. Ye Tian quickly regained his composure. He was certain that you could never come to the martial market. Ye Tian decided to look at the girl's status window. Ye Tian was surprised to see what was on the status window. He became more certain that this girl was not his sister because the girl was a genius. According to the status window, the girl's name is Yuling. Her cultivation talent is high tier. Her sword talent is mid tier and her speed talent is low tier. Yuling's assistant was annoyed to hear Ye Tian call her master his sister. She told Ye Tian that he is quite courageous for a scrounger. Ye Tian was shocked to hear this. He tried to smell his body to see if he had an odor. Ye Tian did not understand why the girl would refer to him as a scrounger. Yuling asked her assistant, whose name is Xiaoyu, to not speak carelessly. Xiaoyu realized that she almost slipped up to Ye Tian. She realized that Ye Tian might find out that they saw him earlier. Yuling gave Xiaoyu some instructions and asked her to follow them. Immediately Yuling gave her the instructions. Xiaoyu walked up to Ye Tian and bowed her head. She apologized to Ye Tian. She told Ye Tian that her master has disciplined her for her rude behavior. Ye Tian was surprised to hear that Yuling is a young lady. Yuling left Ye Tian and Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu grabbed Ye Tian's hand and told him that Yuling has some things to attend to. Xiaoyu realized that Ye Tian wanted to sell his materials to the martial pavilion. She told Ye Tian that her young lady is the manager of the martial pavilion. She told Ye Tian that she will pay him double the price of his products in order to express their sincerity. Ye Tian was shocked to hear this. 2 girls came out of the store and took Ye Tian's materials. When Ye Tian stepped into the store, he was surprised to see how big it was. Ye Tian was surprised to see what was inside the store. When Ye Tian sat down, A woman comes to serve him tea. She called Ye Tian an esteemed martial warrior and asked him to enjoy his tea. Xiao Yu calculated the price of the materials which Ye Tian brought and told him that everything he has is worth 20,000 yuan. She told Ye Tian that she will pay him 40,000 yuan. Ye Tian spat out his tea when he heard the amount. Ye Tian accepted the deal. He could not believe that he made so much money so easily. Xiao Yu gave Ye Tian 4 white cards. Each of the card was worth 10,000 yuan. Ye Tian realized that his sister would be very happy if she saw the money he earned. Xiao Yu brought out a book and told Ye Tian that he is allowed to purchase anything he wants at 50% off. She told Ye Tian that he was given this privilege by their young lady. Ye Tian smiled when he heard this. He told Xiao Yu that he will enjoy the privilege. When Ye Tian looked at the price of the products in a book, he was extremely shocked. Everything in the store was quite expensive. Ye Tian finally understood why the major families have a monopoly on cultivation materials. Ye Tian knew that an ordinary civilian would not be able to afford such materials. After looking through the price list, Ye Tian asked Xiao Yu to give him 1 profound training manual, 1 monster directory, 3 bottles of mid-tier monster blood, and 3 bottles of restorative elixirs. After Ye Tian told her what he wanted, Xiao Yu went to a shelf and prepared what Ye Tian asked. After packing what Ye Tian ordered, Xiao Yu told Ye Tian that he will pay her 70,000 yuan. Ye Tian took out his gold card and used it to pay for his goods. Ye Tian was convinced that he made a smart choice by stealing from Li Siyuan. After Ye Tian paid for his goods, he picked up his box. Ye Tian was certain that the Martial Pavilion was not giving him so many benefits just because Xiao Yu called him a scrounger. Ye Tian was certain that the Martial Pavilion had another reason for their actions. He could not understand why the Martial Pavilion was treating him nicely. Ye Tian knew that he was a simple poor guy, so he did not understand what the Martial Pavilion wanted from him. While walking out of the store, Ye Tian was surprised to see that no one was stopping him. Ye Tian decided to leave. When Ye Tian got to the door, Xiao Yu asked him to wait. Ye Tian was not surprised to hear this. He already knew that things were not so simple. Ye Tian turned around and glared at Xiao Yu. He asked Xiao Yu to tell him why she stopped him. Xiao Yu pointed at the stairs and told Ye Tian that the manager of the pavilion wants to meet him. Ye Tian smiled when he heard this. He asked Xiao Yu to show him where he needs to go. When Ye Tian arrived at the manager's office, he saw her drinking tea. Yu Ling welcomed Ye Tian to her office. Ye Tian was still quite surprised to see Yu Ling. He could not believe that Yu Ling looked so much like Ye Yu. Yu Ling walked up to Ye Tian and introduced herself. Yu Ling is a peak elite martial warrior who is from the Ma-Hai base. She is the current manager of the Martial Pavilion branch in the Lin-Hai base. Yu Ling stretched her hand out and tried to shake Ye Tian. When Ye Tian shakes Yu Ling's hand, a small amount of energy was released from both their hands. When Ye Tian shook Yu Ling's hand, the system told Ye Tian that he has successfully copied a high-tier cultivation talent. Ye Tian also introduced himself to Yu Ling. Yu Ling asked Ye Tian to take a seat. She told him that only valued guests get to come to the second floor of the pavilion. Ye Tian was not impressed with what Yu Ling said. He told her that he is a commoner who does not have any relations to the major families. He asked Yu Ling to tell him why he is a valued customer. Yu Ling told Ye Tian that his value lies in the fact that he is a commoner and he is unrelated to the major families. Ye Tian was surprised to hear this. He was surprised to see how calm Yu Ling was. Ye Tian remembered how cheerful and happy his sister always acts. Xiao Yu served Ye Tian some tea. Yu Ling told Ye Tian that her reason for inviting him was to extend an invitation. Immediately Yu Ling said this, she brought out a cross which had the sign of the Martial Pavilion on it. She asked Ye Tian to join the Martial Pavilion. Ye Tian was shocked to hear this. When Yu Ling gave Ye Tian the offer, Ye Tian saw his sister asking him to join the Martial Pavilion. Ye Tian could not get over Yu Ling's face. He realized that he had never said no to his sister before. Ye Tian told Yu Ling that he does not understand her. Ye Tian knew that Ma-Hai base was an extensive base. In other words, the base has boundless powers. Ye Tian told Yu Ling that Ma-Hai base does not lack any talents. He told Yu Ling that he is simply a novice martial warrior. Ye Tian could not understand why Yu Ling would try her best to recruit a novice martial warrior. Yu Ling stood up and told Ye Tian that extensive base comes into existence because they always need more talents. Ye Tian was shocked to hear what Yu Ling said. He never expected such a small girl to be so smart. Ye Tian realized that Yu Ling was looking at a bigger picture. Ye Tian became more certain that Yu Ling was not his sister because his sister is not smart enough to say something like this. Xiao Yu told Ye Tian to stop hesitating. She asked Ye Tian to accept the offer. She told Ye Tian that elite disciples from powerful families can't join their company because they do not reach Yu Ling's standards. Ye Tian knew that he had a good opportunity before him. But he also knew that joining any organization would limit his actions. He believed that he would die in horrible death if people ever found out about his special ability. Ye Tian decided to stay independent until he could sort out any issue related to his special ability. Yuling moved close to Ye Tian. She was surprised to see that Ye Tian was actually hesitating. She became more curious about Ye Tian. She asked him to tell her why he is hesitating. Ye Tian felt odd saying no to someone who looks exactly like his sister. Yuling begged Ye Tian to tell her his reason. Ye Tian decided to use the rumors about the Iron Fong base as example. He told Yuling that the rumors about the Iron Fong's invasion caused a lot of unrest among the powerful families. He told Yuling that he was able to regain his peaceful life thanks to the rumors. Ye Tian revealed to Yuling that he does not want to become someone like the powerful families, and he does not want to serve such families. Yuling was shocked to hear this. She asked Ye Tian if she looked similar to the powerful families. Ye Tian told her that she does. Yuling decided to change her strategy. She told Ye Tian that he can observe her organization for a while. She told Ye Tian that he does not need to respond to her immediately. She told him that she has enough patience. Ye Tian was surprised to hear this. He could not comprehend why Yuling was so adamant about recruiting him. After Ye Tian left the store, he decided to leave the market. On his way out, Ye Tian contemplates about what it means to be a martial warrior. While looking at his hand, Ye Tian asked himself about what talent means to him. Ye Tian wondered if the current martial warriors still remember the founding mission of martial warriors. Ye Tian believed that martial warriors exist to protect the people. While walking, Ye Tian sees some kids playing football. The kids hit their ball towards the gatekeepers in the area. The kids asked the gatekeepers to pass their ball. A man used his leg to crush the kid's ball. Ye Tian did not understand why people had to tolerate oppression from martial warriors even though they already had to live in fear of monsters. The kids cried when they saw what happened to their ball. The two gatekeepers smiled when they saw the look on the kid's face. On his way home, we see Ye Tian standing on top of a building. While looking at the heavy rain, Ye Tian said that his standing is not high enough. Ye Tian believed that he must become stronger and reach higher levels. Ye Tian's system appeared before him and asked him if he wants to fuse his high-tier cultivation talent. Ye Tian decided to fuse the talent. The scene shifts and we see Ye Tian step into his house. Yi was shocked to see her brother. She quickly ran into his arms. After letting go of her brother, Yi noticed that Ye Tian had become tougher. Ye Tian took off his hoodie and told his sister that he has become a martial warrior. Yi was shocked to hear this. She was very happy to hear that the Yi family finally had a martial warrior among them. Yi was very happy to hear this. Ye Tian believed that his sister was dramatic. He knew that Yi could also become a powerful martial warrior once she awakens. Ye Tian planned to continue increasing his sister's talent with more compatible items. After calming down, Yi brought out a scissors and told her brother that she wants to give him a haircut. Ye Tian was surprised to hear this. Yi told her brother that he looks like a beggar. Yi told Ye Tian that he needs to take care of himself now that he is a martial warrior. Yi sat her brother down and put a cloth around him. Ye Tian told his sister to give him his usual haircut. Yi smiled when she heard this. She told her brother that she only knows how to cut one style. As his sister cut his hair, Ye Tian realized that he had become older. Yi had been cutting Ye Tian's hair ever since their parents died. Ye Tian recalled how he and his sister were when they were younger. Yi told her brother that she is scared. She asked her brother to go to the hospital. Yi accidentally injured her brother at the back of his head. Ye Tian told his sister that he cannot go to a hospital because hospitals cost a lot of money. Ye Tian, who appears to have been beaten up, told his sister that he will be fine. He asked his sister to help him cut his hair short and dress his wound. Yi was sad to see her brother in such a terrible state. She told her brother that he would have been fine if he had the ability of the immortal jellyfish. Ye Tian was surprised to hear this. He asked his sister to tell him the ability of the immortal jellyfish. Yi was surprised to see that her brother did not remember the immortal jellyfish. She told Ye Tian that the jellyfish is in the story that he used to read to her. Yi told her brother that the immortal jellyfish has the ability to heal. She told Ye Tian that the immortal jellyfish can heal any of its wounds instantly. Ye Tian was surprised to hear that his sister still believed in such things. He told his sister that he does not believe in things like that. Yi was annoyed to hear this. She told her brother that the immortal jellyfish actually exists. Ye Tian pat his sister's head and told her that he understands. Ye Tian knew that his sister was just worried about him. He told his sister that he might awaken a healing talent and never get injured. With a smile on his face, Ye Tian told his sister that he will protect her once he awakens his talent. The scene shifts and we are taken back to the present. Ye Tian moved his body the moment he remembered the immortal jellyfish. Yu asked her brother to be careful. She asked him to not move carelessly. She told him that he will mess up his haircut. Ye Tian stood up and ran. Yu did not understand what was going on. She asked her brother to tell her what happened. Ye Tian quickly took out the illustrated book of treasures which he bought. Ye Tian began to search the book for the immortal jellyfish. After searching for a while, Ye Tian found the immortal jellyfish. The immortal jellyfish is a water-type monster with a healing talent. It stays in the lake of death. Yu asked her brother to tell her why he was running. Ye Tian was happy to see that the monster exists. He realized that he would not have to worry about injuries once he has copied this talent, and Yu would no longer need to worry about him. Yu was surprised to see what her brother was searching for. She told her brother that the immortal jellyfish is a made-up monster used in stories. Ye Tian closed the book and told his sister that the story is real. Yu told her brother that she needs to finish cutting his hair. After Ye Tian had his haircut, he began to read a book in order to see which body training style would fit a martial warrior. Novice martial warriors like Ye Tian focus on fortifying their skin. Mid-stage martial warriors fortify their muscles, and late-stage martial warriors fortify their bones. Ye Tian decided to start cultivating. Immediately, Ye Tian began to cultivate. He noticed a change. Ye Tian could not believe how fast his cultivation was going. He realized that his cultivation was slow in the past. He decided to consume a bottle of mid-tier monster blood in order to see how it would affect his cultivation. When Ye Tian drank the blood, his absorption rate increased by threefold. Ye Tian was quite shocked to see this. Ye Tian realized that it would be smart for him to continue cultivating at home. He decided to go after the immortal jellyfish once his copy talent becomes available in the next 30 days. With a smile on his face, Ye Tian said that he will get the healing talent he wants. The scene shifts and we see Ye Tian step into the martial pavilion. Xiaoyu welcomed him into the store. She quickly recognized Ye Tian as the junk collector from before. She waved her hand and walked up to Ye Tian. With a smug look on her face, Xiaoyu asked Ye Tian if he is here to see her mistress. Contrary to Xiaoyu's expectation, Ye Tian told her that he came to buy something. Xiaoyu was surprised to hear this. Xiaoyu noticed that Ye Tian was quite good-looking after he dressed up. She was surprised to see how clothing could change a man. Xiaoyu asked Ye Tian to follow her. Ye Tian asked her if she has a map of the Lake of Death. Xiaoyu told Ye Tian that she has a map. She went to a shelf and searched for the map. She brought out the map and gave it to Ye Tian. Ye Tian was happy to see the map. He was certain that he will be able to find the talent he wants at the lake. Xiaoyu told Ye Tian that the map costs 100,000 yuan. Ye Tian paid Xiaoyu with a silver card. After paying Xiaoyu, Ye Tian decided to leave the store. Xiaoyu wondered if Ye Tian was going to the Lake of Death to find some junk. She remembered that her mistress told her that the Lake of Death is a horrible place full of terrifying aquatic monsters. Even elite martial warriors barely survive at the Lake of Death. Xiaoyu hoped that Ye Tian would be safe. In the next scene, we see Ye Tian running at a crazy speed. After running for a while, Ye Tian landed in a deserted town. In the middle of the town, we see a lake. Ye Tian was surprised to see how turbulent the landscape was. He was certain that he could get a great talent in this place. When Ye Tian looked around, he realized that nobody had come to the town in years. The strange atmosphere of the town made Ye Tian feel like something dangerous was going to pop out. While Ye Tian was looking around the area, he saw something shocking. The water from the lake began to spin very fast. It turned into a cyclone. Ye Tian quickly realized that the monsters were about to come out. He decided to use his shadow talent to turn invisible. After becoming invisible, Ye Tian ran to the top of a cliff. He wanted to observe what was happening. When the water stopped spinning, Ye Tian saw a huge bright energy ball. When the energy ball got released, we see an old man holding an umbrella and a girl carrying a box. The girl turns out to be Yuling. The old man told Yuling that they need to run. Ye Tian was surprised to see Yuling in the lake. Before Yuling and the old man could land on the ground, a gigantic monster came out of the lake and tried to eat them. The old man realized that he and Yuling would not make it to land. Luckily, the man was able to push himself and Yuling out of harm's way. When the two got to land, the monster came out of the lake. The old man and Yuling were terrified to see the size of the monster. The old man told Yuling that the monster is a top-tier beast. Ye Tian was shocked to see the monster. It was his first time seeing such a powerful monster. The old man realized that he and Yuling could not face the monster. He pushed Yuling away with his hand. He told her that he will stall the monster. Yuling fell on the ground. She quickly stood up. She wanted to help the old man. Before she could take another step, she felt the presence of multiple monsters behind her. Yuling immediately began to run for her life. The old man was shocked to see that there was more monsters behind them. Seeing that Yuling's life was in danger, Ye Tian decided to help her. As Yuling was getting chased by crocodile monsters, the old man screamed in fear. He asked Yuling to be careful. Before a crocodile monster was able to bite Yuling, she was able to avoid its mouth by jumping. While in the air, Yuling took a stance and used a sign. This sign was to help her activate her secret arts. The moment Yuling activated her secret arts, a tattoo of a lotus flower appeared on her head and a weapon appeared in her hand. Yuling's hair also turned pink. The moment she activated her secret art, she disappeared in front of the crocodile. The crocodile was shocked to see this. It looked around, but it did not see Yuling. Yuling attacked the monster from above. She used her sword to tear the monster apart. Ye Tian, who was running to help Yuling, was surprised to see a secret arts technique. He was just seeing it for the first time. Ye Tian was surprised to see that Yuling possessed such an amazing ability. As Ye Tian got closer to Yuling, he stopped running. Ye Tian realized that he was being stupid. He realized that there was nothing a novice martial warrior could do in such a fight. While Ye Tian was thinking, Yuling was cutting down the monsters that stood in her path. Ye Tian already knew that Yuling was strong because she is an elite martial warrior who is at the peak of the realm. Ye Tian realized that Yuling's secret art gave her the strength of a great martial warrior. He realized that he could not win Yuling in a fight even if 10 of him fought her. While Ye Tian was looking at Yuling, the old man was getting beat up by the gigantic monster. The monster bit the lower half of the man's body. The man screamed in pain. The man asked Yuling to run away from the area. The monster opened its mouth and waited for the man to fall into it. As the old man fell into the monster's mouth, he summoned all his strength and asked his mistress to run away. He reminded her that her secret arts won't last for a long time. He told Yuling that the package is more important. He told her that she needs to leave with the package. He reminded her that 10 of their brothers gave their lives in order to get the box. He asked Yuling to not waste their brother's sacrifice. Yuling became sad when she heard what her comrade said. Ye Tian was surprised to hear that 10 people had died. He became curious about the nature of the treasure. He believed that the treasure must be important for so many people to risk their lives for it. Upon hearing what her comrade said, Yuling began to run. Unfortunately for her, the time which she could use the secret art was now over. Yuling's body became weak. She lost control of her body and fell to the ground. The box fell off her hand and landed in front of Ye Tian. Yuling was surprised to see a man standing before her. She tried to look at Ye Tian's face, but her eyes were not good. Ye Tian picked up the package. He did not understand why Yuling was going through such lengths for this treasure. Yuling summoned all her strength and asked Ye Tian to not move. Ye Tian asked her to relax. He told her that he will not take the treasure away. Before Ye Tian could walk up to Yuling, he noticed that the crocodile monsters were coming towards them. Ye Tian was annoyed to see how persistent the monsters were. He carried Yuling in his arms and placed the box on her body. Ye Tian asked Yuling if she is okay with hiding in a cave. Yuling was too weak to respond to him. Ye Tian took her silence as a yes. He jumped and began to run at a crazy speed. When Ye Tian found a cave, he placed Yuling on the ground and used his coat to cover her body. Ye Tian was still quite amazed with the fact that Yuling looked exactly like his sister. The only difference between Yuling and Yi Yu was that Yuling had a beauty mark on her face. Ye Tian placed his hand on her face and tried to clean the mark. He was surprised to see that the mark did not clean off. He realized that the mark is natural. After waiting for a while, Ye Tian checked if Yuling was still sleeping. Ye Tian did not understand why Yuling was so exhausted. While he was looking at her, Yuling woke up. Ye Tian was surprised to see this. Yuling woke up with a headache. She quickly noticed that Ye Tian was standing in front of her. Yuling was surprised to see him. She asked Ye Tian if he was the one who saved her. Ye Tian told Yuling that he was passing the area, so he decided to help her. Yuling gave Ye Tian his coat. She thanked him for his help. Yuling was surprised to see that Ye Tian actually came to the Lake of Death by himself. She believed that Ye Tian is a talent which she must recruit to the martial pavilion. Yuling brought out a crystal that shined brightly. Ye Tian was shocked to see the light from the crystal. He told Yuling that the light is blinding. He asked Yuling to tell him what she is doing. Yuling laughed when she saw Ye Tian's reaction. She told Ye Tian that the crystal is called a light stone. It can store and radiate light. She told Ye Tian that the crystal is like a lamp. The light stone rose up to the ceiling and brightened the room. Ye Tian asked Yuling to tell him how she was able to create the light stone. Yuling told Ye Tian that she will explain it to him after she drinks a healing potion. As Yuling focused on her healing, Ye Tian began to think about how she was able to create such a thing. Ye Tian wondered if Yuling used a space talent. He quickly realized that this was impossible. Ye Tian remembered that Yuling did not have any space talent. After Yuling was done with her healing, she walked up to Ye Tian and tapped him with her leg. She told him that she is done. She asked him if he still wanted to know about how she made the light stone. Ye Tian told her that he does. Yuling picked up her bronze treasure chest and brought out a pouch. She moved the chest close to the pouch and the pouch swallowed it. Ye Tian was surprised to see this. He realized that Yuling brought out the light stone from her pouch, which is a space-type treasure. Yuling asked Ye Tian if he likes the pouch. With a smile on her face, Yuling told him that she will teach him how to use the pouch if he joins the martial pavilion. Ye Tian ignored her and told her that he wants to sleep. Yuling was shocked to hear this. She clenched her fist out of anger and promised herself that she will recruit Ye Tian at all cost. Ye Tian was not impressed with the space pouch and the healing potion because he could have them once he copies a space talent and a healing talent. He did not see a reason to join the martial pavilion over some items. Ye Tian knew that he could not enter the Lake of Death because Yuling and her comrades have caused a commotion there. He decided to wait in the cave for some time. When Ye Tian woke up the next day, he noticed that Yuling was no longer in the cave. He realized that she left. When he looked around, he saw a red box. Ye Tian did not know where the box came from. He was certain that the box was not in the cave yesterday. When he opened the box, he saw so many materials. The box contained a mid-tier profound training manual, 10 high-tier monster blood, and 10 gold cards. Each of the gold cards are worth 1,000,000 yuan. Ye Tian realized that Yuling left these things for him. He was very grateful to her. He realized that he could enter the elite martial warrior realm with his current materials. Ye Tian decided to change his plans. He decided to go after the immortal jellyfish after he becomes an elite martial warrior. He drank a bottle of monster blood and began to cultivate. For months later, we see Ye Tian cultivating in the cave. He had drank all his monster blood. Ye Tian has let his hair grow out. As Ye Tian was cultivating, we see him open his eyes. When Ye Tian opened his eyes, a heavy lightning hit his cave multiple times. After the lightning was done, the dust in the cave cleared up. We see Ye Tian holding lightning in his hands. Ye Tian had finally entered the elite martial warrior realm. Ye Tian was fascinated by his new power. With a smile on his face, Ye Tian said that it is time for him to hunt. On Ye Tian's way to the lake, he saw 11 newly constructed graves. Ye Tian immediately realized that Yuling was the one who made the graves for her comrades. Ye Tian knew that Yuling was not able to get all her comrades' bodies because of the amount of monsters in the lake. He was surprised to see that Yuling could do something so kind for her comrades. Ye Tian noticed something odd on one of the graves. He saw an umbrella on the grave. Ye Tian quickly remembered that this was the umbrella which the old man used. Ye Tian picked up the umbrella and opened it. He wondered if the umbrella was still useful. While Ye Tian was looking at the umbrella, he noticed that the rain stopped touching him. Ye Tian was surprised to see that the umbrella created a waterproof bubble. Ye Tian was very happy with this item. He realized that he could now enter the water without any issues. Ye Tian jumped into the lake and began to swim. As he swam deeper into the lake, he noticed that the umbrella increased his speed. He activated his shadow talent and went in deeper. As Ye Tian was swimming, he saw a status window. Ye Tian could not see the monster clearly because everywhere was dark. According to the status window, the monster is a tiger clawfish and it is a mid-tier monster. While Ye Tian was looking at the status window, the monster came out of the dark. Ye Tian was terrified to see the monster. He could not believe that such a monster was a mid-tier beast. Ye Tian realized that the monster almost sensed his presence. He began to swim deeper into the lake. When Ye Tian arrived at the deepest part of the lake, he wondered if the immortal jellyfish actually stayed there. While Ye Tian was looking around, a monster snuck up on him from behind. The monster used its tentacles to attack Ye Tian. Fortunately for Ye Tian, he was able to sense the monster's presence. He quickly dodged the attack. Ye Tian moved back in order to get a look at his enemy. When Ye Tian looked up, he saw the monster's status window. The monster happened to be an immortal jellyfish. This monster possesses an apex tier healing talent. The monster used its tentacles to attack Ye Tian again. Ye Tian brought out his blade and used it to cut off the tentacles. The monster screamed in pain when Ye Tian did this. Unfortunately for Ye Tian, the monster possesses an apex tier healing talent. The jellyfish easily regenerated its tentacles. Ye Tian was surprised to see this. He realized that apex tier healing talent is overpowered. The jellyfish attacked Ye Tian again with its tentacle. As the tentacle came closer to him, Ye Tian let his guard down. When the tentacle touched his hand, a small spark came out of it. The system told Ye Tian that he has successfully copied the healing talent. Ye Tian got pushed back immediately. He copied the talent. He smashed his back on a wall and fell to the ground. Ye Tian stood up and smiled. He was happy to see that he had copied the talent he wanted. Immediately, Ye Tian stood up. The jellyfish spat its acidic venom at him. Ye Tian was surprised to see the acidic venom. He quickly used the umbrella as a shield. Unfortunately for him, the venom melted the umbrella and burnt his hand. Ye Tian let go of the umbrella after his hand got injured. He had to let go of the umbrella because it could no longer maintain its waterproof bubble. Ye Tian immediately held his breath the moment he let go of the umbrella. When Ye Tian looked behind the jellyfish, he saw hundreds of status windows. Each of the status windows belonged to immortal jellyfishes. Ye Tian realized that there was a swarm of immortal jellyfishes in the area. Ye Tian had already gotten the talent he wanted. He did not see a reason to fight the immortal jellyfishes. He decided to run away. In the next scene, we see Ye Tian bring his head out of the water. While doing his best to catch his breath, Ye Tian noticed that the immortal jellyfishes were still chasing him. He jumped out of the water and activated his speed talent. Ye Tian ran across the lake and distanced himself from the area. The scene shifts and we see Ye Tian step into a cave. Immediately, Ye Tian arrived at the cave. He sat down and let out a sigh. Ye Tian was relieved to see that he had finally gotten away from the area. He decided to fuse his new talent. A status window appeared in front of him and asked him if he wanted to fuse the apex tier healing talent. Ye Tian accepted this request. Immediately, Ye Tian accepted the request. A surge of lightning moved across his body. Ye Tian smiled as the talent was getting fused into his body. He realized that his body has gotten used to the pain of talent fusion. After experiencing pain for a while, the healing talent finally fused with Ye Tian. Now Ye Tian possessed an apex tier healing talent. Ye Tian was happy to see that the fusion process was much easier. He decided to test his new talent. Ye Tian noticed that he still had a wound which was caused by the immortal jellyfish venom. The immortal jellyfish venom is extremely deadly and fatal. A small amount of the venom can kill a normal person. Ye Tian decided to use his healing talent to get rid of the wound. Immediately, he activated his healing talent. His wound cleared up. His hand looked brand new. Ye Tian stood up and began to destroy the wall with his bare hands. After punching the wall for a while, Ye Tian looked at his hands. He noticed that he did not have any form of injury. While looking at his hand, Ye Tian realized that most of the talents he had were support-type talent. Ye Tian knew that he had to copy attack-type talents if he wants to be able to fight with stronger people in the future. After thinking for a while, Ye Tian realized that it is time for him to go home. In the next scene, we see Yu cutting Ye Tian's hair. Ye Tian was reading his book of monsters in order to find the next talent he wants to copy. While cutting Ye Tian's hair, Yu called her brother a terrible person for leaving her alone for 4 months. She could not believe that her brother did not tell her his plans. Ye Tian apologized to his sister. He asked her to forgive him. After Yu finished cutting his hair, Ye Tian saw a unique monster in his book. This monster is called a mighty ant. It is a low-tier monster that specializes in fighting. It usually moves in colonies. Even a great martial warrior will have trouble fighting the ant. With a smile on his face, Ye Tian realized that he had found the monster he was looking for. The scene shifts and we see Ye Tian step into the martial pavilion. Ye Tian walked up to the counter to meet Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was surprised to see Ye Tian. She asked him to tell her what he wants. Ye Tian gave Xiaoyu a paper containing the mighty ant picture. He told her that he wants a complete body of a mighty ant. Xiaoyu smiled when she saw the picture. She assumed that Ye Tian wanted to immerse the body of the mighty ant into wine. She asked Ye Tian if he wanted to use the wine to reinvigorate his body. Ye Tian was confused when he heard this. He wondered if he looked sick to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu told Ye Tian that they do not have any mighty ant bodies. She told him that she knows where he can get one. Ye Tian asked her to tell him the place. Xiaoyu told Ye Tian that Linhai Base and a mid-size base are constructing a commercial trade route. There are many beasts between the two bases. Among the several beasts is a mighty ant. Ye Tian asked Xiaoyu if the mid-size base is the Iron Fong base. Ye Tian was certain that it was the Iron Fong base because it is the only base close to the Linhai base. Xiaoyu told Ye Tian that he is correct. She told him that it is the Iron Fong base, which is 100 kilometers away from the Linhai base. Ye Tian told Xiaoyu that someone from the Emo family died a while ago, and the Emo family suspects the Iron Fong base. Xiaoyu told Ye Tian that the Emo family have made their investigations. She told him that the Iron Fong base helped the Emo family in clearing their misunderstanding while searching for something. Xiaoyu told Ye Tian that the Iron Fong base was only able to reach an agreement with the Linhai base thanks to the Emo family's help. Ye Tian was surprised to hear this. He believed that the Emo family was up to something. While Ye Tian was thinking, Xiaoyu brought out a ticket. She handed the ticket over to Ye Tian. Ye Tian asked her to tell him what the ticket is for. Xiaoyu told Ye Tian that the ticket is a token which allows one to participate in the hunting event. She revealed to Ye Tian that the ticket is actually for her young miss. She told him that they could never participate in an event hosted by a mid-sized base. With a smile on her face, Xiaoyu told Ye Tian that the two bases are planning to send out martial warriors to hunt the monsters in the commercial trade route. She told Ye Tian that he will be able to get his hands on a complete mighty ant if he participates in the event. The ticket which was given to Ye Tian had the Lin surname on it. The Lin family are the absolute rulers of the Linhai base. Even the Emo family are seen as servants to them. Ye Tian was excited to see the scale of the event. In the next scene, we see people gathered in a plaza. Ye Tian was surprised to see that the Lin family was able to gather hundreds of martial artists at once. Ye Tian carried a bag containing supplies and his weapon. He wore a red jacket to avoid getting any attention. While looking at the martial artist in the area, Ye Tian realized that he had to proceed with caution. While Ye Tian was looking around, 3 men stepped up to the stage. Among the 3 men, a man welcomes the martial artists to the beast removal operations. This man is Lin Ming. He is the current family head of the Lin family. He is an elite martial warrior who is at the peak of his realm. The other 2 men standing next to Ming were Zhang Qing and In. Ye Tian smiled when he saw the 2 men. He was happy to see the Emo family again. Ming told the martial artists in the plaza that the Linhai base is too small. Thanks to this, they do not have enough resources to fulfill everyone's cultivation needs. He told the martial artists that collaborating with a mid-sized base will bring them a lot of incredible benefits. He told them that the operation is very important, of course. Ming knew that fighting monsters will be very dangerous. With a smile on his face, Ming told the martial artists that the prizes for the operation will be much better than that of previous hunts. The martial artists began to cheer when they heard this. They hailed the Lin family. Among the martial artists who were cheering, Ye Tian noticed something odd. He noticed that Captain Gale Wolf was also among them. Ye Tian smiled when he saw Gale Wolf. He wondered if Gale Wolf would still remember him. Ming placed his hand on his chest and assured the martial artists that anything they acquire during the operation will belong to them. The martial artists began to cheer again when they heard this. Ming told the martial artists that he still has another gift for them. He told them that everyone in the martial warrior realm will receive 20 bottles of mid-tier monster blood and 2 million yuan. He told them that the elite martial warriors will receive 3 bottles of high-tier monster blood and 10 million yuan. He asked the martial artists to register and join the hunt. The martial artists went crazy when they heard about the benefits. They praised the Lin family. They immediately went to line up. In front of the line was a huge rock. A lady told the martial artists that they need to place their hand on the assessment rock in order for it to check their strength. A man walked up to the rock and placed his hand on it. The rock told the man that he is a mid-tier martial apprentice. After the man checked his strength, more martial artists also checked their strength. While standing in line, Ye Tian realized that Yu Ling was right. He believed that it would be stupid to work for any powerful family, especially the Emo family. Ye Tian knew that he would get unnecessary attention if people found out that he is an elite martial warrior. Ye Tian knew that the rock judges people's rank based on their power. He believed that the rock would display a lower realm if he uses less strength. When it was his turn, Ye Tian was asked to place his hand on the rock. When Ye Tian placed his hand on his rock, he controlled his energy. Ye Tian hoped that the rock would rank him as a late-stage martial warrior. When the rock felt Ye Tian's energy, it judged Ye Tian to be a late-stage martial warrior. En was surprised to see that Ye Tian was a late-stage martial warrior. The other martial artists were shocked to see Ye Tian's realm. They could not believe that someone so young could be so powerful. They believed that Ye Tian was a genius of a powerful family. The martial artists in the area were shocked by Ye Tian's cultivation talent. Ye Tian was surprised to see how the martial artists were behaving. He could not believe that everyone was impressed even though he only displayed a part of his strength. He was annoyed to see that he still got the attention he did not want. Ye Tian had forgotten that it was not actually normal for people of his age to reach such stage. Galewolf and his team also looked at Ye Tian with wonder. Captain Galewolf believed that geniuses are discovered while they are young. He told his team that he is a late-stage martial warrior despite his age. One of his teammates told him that everyone in the team are also only mid-stage martial warriors. Another team member asked Galewolf to invite Ye Tian into their team since they need one more member. Galewolf smiled when he heard this. He told his teammate that Ye Tian is a late-stage martial warrior. He told him that everyone wants Ye Tian. He told the man that Ye Tian would never choose them. Immediately Galewolf said this. His teammate told him that Ye Tian is coming towards them. Ye Tian walked up to Captain Galewolf. With a smile on his face, he told him that it has been a while since they met. Galewolf immediately remembered Ye Tian's face. He remembered Ye Tian as the martial apprentice who saved a little girl a year ago. Galewolf could not believe that Ye Tian became a late-stage martial warrior in a year. Ye Tian told Galewolf that he was lucky. He asked Galewolf if he can join his team. Galewolf immediately accepted Ye Tian's request. He told Ye Tian that he is welcome to join his team. Ye Tian asked Galewolf to take care of him. Galewolf asked Ye Tian to work hard. The archer who appears to be a lady tells Ye Tian that it is assuring to have another late-stage martial warrior in the team. Ye Tian felt awkward when he heard this. The scene shifts and we see the team in the abandoned area. This area is their mission area. According to the map given to them, there are only weak-tier monsters in the area. Galewolf asked his team to be careful. He asked them to prioritize their safety above anything else. He warned them to not recklessly charge ahead. While Galewolf was talking to his teammates, monsters were running towards them. Ye Tian sensed the presence of the monsters. He told Galewolf that something is coming for them at an incredible speed. Before Galewolf and his teammates could react, 5 wolf monsters surrounded them. Galewolf asked his teammates not to panic. He called the monsters appetizers. He told his teammates that he will take care of the front. He asked Ye Tian to take care of the back. He asked the rest of his team to provide support when necessary. Ye Tian brought out his sword and asked Galewolf to leave the back to him. After staring the monsters in the eye, Galewolf asked Ye Tian to start the fight. Ye Tian listened to Galewolf's order. He ran to attack the monsters. The monsters also ran towards Ye Tian. Ye Tian killed one of the monsters with his sword and then he moved back. When the second monster came close to him, it tried to bite him. Ye Tian used his leg to kick the monster away from himself. The monster flew back. The monster tried to get up and regain its strength. Unfortunately for it, Ye Tian closed the distance between them and stabbed it. After Ye Tian killed the monsters, Galewolf clapped for him. He told Ye Tian that he is awesome. He pointed at the monsters which he killed and told Ye Tian that he was a bit slow. He told Ye Tian that he killed 3 monsters. Ye Tian smiled when he heard this. The only reason he killed 2 monsters was because he did not want to reveal his strength. The archer commended Ye Tian on his kills. She told him that she is liking him more. Another teammate asked Galewolf to stop acting cocky. He told his captain that Ye Tian is quite impressive to be able to do such things at a young age. Galewolf yelled at his teammate. He told him that he wanted to enjoy the glory for a while. The teammate apologized to Galewolf. Ye Tian was surprised to see how the team behaved. While looking at the monsters' corpses, a team member told the rest if the team that the wolves would have had a better chance against them if they had attacked them in the valley. The man did not understand why the wolves rushed to attack them. Ye Tian told the man that the wolves must have been forced to attack. The man did not understand what Ye Tian was saying. With a serious look on his face, Galewolf told his teammate that there are stronger monsters in this area. The wolves had no choice but to run. The man became terrified when he heard this. He believed that they could not survive in this area. Another teammate placed his hand on the shoulder and asked him not to worry. He told the man that they have 2 late-stage martial warriors, and there are 3 mid-stage martial warriors. In order to calm his teammate, Galewolf brought out a walkie-talkie. The man was shocked to see this. He realized this was the Lin family's property. Galewolf told his teammates that the Lin family gave it to each captain. He told his teammates that he can use the walkie-talkie to call for support when they are in danger. With a smile on his face, Galewolf told his teammates that they can go all out without fear. Galewolf's teammate became relieved when he heard this. The group continued their journey. After walking for a while, Galewolf sensed the presence of a monster in the area. He quickly asked his teammates to halt. Ye Tian realized that the monster was on a building. He asked Galewolf to look up. When the team looked up, they saw a huge monster looking at them from a building. According to the status window which Ye Tian saw, this monster is a fire-breathing lizard, and it has a low-tier fire talent. While the group was looking at the monster, the lizard gathered energy in its mouth. Ye Tian immediately realized that the monster was about to use its fire talent. The monster launched its attack on the team. The group was able to dodge the attack. The monster jumped down from the building and stood in front of the team. Gale Wolf's teammates brought out their weapons and asked Gale Wolf to leave the monster to them. Gale Wolf could tell that the lizard was a low-tier monster thanks to its aura. He asked his teammates to be careful of its fire talent. After hearing what their captain said, the rest of the team rushed to attack the lizard. Ye Tian became worried when he saw this. He asked Gale Wolf if his teammates will be okay. Gale Wolf told Ye Tian that the lizard is just a low-tier monster. He asked Ye Tian not to worry about his teammates. After fighting for a while, we see that Gale Wolf's teammates have defeated the monster. Gale Wolf congratulated them on their victory. The archer told Gale Wolf that they were only able to defeat the lizard because the two men were quite capable. The teammate which the archer was holding told her that they could not have one if she did not distract the lizard with her arrows. The other man said that a low-tier monster is too weak. He said that it was easy for them to kill the monster. He told Gale Wolf that he would not mind fighting a few more monsters. Immediately he said this, something launched an attack on him. Before the attack could hit him, Ye Tian grabbed his leg and moved him out of the way. Gale Wolf was surprised to see that there were more monsters in the area. He realized that the monsters must be fire-breathing lizards thanks to the attack. Ye Tian glared at the monsters. He was surprised to see their number. The man who was almost attacked was terrified to see more monsters. He could not believe that there was 3 more lizards. Gale Wolf picked up his walkie-talkie and tried to call teams near Zone C. He requested for backup through his walkie-talkie, but unfortunately no one replied. Gale Wolf was annoyed to see this. He could not believe that the martial artists ignored him. One of the team members tells Gale Wolf that they overestimated the Lin family. He told his captain that the Lin family does not care about their lives. Gale Wolf called the Lin family bastards. Gale Wolf believed that the Lin family was the right family that would help him and his team. He never expected the Lin family to be so heartless. Gale Wolf realized that the Lin high base is rotten to the core. He used his hand to crush his useless walkie-talkie. Gale Wolf took out his sword and asked his team to run away. He told them that he will hold the monsters off. Gale Wolf's teammate was shocked to hear this. He reminded their captain that he is their brother. He told Gale Wolf that he must leave with them. Gale Wolf turned around and glared at his teammates. He asked them to obey his order. His teammates were shocked to see how he behaved. The teammate who was scared quickly started running. As he ran forward, he called the rest of them idiots for waiting. He told them that they are going to die. The other members of the team were shocked to see this. The other man in the team was annoyed to see the newcomer running. He told Gale Wolf that newcomers are always unreliable. The man said that he will kill the deserter if he survives. Gale Wolf placed his hand on Ye Tian's shoulder. He asked Ye Tian to run away. Gale Wolf believed that it would be a shame for someone as talented as Ye Tian to die in such a place. He asked Ye Tian to run away with his teammates. The other man asked Ye Tian to run away. He told Ye Tian that he is still new to their team, so he does not need to sacrifice himself. The archer asked Ye Tian to not waste his bright future. Ye Tian smiled when he saw how worried the team was. He told them that he will run, but he will only run forward. Immediately Ye Tian said this. He walked towards the monsters. As he walked towards them, he released his energy. Gale Wolf was shocked to see this. He could not believe that Ye Tian had the aura of an elite martial warrior. He realized that Ye Tian was hiding his strength. The other teammates could not believe what they were seeing. When Ye Tian got close to the monsters, one of them launched a fireball at Ye Tian. Ye Tian used his sword to cut the fireball into 2. Ye Tian did not want to reveal his true strength, but Gale Wolf's team would have been wiped out if he did not. Ye Tian knew that Gale Wolf could easily escape with his strength, and yet he decided to stay back and fight. Ye Tian jumped and rushed to attack the first lizard. The lizard opened its mouth and tried to bite Ye Tian. Ye Tian dodged its mouth and used his sword to behead the lizard. The other 2 lizards surrounded Ye Tian. Immediately he killed one of them. As Ye Tian fought the monsters, he realized that he would have been a horrible person if he did not help Gale Wolf and his team. Ye Tian wondered if there is any difference between him and the Emo family. Ye Tian did not want to be a ruthless person who did not value human life. The 2 lizards decided to attack Ye Tian with a fireball. As the fireballs came closer to him, Ye Tian used his sword to cut a building in half. The building fell and helped him to block the attack. Ye Tian was not bothered with the fact that he revealed his true strength. He believed that Captain Galewolf would not get him in trouble. The archer was amazed with Ye Tian's strength. She could not believe that an elite martial warrior would be so powerful. After blocking the attack, Ye Tian quickly closed the gap between himself and the lizards. When he got close to the lizards, he used a technique called Shadow Blade to attack them. The attack made hundreds of cuts on the lizards' bodies. The lizards screamed in pain as they were receiving the cuts. After screaming for a while, the lizards fell to the ground and died. Galewolf was shocked to see what happened. He realized that Ye Tian is strong enough to be among the top people of the Linhai base. Galewolf could not believe someone so young could have such strength. The deserter who ran away from the area got attacked by wolves. The man screamed for help. The other man in the team hears the deserter screaming. He told Galewolf that the newcomer is in danger. Galewolf asked the man to ignore him. He told the man that the newcomer was foolish to think that he could escape from the area alone. Ye Tian picked up his bag and told Galewolf that the road is clear. He told Galewolf that he plans to continue going forward, with a terrifying aura surrounding him. Ye Tian asked Galewolf if he is going to stop here, or he will continue to move forward. Galewolf and his teammates were surprised to see the aura around Ye Tian. Galewolf told Ye Tian that his team always sticks together no matter what. Ye Tian smiled when he heard this. In the next scene, we see the archer tying the bald man's hand. The man told the archer that she tied the cloth too hard. The archer asked the man to stop complaining. She told him that he is not supposed to be injured when it was Ye Tian that did everything. While Ye Tian was standing on top of a building, Galewolf thanked him for taking his team far into the area. Ye Tian smiled when he heard Galewolf. He jumped down from the building in order to meet Galewolf. He told Galewolf that they will need to go their separate ways now. Galewolf was surprised to hear this. He asked Ye Tian if he wants to continue going into the area. Ye Tian told Galewolf that he has to go further in. The bald man told Galewolf that it will not be smart for them to continue their mission. He told Galewolf that things are already difficult for them in their current zone. Ye Tian told the team that it will be better for them to return to the base first. He told them that he will go alone. Galewolf was confident in Ye Tian's abilities. He knew that Ye Tian could survive in this place, but he still tried to stop him. Ye Tian asked Galewolf to not worry. He told him that he will be fine. As Ye Tian walked forward, Galewolf told him that it will be better for them to discuss more before doing anything. Seeing that Ye Tian was not responding to his captain, the bald man asked Galewolf if they should follow Ye Tian. Galewolf told the man that they will only hold Ye Tian back if they follow him. He told him that Ye Tian does not need anybody with his current strength. As Ye Tian walked past the monsters he killed, he contemplates about his healing talent. Ye Tian wanted to test how strong his healing talent is before he met stronger opponents from different families. The scene shifts and we see Ye Tian arrive at an area where the buildings were covered with fire. Ye Tian noticed that the area was smelling bad. He immediately blocked his nose with his hand. This place is the nest of the fire-breathing lizards. While Ye Tian was looking around, he noticed that the ground was trembling. Ye Tian did not know what was going on. He quickly jumped. The moment Ye Tian jumped, something came out of the ground. A gigantic hand came out of the ground and attacked Ye Tian. Ye Tian flew back when he received a punch to the face. He quickly put himself together and rushed to attack the hand. As Ye Tian came close to the hand, he brought out his sword. The gigantic hand tried to squash Ye Tian when he came close to it. Ye Tian dodged this attack and moved back. The monster which the hand belonged to jumped out of the ground and landed in front of Ye Tian. Ye Tian became excited when he saw the monster. He believed that it was a perfect monster that could help him test his healing talent. The monster's eyes glowed. The monster opened its mouth and gathered energy in it. Ye Tian was surprised to see this. Before Ye Tian could do anything, the monster attacked him with a large fireball. Ye Tian flew back and crashed into a building. Captain Galewolf and his teammates saw the explosion that occurred in the area which Ye Tian was fighting in. Galewolf became worried about Ye Tian. The area was covered in smoke after the lizard attacked Ye Tian. When the smoke cleared up, we see Ye Tian smiling even though his clothes were torn. Ye Tian was happy to see that the king of the fire-breathing lizards was so powerful. As Ye Tian walked up to the monster, he told the lizard to fight with all its strength. As if the lizard understood Ye Tian, it attacked him with another intense fireball. Ye Tian's body got pressed to the ground. As Ye Tian slowly stood up, he became curious. Ye Tian wanted to see if he could kill the lizard before it burns him to death. Ye Tian picked up his sword and took a stance. He rushed to attack the monster. The moment Ye Tian came face to face with the lizard, he used his sword to attack the lizard. The lizard also attacked Ye Tian with a fireball. The impact of the two attacks created a large explosion. The scene shifts and we see Gale Wolf and his teammates heading into the area. The bald man told Gale Wolf that the fire in the area has been burning for an hour. He asked his captain if Ye Tian will still be alive. Gale Wolf told the man that he does not know. He told the man that they cannot predict battles of such caliber. While Gale Wolf's team were doing their best to pass through the area, we see Ye Tian resting on the monster's body. While breathing heavily, Ye Tian said that he won the bet. Ye Tian felt exhausted after the fight ended. He noticed that his healing talent takes a lot of his stamina. Ye Tian remembered that he was sitting on top of a mid-tier beast. He decided to use the monster blood to recover his stamina. He stood up and cut the monster open with his hand. Immediately, he cut the monster. He drank some of its blood. He sat in a lotus position and began to cultivate. When Gale Wolf and his teammates arrived at Ye Tian's location, they noticed that the fight had ended. The bald man saw someone coming towards them. He pointed at the person and alerted his captain. The person who was walking towards them turns out to be Ye Tian. Ye Tian was surprised to see Gale Wolf and his teammates. He asked Gale Wolf about why he came into the area. With a smile on his face, Gale Wolf told Ye Tian that he was worried about him. He told Ye Tian that he needed to see him even though he could not help him. Gale Wolf noticed that Ye Tian's clothes were burnt by flames. He told Ye Tian that he has some extra pair of clothes. Gale Wolf gave Ye Tian the clothes. After Ye Tian put on the clothes, the archer apologized to him. She told him that they do not have any smaller clothes. Ye Tian asked her not to worry. He thanked her for giving him some clothes. Ye Tian was happy to see that some people were actually worried about him. After checking out the bodies of the monsters which Ye Tian killed, the bald man asked Gale Wolf about what they should do with the lizards. Gale Wolf told the man that the monsters belong to Ye Tian. He told the man that Ye Tian will decide what he wants to do with them. Ye Tian asked Gale Wolf to take the monster's body. He told Gale Wolf that most of the monsters in the area have ran away because of the fight he had. Gale Wolf was reluctant to accept Ye Tian's request. Gale Wolf's teammates were shocked to see the amount of monsters which Ye Tian killed. The bald man told the archer that taking so many monsters might be what kills them. Ye Tian told Gale Wolf to leave the bodies of the lizards for now. He told Gale Wolf to first take care of the king of lizards. Gale Wolf was surprised to hear this. He did not know what Ye Tian was talking about. He asked Ye Tian if he is not going to join them in taking the monsters back to the base. Ye Tian told him that he cannot follow them. As Ye Tian walked forward, Gale Wolf asked him to tell him where he is going. Ye Tian turned around and told Gale Wolf that he is going to the Mighty Ants area. Gale Wolf was shocked to hear this. He could not believe that Ye Tian would actually go to such a dangerous place. Gale Wolf had heard that the Mighty Ant area was the most difficult area in the mission. Gale Wolf knew that a single Mighty Ant was hard to defeat. He could not believe that Ye Tian was going to a nest filled with the ants. Gale Wolf watched as Ye Tian ran forward. He knew that it was hard for a great martial warrior to escape a mighty ant's nest. He hoped that Ye Tian would survive in the nest. After running for a while, Ye Tian landed at the top of a building. When Ye Tian looked down from the building, he noticed that all the big forces had gathered in the area. The people in the area were the Emo family, the Lin family, and another group led by an old man with an eye patch. Ye Tian was surprised to see the old man. He did not know which family the man came from. This old man is Elder Qing. He is a great martial warrior from the Iron Fong base. Elder Qing quickly sensed Ye Tian's presence in the area. He asked Ye Tian to come out of hiding. Ye Tian was surprised to see how sharp the old man was. Elder Qing asked his men to capture Ye Tian. Ye Tian realized that it will be stupid for him to run away. He believed that it will be better for him to be captured because he wanted to join the armed forces. Elder Qing's men brought Ye Tian in front of their master. Elder Qing was surprised to see that Ye Tian was an elite martial warrior. He asked Ye Tian about his identity and his purpose for spying on them. With a smile on his face, Ye Tian told the elder that he is a martial artist from the Linhai base. He told the elder that he came to assist them with the big mission. Elder Qing asked his men to release Ye Tian. He asked the people in the area to tell him which family Ye Tian belongs to. He asked them to tell him why Ye Tian is alone. The martial artists in the area told Elder Qing that they did not know Ye Tian. Elder Qing found this odd. He believed that Ye Tian would be popular since he is already an elite martial warrior at a young age. He asked Ye Tian to tell him why no one recognizes him even though he is an elite martial warrior. Before Ye Tian could answer the elder, Ming steps up to defend him. He told Elder Qing that he recognizes Ye Tian. He placed his hand on Ye Tian's shoulder and told Elder Qing that Ye Tian belongs to the Lin family. Ye Tian was shocked to hear this. He realized that Ming accepted him into his family because he heard that he was an elite martial warrior. Ye Tian believed that the Lin family was much smarter than the Emo family. Ming asked Ye Tian to return to his group. Ye Tian obeyed Ming's order. Ming was happy to see that he got an elite martial warrior for free. While Ye Tian was standing with the Lin family, someone looks at him with a telescope. This person turns out to be Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was annoyed to see that the Lin family was trying to take Ye Tian as their own. She turned around and told her mistress that the Lin family is being silly. With a smile on her face, Yuling told Xiaoyu that Ye Tian can only belong to the martial pavilion. In the next scene, we see the different groups moving towards the ant's nest. While everyone was walking forward, Ye Tian contemplates on the fact that everyone now knows that he is an elite martial warrior. Ye Tian realized that it will be hard for him to continue increasing his strength in secret. While Ye Tian was saddened by this fact, he was certain that he had enough strength to defend himself. After walking for a while, Elder Qing asked everyone to stop moving. Immediately he said this. A ball of light appeared in front of him. A man came out of the light and told Elder Qing that he has finished setting up the formation. He told the elder that everything is ready. Elder Qing looked up and saw the mighty ant's nest. Ye Tian became excited when he saw the nest. He was happy to see that he was getting closer to his goal. Elder Qing commended the man on his work. He asked the man to return to his position. Elder Qing walked forward and asked everyone to step back. The martial artists became curious about the old man's skill when they heard this. Elder Qing put his hand together and circulated energy around them. Immediately he did this. A huge magic circle appeared above the ant's nest. Elder Qing placed his hand on the ground and another magic circle appeared below him. Immediately the magic circle appeared. Elder Qing asked it to break. When Elder Qing said this, the magic circle which was above the ant's nest began to release a huge amount of fireballs on the nest. This spell is called Flame Shower. Ming was surprised to see what was happening. He realized that Elder Qing is a formation master. He could not believe that the Iron Fong base had such a master. Ye Tian was surprised to see the scale of the attack. He assured himself that he would one day copy the talent of a formation master. Xiaoyu told her mistress that Elder Qing is crazy. She could not believe that Elder Qing would use such an expensive formation. Yuling told her assistant that the Iron Fong base has its own plans. Yuling told Xiaoyu that the Iron Fong base are trying to use a single flame shower to oppress the Linhai base. After a while, the anthill began to crumble. The soldiers were shocked to see this. They assumed that Elder Qing already destroyed all the monsters in the area. The area had different giant holes in the ground. The soldiers did not see any mighty ant bodies. They ran into the field to check. Ye Tian began to look around. He realized he could not find any mighty ants in the area. Ye Tian was annoyed to see this. He knew that he had to find a complete ant before he can copy its talent. Yuling looked at the situation from afar. She believed that the formation which Elder Qing used was good, but it was unnecessary. Yuling knew that Elder Qing had disturbed something that he should have not disturbed. While the martial artists of each family was looking around, a man decided to look into one of the holes. The man saw something that terrified him. Before the man could do anything, the ant jumped out of the hole and attacked him. When the ant landed on the ground, it screamed and released a unique energy. Zhang Qing and En were shocked to see a mighty ant. They assumed that Elder Qing's attack already eliminated all the monsters in the area. While everyone was panicking, Ye Tian smiled. He was happy to see that his plans were still intact. More mighty ants came out of different holes. The soldiers were shocked to see this. Elder Qing asked his men to prepare for battle. Ming ordered his men to follow him into battle. Immediately he said this. The martial artists began their attack. Ye Tian wielded his sword and rushed to attack the monsters. As two martial artists were fighting a mighty ant, Ye Tian assisted them by helping them kill the monster with a slash. After killing the monster, the martial artists ran forward. Upon seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Ye Tian placed his hand on the body of the ant and copied its talent. A black energy surrounded his body the moment he copied the talent. The system asked Ye Tian if he wants to fuse his new talent right now. Immediately the system asked him this question. Some ants noticed that Ye Tian was alone. Ye Tian decided not to fuse the talent right now. He hoped to do it later in a safe place. Ye Tian picked up his sword and rushed to attack. He used a technique called Shadow Blade to cut the monsters into pieces. Immediately, Ye Tian was done with the monsters in front of him. A different monster woke up in the hole. When the monster opened its eyes, it emitted a powerful energy that suppressed the martial artists in the area. Elder Qing smiled when he felt this energy. He realized that the monster is a high-tier monster. The monster brought its leg out of the ground and fully climbed out of the hole. The martial artists in the area were shocked to see a high-tier beast. This monster looked much different from the other ants. Its body had a golden color. The martial artists quickly start running. Zhang Qing and In also followed the other soldiers. Ming was annoyed to see how fast the Mo family members could run. He told his soldiers that it is time for them to retreat. Yu Ling watched as hundreds of martial artists ran for their lives. She called the martial artists a bunch of losers. After saying this, she told Xiaoyu that they also have to leave too. Xiaoyu reminded her mistress that Ye Tian was still on the battlefield. With a smile on her face, Yu Ling told her assistant that Ye Tian will make it out. While the martial artists were running, one of them asked the rest about the great martial warrior that came with them. The man told his colleagues that a great martial warrior should have been able to fight the high-tier beast. A martial artist told the man that a mighty ant has a strength talent. He told the other man that the combat power of a high-tier ant, which is enhanced by its strength talent, is par on with that of a Grandmaster. The other martial artist told the man that Elder Qing was the first to run among the great warriors. When the martial artists looked in front of them, they saw Elder Qing. The martial artists could not believe that they were betrayed by their leaders. Ye Tian was not surprised to see this. He never trusted any of the big shots. As Ye Tian ran at the top of his speed, the golden ant began to suck the martial artists into its mouth. The martial artists screamed as they were eaten by the monster. The golden ant released a dark mist into the air. The moment it did this, the martial artists began to fall. They felt like the air had become heavy. The martial artists began to choke. When Ye Tian saw this, he increased his speed. Ye Tian realized that the dark mist is a suppressor. He knew that he had to get out of this place if he wanted to survive. Ye Tian ran with all his strength. He was fortunate enough to escape the ant's domain. Ye Tian knew that the golden ant was going to take its time to kill the martial artists. He decided to quickly leave the area. On his way to a safe place, Ye Tian saw the bones of a monster. He quickly realized that this was the bones of a monster which Galewolf and his team took care of. Ye Tian was surprised to see how well Galewolf and his team took care of the monster. He was impressed with their skill. Ye Tian jumped to the top of a building. At the top of the building, he saw the sun rising. Ye Tian was surprised to see how beautiful the sunrise was. He sat down and opened his status window. The system asked him if he wants to fuse his high-tier strength talent. Ye Tian decided to accept this deal. Immediately the fusion began. Ye Tian felt extreme pain all over his body. While fusing his new talent, Ye Tian thinks about the fact that absolute power is important. Ye Tian believed that absolute power is the only way for anyone to compete with the big shots. Hours later, we see Ye Tian get up and tear his clothes. With a large amount of energy circulating in his body, Ye Tian said that it is time for him to head home. The scene shifts and we see Ye Tian cultivating at home. Ye Tian was surprised to see the effects of his strength talent. His strength talent gave him 10 times of his normal strength. Ye Tian realized that with his current strength he could face a great martial warrior who just stepped into the realm. Yi was annoyed to see her brother cultivating. She told him that he always sits like a statue when he returns from a trip. Ye Tian did not respond to his sister. Yi was annoyed to see this. She assumed that Ye Tian was acting high and mighty. She asked Ye Tian to talk to her. Ye Tian did not say anything. Yi could not believe that her brother was ignoring her. She told Ye Tian to not blame her for her next action. Yi walked into the kitchen and picked up a salt jar. With a devious look on her face, she began to pour salt into the food she was cooking. After Ye Tian finished cultivating, Yi served him different dishes. Ye Tian was shocked to see so much food. Yi told her brother that she made the food for him because he is always working hard whenever he goes on a mission. Ye Tian was touched by Yi's words. With a smile on his face, Ye Tian told his sister that he will finish the food. Before Ye Tian could touch any of the dishes, he hears someone ring his doorbell. Ye Tian stood up to check who was at the door. Yu panicked when she saw her brother stand up. She asked him to taste the food before he checks the door. When Ye Tian opened his door, he saw someone unexpected. Ye Tian saw Captain Galewolf standing at his doorstep with a green bag at his back. Galewolf greeted Ye Tian with a bright smile on his face. Ye Tian allowed Galewolf to step into his house. He asked Galewolf to tell him the reason for his visit. Gale Wolf told Ye Tian that he came to give him his share of the loot. Gale Wolf opened his bag to show Ye Tian the loot which he brought. Ye Tian was surprised to hear that Gale Wolf visited him for such a reason. He told Gale Wolf that it is better he shares it among his team. Gale Wolf gave Ye Tian the bag. He told Ye Tian that his team has already taken their share. Ye Tian forcefully accepted the loot. Ye Tian asked Gale Wolf to eat with him. He told Gale Wolf that he has something to ask him. Gale Wolf gladly accepted Ye Tian's offer. He told Ye Tian that the food looks delicious. Gale Wolf easily gobbled down Ye Yu's food. He could not believe that the food would taste so great. He told Ye Tian that it has been a long time since he had tasty homemade food. Ye Tian asked Gale Wolf to enjoy the food. He told him that he is not very hungry. Immediately he said this. Ye Tian took his resources to his room. Ye Yu asked Gale Wolf if the food is not salty. Gale Wolf told her that the food is actually bland. He told her that she should have added more salt. Ye was shocked to hear this. She realized that Gale Wolf was not a normal person. While eating some fruits, Gale Wolf sat down to talk to Ye Tian. He told Ye Tian to tell him his question. Ye Tian told Gale Wolf that he has been training at home for a while. He asked Gale Wolf about the progress of the monster cleaning mission. Captain Gale Wolf told Ye Tian that both the Lin Hai base and the Iron Fong base have greatly suffered. Ye Tian was surprised to hear this. He asked Gale Wolf if he is sure about the news. Gale Wolf revealed to Ye Tian that 3 great martial warriors and 50 elite martial warriors have died. Ye Tian asked Gale Wolf if the great martial warriors died fighting the mighty ants. Gale Wolf told Ye Tian that he is correct. He told him that great martial warriors were chosen to fight the mighty ant after the first raid failed. Unfortunately, this martial artist failed too. Gale Wolf told Ye Tian that the Iron Fong base got angry, so they sent a Grandmaster to kill the mighty ants. Ye Tian was shocked to hear this. He asked Gale Wolf if the trade route is now free. Gale Wolf told him that it is. He told Ye Tian that he does not understand the intentions of the Iron Fong base. He asked Ye Tian if it is smart for the Iron Fong base to go through so much trouble because of a trade route. Ye Tian realized that Gale Wolf was right. He began to suspect the Iron Fong's movements. The scene shifts, and we see Ye Tian watching Gale Wolf as he leaves. Gale Wolf asked Ye Tian to go back inside. He told him that he did not need to watch him. While Gale Wolf was talking, someone watches Ye Tian from afar. The man walked up to Ye Tian and asked him about his name. The man introduced himself as Emo Yuan. He told Ye Tian that he is the butler of the Emo family. Ye Tian was surprised to hear this. He did not know what business he had with the Emo family. Yuan told Ye Tian that he came to invite him for a meal at the family's mansion. Yuan handed Ye Tian a letter from the Emo family head. Ye Tian told Yuan that he is not interested in leaving his house. Yuan was surprised to hear this. He released his energy and told Ye Tian that no one has ever declined an invitation from the Emo family. Seeing that Yuan released his energy, Gale Wolf tried to calm him down. He told Yuan that they can discuss their issues nicely. Yuan walked up to Ye Tian and placed his hand on his shoulder. He asked Ye Tian to accept the invitation nicely. Ye Tian was annoyed to see Yuan's hand on his clothes. He moved his body and allowed Yuan to slip. Ye Tian used his hand to smash Yuan's head on the ground. Gale Wolf quickly stopped Ye Tian when he saw this. Yuan stood up and ran. As he ran away, he told Ye Tian that he will pay for what he did. The 2 men watched Yuan as he ran away. Gale Wolf told Ye Tian that he should have not provoked Yuan. Ye Tian asked Gale Wolf not to worry. He told him that he will be fine. Ye Tian looked at his fist. He was surprised to see that he easily took care of Yuan without using a lot of his strength. Ye Tian realized that his strength talent was extraordinary. The scene shifts, and we see Yuan tearing the letter which he was supposed to give Ye Tian. With a look of anger on his face, Yuan promised to make Ye Tian suffer for what he did. In the next scene, we are taken to the Emo family's mansion. We see a man sitting on a chair while someone was standing in front of him. The man sitting on the chair was Zhang Qing, while the men were waiting for their servant. Yuan runs in. He knelt down and begged the man who appears to be the patriarch of the Emo family. The patriarch did not understand why his butler was begging him. He asked Yuan to tell him what happened. The patriarch's name is Emo Tsangsheng. He is an elite martial warrior and the son of Zhang Qing. Yuan told his master that he delivered the letter to Ye Tian in a respectful manner. He told him that Ye Tian asked him to get lost after hearing the Emo family name. Tsangsheng was shocked to hear this. He could not believe that Ye Tian did not fear their family's name. Yuan told his master that Ye Tian tore the invite which he handwrote. He told him that Ye Tian also injured him. Tsangsheng was annoyed to hear this. He released his energy and pushed everything away from him. He could not believe that Ye Tian did not appreciate his kindness. While Song Shang was releasing his energy, he hears his father cough out loud. Song Shang quickly rushed to help his father. Zhang Qing told his son that he is fine. Song Shang asked Yuan to leave the room. Song Shang brought out a pill and handed it to his father. He asked his father to take his medication. Zhang Qing took the pill and drank some water. He told his son that he was forced to use his secret arts to escape when he fought the mighty ants. He told Song Shang that he accidentally damaged his core while he was trying to escape. He revealed to Song Shang that he will never be able to heal his core. Song Shang tried to encourage his father. He told him that things will get better. Zhang Qing stood up and told his son that he knows his body better than anyone. He told Song Shang that the Emo family will no longer have a great martial warrior once he dies. While looking outside his window, Zhang Qing told his son that it will be a devastating catastrophe if they do not have a great martial warrior. Song Shang told his father that Ye Tian might be waiting to get an invitation from the Lin family. Zhang Qing told his son that they must get Ye Tian no matter what. With a terrifying look on his face, Zhang Qing told Song Shang that they will have to capture him if they cannot invite him. Song Shang told his father that Ye Tian will always have the Yi surname even if he joins them. He told him that Ye Tian might not genuinely serve them. Zhang Qing brought out an elixir and told his son that the elixir will make Ye Tian serve them. Zhang Qing told Song Shang that the elixir has the ability to remove one's will. Zhang Qing wanted to use the elixir on Ye Tian when he visited their mansion. He told his son that they will need to use the elixir ahead of time. Zhang Qing gave the elixir to his son and asked him to store it well. Song Shang was surprised to see that such an elixir existed. Zhang Qing poured himself a bottle of wine. He told his son to give Ye Tian a brand new identity after brainwashing him. He told his son to tell Ye Tian that he is his illegitimate child. Song Shang was surprised to hear this. Zhang Qing told him that Ye Tian will be able to change his surname and join their family. Zhang Qing asked his son not to worry. He told Song Qing that Ye Tian cannot take his place as family head. He told Song Shang that he can also be Ye Tian's father if he wants to. Zhang Qing told his son that any method works as long as Ye Tian changes his surname. With a smile on his face, Song Shang told his father that he was not bothered. He told Zhang Qing that he was only worried about his reputation. Zhang Qing sat on his chair and ordered his son to execute the mission immediately. Song Shang knelt in front of his father and told him that he will give the mission to the 10 great elders. He told his father that Ye Tian will not be able to do anything in front of the elders. The scene shifts, and we see the 10 great elders running to Ye Tian's house. One of the elders stepped into Ye Tian's house and reported it through his earpiece. The leader of the elders ordered the man to simply capture Ye Tian's sister and force Ye Tian into surrendering. The man accepted the order. The leader told the man that he and the rest of the elders are standing outside and waiting to ambush anyone. He asked the man to report if he notices anything strange. The man went into a room and saw someone wrapped in a sheet on the bed. He told his leader that he has seen the target. His leader asked him to take Yu. The man stretched out his hand and tried to remove the sheet. Before the man could touch the sheet, the person sleeping threw it at him. The man quickly brings out his sword and cut the sheet in half. Immediately the man cuts the sheet. Someone grabs his neck and began to choke him. This person turns out to be Ye Tian. With a smile on his face, Ye Tian told the man that he has been waiting for him for a long time. While Ye Tian was choking the man, the leader asked the man if he has captured Yu. Ye Tian choked the man to death and dropped his body. While the man was on the floor, the leader tried to contact him. The leader asked the second elder to respond to him. Ye Tian picked up the earpiece and told the leader that he has captured the second elder. He told the man that he will return the second elder to them. The leader was shocked to hear Ye Tian's voice. He did not recognize it. He asked Ye Tian for his identity. Ye Tian told the leader that he should do his best to catch the second elder. Immediately he said this. Ye Tian threw the second elder out from his window. The second elder's body got smashed on the ground. One of the elder who was on Ye Tian's building was shocked to see this. He asked his teammates to tell him what is happening. When the other elders checked the second elder's body, they noticed that he was no longer breathing. The leader asked the other elders to be careful. He told them that Ye Tian must have called for help. Ye Tian found this ironic. He told the elders that no one will defy the Emo family in the Linhai base other than him. The elders were shocked to hear Ye Tian's voice. They asked Ye Tian to come out of hiding. The elders looked around and noticed that there was no one in the open area. When the elders let their guard down, one of the elders saw a green light shine in front of him. Immediately the light shined. Ye Tian cut off his head. With a smile on his face, Ye Tian said that another one has gone down. The elders quickly realized that Ye Tian was using a shadow talent. They assumed that Ye Tian hired a shadow assassin. The elders began to spread out. Unfortunately for them, Ye Tian had a speed talent. He activated this talent and killed 2 elders with his sword. The other elders were shocked to see this. They had never heard of a shadow assassin who had such a crazy speed. Ye Tian noticed that the elders were staring at him. He closed the gap between them and used his sword to tear them apart. While Ye Tian was looking at his opponent's bodies, one of the elders tried to attack him from above. Unfortunately for the elder, Ye Tian easily dodged the attack. The elder was shocked to see how fast Ye Tian was. Before the elder could do anything, Ye Tian used his sword to cut him. After killing the elder, Ye Tian ran forward. When he got close to the rest of the elders, he used his shadow blade technique to tear them apart. While hearing his men scream in pain, the leader asked his subordinates to tell him what is happening. He begged them to respond to him. Ye Tian jumped over his building and ran to meet the leader. When he landed in front of the elders, he quickly got in position. The leader and the other elders were shocked to see Ye Tian. The leader ordered his men to capture Ye Tian. The other elders quickly rushed to attack Ye Tian. When the elders got close to him, Ye Tian took away his sword and clenched his fist. He took a stance and activated his strength talent. Ye Tian took on the attacks of the 2 elders. The elders did not understand what was going on. They did not know how Ye Tian was able to receive both their attacks. Ye Tian used his strength to push the elders back. The 2 elders flew back and smashed their heads on the ground. Ye Tian walked towards the leader. As Ye Tian came closer to him, the leader fell on the ground. He did not understand what was happening. He did not know how an elite martial warrior was able to defeat all the elders. Ye Tian recognized the leader. He asked the man if he is Xiaobei's father. He asked the man if his name is Emo. En quickly took off his mask when he heard Ye Tian call out his name. He told Ye Tian that they can sort their issues amicably. Ye Tian told him that he was the one who killed Xiaobei. Instead of getting angry, En went on his knees and told Ye Tian that Xiaobei got what he deserved. He told Ye Tian that Xiaobei was stupid to offend him. En begged Ye Tian to spare his life. He told Ye Tian that he can give him any amount of money he wants. Ye Tian clenched his fist. His fist released a small bright energy. He apologized to En. He told En that he likes to nip things in the bud. Immediately he said this, he smashed En's head on the ground. Ye Tian took off En's robe. He told En's body that he does not like to let his revenge last till the next day. He told the body that he made a mistake by trying to harm Yu. He told En that he will obliterate his entire family. Ye Tian wore the robe and ran towards the Emo family mansion. The scene shifts and we are taken to the Emo family house. Zhang Qing asked his son to tell him why the 10 great elders have not returned. Song Sheng asked his father not to worry. With a smile on his face, Song Sheng told his father that nothing is impossible for the 10 great elders to achieve in the Linhai base. Immediately Song Sheng said this. Someone throws a weapon at them. Zhang Qing quickly sensed the weapon. He moved back and avoided it. The weapon crashed into the ground. Zhang Qing was shocked to see the attack. He asked the attacker to show his face. Immediately he said this. The attacker dragged the sword from the floor and brought it back to his hand. The attacker turns out to be Ye Tian. Ye Tian told Zhang Qing that he is funny. He told Zhang Qing that it is weird that he does not know him when he was the one who sent people after him. Song Sheng was shocked to see Ye Tian. He asked Ye Tian about the 10 great elders. With a smile on his face, Ye Tian told Song Sheng that he will soon join the elders in hell. Song Sheng was shocked to hear this. Ye Tian rushed to attack Song Sheng. He closed the gap between them and used his sword to slash Song Sheng. Song Sheng screamed in pain and fell to the ground. Zhang Qing quickly ran to his son. He held his child in his hands and screamed his name. Tears flowed from Zhang Qing's eyes and a different energy surrounded him. Zhang Qing called Ye Tian a bastard. Ye Tian quickly recognized the energy around Zhang Qing. He told Zhang Qing that he is using his secret art. Ye Tian recognized the secret art because he saw Zhang Qing use it to escape the mighty ants. Zhang Qing grabbed his hair and told Ye Tian that he will pay for what he did to his son. A lightning sign appeared on his forehead. Zhang Qing's body grew bigger and he ripped his robe apart. Zhang Qing entered his Super Saiyan mode. He told Ye Tian that he will kill him. Zhang Qing rushed to attack Ye Tian. Ye Tian was surprised to see how fast Zhang Qing was. Zhang Qing clenched his fist and punched Ye Tian. When Ye Tian bent his head, Zhang Qing gave him an uppercut that sent him flying. Ye Tian broke the wall and flew outside. He quickly got up and took a stance. Zhang Qing came outside, with lightning surrounding his body. Zhang Qing told Ye Tian that he will not be satisfied even if he scatters his ashes. Upon hearing how loud it was, the guards quickly come to check on their patriarch. They were surprised to see an assassin in the mansion. They quickly surrounded Ye Tian. Ye Tian found it ironic that the guards came after he killed the patriarch. He took a stance and told Zhang Qing that the Emo family is filled with idiots. Zhang Qing asked his guards to kill Ye Tian. Ye Tian and the guards rushed to attack each other. Ye Tian used his shadow blade to cut through the guards. Zhang Qing could not believe what he was seeing. He realized that Ye Tian had the combat power of a great martial warrior. Ye Tian told Zhang Qing that he wants to see how long his secret arts will last. Immediately he said this, he and Zhang Qing rushed to attack each other. As the two men got close to each other, Zhang Qing brought out a huge sword. He used the sword to attack Ye Tian. Ye Tian easily blocked the attack with his sword. While Ye Tian and Zhang Qing were fighting, two men wearing a robe see the impact of the fight from a tree. Upon seeing the scale of the fight, one of the men asked if someone is fighting a great martial warrior. The man said that the great martial warrior is very strong. The man asked the other man, who appears to be his young master, if he should take a look at the fight. The young master smiled when he heard this. He asked the man, whose name is Elder Zhe, to be patient. The man took off his hood and told Elder Zhe that he wants to see how everything will unfold. The man turns out to be Ming, the current head of the Lin family. Ye Tian used his sword to push Zhang Qing back. Zhang Qing quickly put himself together and rushed to attack Ye Tian. The two men furiously attacked each other. Zhang Qing was shocked to see that Ye Tian was fast enough to block his attacks. Ye Tian took a stance and made a large cut on Zhang Qing's body. Zhang Qing spat out some blood when Ye Tian cut him. Instead of falling, Zhang Qing grit his teeth and stood his ground. He tried to attack Ye Tian with his sword. Before Zhang Qing's sword could touch him, Ye Tian moved back and avoided the attack. Zhang Qing was shocked to see this. He could not believe that Ye Tian was able to avoid such a close-range attack. Ye Tian moved back and took a stance. Zhang Qing realized that he was wasting his energy. He decided to run to the Lin family in order to get help. Zhang Qing believed that this was the best course of action because his secret art might run out any time. Ye Tian decided to taunt Zhang Qing. With a smile on his face, Ye Tian called Zhang Qing an old man and asked him not to give up yet. Zhang Qing materialized a can in his hand. With a smile on his face, Zhang Qing threw the can at Ye Tian. That can release smoke. Immediately he threw it. Ye Tian was surprised to see that Zhang Qing used a smoke bomb. When the smoke began to clear up, Ye Tian noticed that Zhang Qing was no longer in front of him. He realized that Zhang Qing was trying to escape. Ye Tian quickly activated his speed talent and ran after Zhang Qing. Zhang Qing was shocked to see that Ye Tian was getting closer to him. Ye Tian quickly closed the gap between himself and Zhang Qing. Ye Tian appeared in front of Zhang Qing and asked him to tell him where he is going. Zhang Qing was annoyed to see Ye Tian in front of him. He realized that Ye Tian has a speed talent. Zhang Qing decided to turn back around. Ye Tian smiled when he saw Zhang Qing turning around. He decided to play Zhang Qing's game with him. Ye Tian ran after Zhang Qing. As Zhang Qing ran forward, he began to have a headache. Zhang Qing realized that his secret arts is about to end. While doing his best to run forward, the lightning mark on his head disappeared and his secret arts ended. Zhang Qing crashed on the ground. Zhang Qing tried to stand up and put himself together, but his attempt failed. This is because the secret arts drained too much energy from him. Ye Tian walked up to Zhang Qing. He told him that the era of the Emo family is over. Ye Tian told Zhang Qing to enjoy his reunion with his family in hell. Zhang Qing began to tremble when he saw Ye Tian. He called Ye Tian young master. Ye Tian was surprised to hear this. Zhang Qing began to beg Ye Tian. He asked Ye Tian to spare his life. He told Ye Tian that he will give him his most valuable treasure. Ye Tian was surprised to see Zhang Qing begging. He remembered that Emo also begged him in a similar way. Ye Tian asked Zhang Qing to bring out the treasure. Zhang Qing gathered his energy and materialized a red ball. He asked Ye Tian to accept the ball. Zhang Qing smiled as he saw Ye Tian coming closer. Immediately he smiled. The ball released a large amount of blades. Ye Tian immediately jumped when he saw the blades. While he was in the air, Ye Tian used his sword to destroy the blades that came close to him. After taking care of the blades, Ye Tian landed on the ground. Ye Tian was surprised to see that Zhang Qing still had another attack hidden. He told Zhang Qing that all the Emo family members are despicable people who use lowly means to win. Immediately he said this. Ye Tian noticed that he had a cut on his face. Zhang Qing laughed when he saw the cut. He told Ye Tian that each of the blades have lethal poison on them. Zhang Qing believed that it was over for Ye Tian. Unfortunately for him, Ye Tian simply used his healing talent to remove the wound. Zhang Qing was shocked to see this. He believed that Ye Tian only had a speed talent. He never expected Ye Tian to have other talents. Zhang Qing asked Ye Tian to tell him the amount of talents he has. Ye Tian picked up one of the poison blades. He threw the blade at Zhang Qing. The blade pierced through Zhang Qing's heart as Zhang Qing was screaming in pain. Ye Tian told him that he can ask the devil his questions when he gets to hell. The scene shifts and we see Gale Wolf on top of a building. Gale Wolf did not understand why Ye Tian would be so late. Gale Wolf did not enjoy the fact that he had to watch over Ye Tian's sister. While Gale Wolf was talking, Ye Tian asked him to stop complaining. Gale Wolf was surprised to hear Ye Tian's voice. He quickly turned around. Ye Tian removed his coat and thanked Gale Wolf for looking after his sister. Gale Wolf ran to Ye Tian. He asked Ye Tian if he finished everything he wanted to do. With a terrifying look on his face, Ye Tian told Gale Wolf that the Emo family will no longer exist in the Linhai base. Gale Wolf trembled when he heard this. He could not believe that Ye Tian actually cleared an entire family. Ye Tian asked Gale Wolf for Ye's location. He asked Gale Wolf if any of the assassins were able to find them. Gale Wolf assured Ye Tian that the place is safe. He told Ye Tian that Ye was sleeping because she took a tranquilizer. Ye Tian was relieved to hear this. Gale Wolf told Ye Tian that it is better for them to go inside since the roof is cold. The two martial artists jumped down from the building and walked towards Gale Wolf's house. Gale Wolf asked Ye Tian about his plans now that he has taken care of the Emo family. Ye Tian told Gale Wolf that he wants Ye to start cultivating. Gale Wolf was surprised to hear this. He opened his door and asked Ye Tian to come in. Ye Tian asked Gale Wolf if there is a way for normal people to improve quickly. Gale Wolf laughed when he heard this. He told Ye Tian that such a way does not exist. Gale Wolf told Ye Tian that the only way for anyone to improve is by spending a lot of money on resources. He told Ye Tian that this is what the children of the prominent families do. Ye Tian was surprised to hear this. He believed that this method was much simpler than he expected. Gale Wolf told Ye Tian that his sister is upstairs. Ye Tian thanked Gale Wolf and went upstairs. When Ye Tian stepped into the room, he saw Ye sleeping on the bed. Ye Tian sat on the bed and called out Ye's name. Immediately he called out her name. Ye woke up. Ye was shocked to see her brother in front of her. She quickly rushed into his arms. Ye was happy to see Ye Tian. She told him that she was very scared for him. Ye Tian asked his sister not to worry. He told her that he will always be with her. Ye became emotional when she heard this. She asked her brother to stop lying. A tear came out of Ye Tian's eye. He promised his sister that he will be there for her. In the next scene, we see people gathered outside of the Emo family mansion. The people of the town could not believe that someone wiped out the Emo family in one night. While the people were looking around, Ming and great martial warrior Zhe arrived at the mansion. Xiao Yu and Yu Ling also happened to be at the mansion. Xiao Yu told her mistress that the Lin family have also arrived. Ming was surprised to see Zhang Qing's body on the ground. Ming never expected that a man as powerful as Zhang Qing would have such a pathetic death. Ming picked up the ball next to Zhang Qing. He quickly realized that he was holding the Emo family's treasure. This treasure is called the Iron Pearl. Elder Zhe told his master that the Iron Pearl is a sinister weapon that gives its possessor the ability to change the tide of battle. He told his master that the weapon has a large attack range and it inflicts lethal damage. Elder Zhe told Ming that even a great warrior cannot avoid the weapon without getting injured. Ming was surprised to hear this. He was more surprised by the fact that the person who killed Zhang Qing was able to escape and even kill Zhang Qing with one of the poison blades from the needle. According to what Ming heard from the survivors, the attacker was only one person. Ming and Elder Zhe assumed that the attacker must be someone who is at least at the peak of the great martial warrior realm. Ming told Elder Zhe that the attacker is not from the Linhai base. Elder Zhe asked Ming if the Iron Fong base was the one who sent someone to kill the Emo family. Ming also had the same idea as Elder Zhe. Ming told Elder Zhe that their family sent a spy to the Iron Fong base the day that the Iron Fong base suggested that they should build a commercial route. According to the spy, there is a large monster boss near the Iron Fong base. The monster will soon evolve into a king. Once the monster becomes a king, the Iron Fong base might face destruction. Elder Zhe was surprised to hear this. He asked his master if the commercial route is actually an immigration route. Ming told his subordinate that once the two bases merge together, the new and the old powers will be split into two factions. Ming told Elder Zhe that the Lin family will no longer represent the Linhai base. With a terrifying look on his face, Ming told Elder Zhe that he will take advantage of the Iron Fang's show of power. Ming ordered Elder Zhe to take the next step. Elder Zhe bowed his head and told his master that he will deliver a letter to every prominent family by himself. He told his master that he will invite the families to use the Emo family's resources. The scene shifts and we see Ye Tian emptying a bag full of elixirs. Galewolf was shocked to see so many elixirs. He told Ye Tian that the amount of elixirs are worth more than his mansion. Yi was shocked to see that her brother bought so many elixirs. She asked Ye Tian if he is crazy. She asked Ye Tian if the elixir is real. She asked her brother to return them. Yi could not believe that her brother was spending money recklessly when they finally have enough money to help him get married. Ye Tian told his sister that the elixirs are real. Upon seeing that his sister would not shut up, Ye Tian put one of the elixirs into her mouth. When Yi swallowed the elixir, she felt a warm energy in her body. Yi was surprised to see how nice the energy was. Ye Tian smiled when he saw his sister's reaction. The scene shifts and we see Ye Tian, Yi, and Galewolf standing outside. Yi asked her brother if he really needs to leave. Ye Tian told his sister that he is going to the Thousand-Leaf Forest. He told her that he needs to get something from the forest in order to become stronger. Ye Tian told his sister that the threat of monsters have increased, and the Iron Fang base has been sending more people to the Linhai base. He told Yu that the two Grandmasters can no longer hold off the monsters. He told his sister that it is important for him to get stronger. With a smile on his face, Ye Tian told his sister that he has to get stronger before the defense falls. Yu did not like the fact that Ye Tian was leaving immediately after returning. She told him that it has not been long since he came back. She asked Ye Tian if he can stay with her. Ye Tian told his sister that he will be fine. He asked Yu to focus on learning body training techniques from Galewolf. He asked his sister to take her elixir constantly and spend time cultivating. Yu asked Ye Tian not to worry. She asked Ye Tian to be careful in the forest. She told her brother that she will be waiting for him to come back. Ye Tian smiled when he heard this. Ye Tian walked up to Captain Galewolf and asked him to take care of his sister. Galewolf told Ye Tian that a brother's sister is also his sister. While Ye Tian and Galewolf were talking, a motorcycle and a bunch of cars passed by their side. Galewolf immediately recognized the flag that was on the cars. He told Ye Tian that the people in the car are from the Iron Fang base. Ye Tian was surprised to see that the Iron Fang base came with such a large number. The man on the motorcycle screamed and said that he is at the Linhai base. This man's name is Sun Fong. He is one of the 4 great geniuses of the Iron Fang base younger generations. He is a mid-tier elite martial warrior. Galewolf told Ye Tian that the cars are the Sun family's convoy. When Sun Fong drove past Ye Tian saw something shocking. Ye Tian saw Sun Feng's status. Sun Fong has a high cultivation talent and a mid-tier sword talent. Ye Tian was surprised to see such high stats. As the cars drove forward, they released a lot of smoke. Yi was annoyed to see this. She began to cough out loud. She did not understand why the drivers were driving in such a way. She believed that the Sun family were taking things too far. Ye Tian became nervous when he saw the Sun family. He believed that something bad was going to happen very soon. After the Sun family left the area, Ye Tian asked Galewolf and his sister to head inside. He told them that he wants to leave. Immediately he said this. Ye Tian activated his speed talent and began to run. As she watched her brother run forward, Yu hoped that Ye Tian would be safe. The scene shifts and we see Ye Tian at the Thousand-Leaf Forest. Ye Tian was surprised to see how barren the forest was. While looking around, Ye Tian found the footprints of a monster. Ye Tian realized that this monster must be a black wolf panther. Ye Tian was excited to meet the monster. He believed that he could upgrade his talent with the talent of a black wolf panther. While Ye Tian was looking around, he hears a loud roar. Ye Tian noticed that the energy in the area was unstable. He realized that monsters were fighting close to him. Ye Tian quickly ran to the place where the monsters were. When Ye Tian arrived at the monster's location, he saw 2 smaller monsters fighting a giant-like monster. Ye Tian was surprised to see the smaller monster. These monsters are gold dragon panthers. They are a rare mutant species that are more powerful than the black wolf panther. Upon seeing how fast the monster was, Ye Tian realized that the monster possesses an apex tier speed talent. The gorilla which the panthers are fighting has a combat power that can rival a great martial warrior. The 2 panthers are mid-tier monsters that possess apex tier speed talent, but they could not defeat the gorilla with their strength. The gorilla clenched its fist and tried to squash the panthers. The panthers evaded the gorilla's attack by moving back. While watching the intense fight, Ye Tian began to think of ways in which he could copy the Panther's talents. While Ye Tian was thinking, a monster walks up to him and licks his shoe. Ye Tian was shocked to feel something touching him. He quickly turned around. When Ye Tian turned around, he was shocked to see a smaller gold dragon panther. Ye Tian could not understand why a monster would approach a human. He asked the monster to tell him what it wants. The monster activated a skill called Light of Spirit. The monster told Ye Tian that she wants to offer her Light of Spirit to him. She told him that she wants to sign a master-servant contract with him. She assured Ye Tian that she will be a loyal servant. Ye Tian was shocked to hear a girl's voice in his head. He asked the panther if she is the one speaking to him through telepathy. The little panther told Ye Tian that she is. Ye Tian asked the panther to tell him why she chose him as her master. The panther told Ye Tian that she senses a speed talent from him. When Ye Tian looked at the panther's status window, he saw that the panther had an Apex Tier Innate talent, an Apex Tier Speed talent, a Mid-Tier Endurance talent, and a Novice Tier Healing talent. Ye Tian was surprised to see the panther's talents. He realized that the panther is a divine beast. The panther asked Ye Tian to save her parents. She told Ye Tian that her mother is carrying a child. Ye Tian asked the panther to leave the rest to him. He used his hand to pat the panther's head and told her that her name is now Little Jean. Jean thanked her master for helping her. Immediately, Ye Tian pat Jin's head. A status window appeared in front of him and told him that he has successfully copied the Apex Tier Speed talent. The status window asked Ye Tian if he wants to begin the fusion of talents. With a smile on his face, Ye Tian asked the system to begin the fusion. After fusing the talent, Jin climbed his shoulder and Ye Tian brought out his sword. He told Jin that it is time for him to help. Ye Tian activated his speed talent and rushed to attack the monster. He decided to attack the monster's weak spot first. He used his blade to cut one of the gorilla's eye. The gorilla screamed in pain and lost its balance. It fell to the ground after losing its balance. When Ye Tian landed on the ground, Jin's parents approached him. They wanted to attack Ye Tian. Ye Tian did not know how to explain the situation. He told Jin that he does not have her parents' Light of Spirit. He asked Jin to tell her parents that he is not their enemy. Jin quickly explained everything to her parents. Her mother was surprised to hear what she did. Ye Tian brought out a pill and asked Jin's mother to take it. He told her that it will prevent miscarriage. He assured her that the pill is good. Jin's mom took the pill and began to heal. Ye Tian noticed that Jin's father was coming close to him. With a smile on his face, Ye Tian asked Jin if her father also wants the pill. Jin told him that he does. She thanked Ye Tian for his kindness. While the panthers were healing themselves, the gorilla stood up and began to run. Ye Tian was surprised to see that the gorilla was escaping. Jin's parents began to growl and release a large amount of energy. Ye Tian was surprised to see this. He realized that the panthers did not plan on letting the gorilla get away. Ye Tian decided to hunt the monster with the panthers. He told Jin that there is no way that 3 Apex Tier Speed talent cannot kill a high-tier monster. Jin told her master that she is also part of the team. She told Ye Tian that she is learning how to fight. Ye Tian smiled when he heard this. The panthers and Ye Tian immediately ran after the gorilla. They quickly closed the gap between themselves and the gorilla. Ye Tian was surprised to see how fast an Apex Tier Speed talent was. He realized that he needed some time to get used to it. The gorilla tried to squash Ye Tian and the panthers with its hand. Ye Tian disappeared in front of the monster and appeared next to its chin. Ye Tian activated his strength talent and used his leg to smack the gorilla's chin. The gorilla spat out some blood and flew back. The panthers quickly rushed to attack the gorilla when they saw that it was on the ground. They used their teeth to bite the gorilla's skin. The gorilla screamed in pain. While the panthers were biting the gorilla, Ye Tian clenched his fist and moved at a frightening speed. He used his strength to punch the monster in its stomach. The monster screamed out in pain. It flew back and crashed on the ground. When the gorilla crashed, a large explosion occurred. The area was covered in dust. When the dust began to clear up, the gorilla stood up and rushed to attack Ye Tian. Ye Tian was shocked to see that the gorilla was still standing. He realized that the gorilla's body was quite sturdy. Before the gorilla could attack Ye Tian, one of the panthers rushed to attack it at a terrifying speed. The panther used its speed to blow up the gorilla's head. The gorilla fell to the ground and died. When Ye Tian and Jin landed on the ground, Jin rushed to hug her master. She could not believe that they won. Ye Tian was surprised to see Jin hugging him. He never imagined that he would fight alongside some monsters one day. As Jean was hugging Ye Tian, one of her parents fell to the ground. Ye Tian was surprised to see this. He could not believe that Jin's mother was hurt. Little Jean was shocked to see her mother on the ground. She quickly ran to meet her. Ye Tian realized that Jin's mother must have injured her innards during the battle. Fortunately for the Panthers, Ye Tian had a healing potion on him. Ye Tian materialized the potion and moved close to Jin's mother. He poured the healing potion into the Panther's mouth and assured her that she will be fine. Immediately, the Panther drank the potion. She began to heal. Jin was happy to see this. She thanked Ye Tian for his help. With a smile on his face, Ye Tian asked Jin not to worry about it. While Jin's mother was doing her best to recover, a bunch of black wolf panthers surrounded them. Jin asked her master to be careful of the panthers. She told Ye Tian that it was the black wolf panthers that lured the gorilla to their side. Ye Tian smiled when he heard this. Ye Tian asked Jin if the black wolf panthers want to kill her parents in order to become the new ruler of the forest. Jin told Ye Tian that he is right. Ye Tian released his aura and told Jin that he cannot let such a thing happen. Immediately he said this. Ye Tian jumped and landed on one of the panthers. He used his leg to crush the panther. The other black wolf panthers were shocked to see this. They decided to withdraw. Ye Tian picked Jin up and told the monsters that Jin is now the new ruler of the forest. Jin was shocked to hear this. She did not understand what her master was doing. The scene shifts and we see Ye Tian and the panthers climbing a hill. Ye Tian told Jin that her mother is just starting to get better. He told her that her mother should not be walking around. Jin's mother turned around and spoke to her daughter. Jin told Ye Tian that her mother said that she is okay. She told Ye Tian that her mother wants to give him a gift. Ye Tian was surprised to hear this. After walking for a while, Ye Tian and the panthers stepped into a cave. Inside the cave, Ye Tian saw a herb. This herb is a spiritual herb. Jin told Ye Tian that her mother wants to give him the herb as a gift. She told Ye Tian that he has to wait for 30 days in order for the herb to ripen. Ye Tian wondered if it was truly smart for him to wait 30 days for an herb. He was quite curious about its effects, so he decided to wait. A day later, we see Ye Tian assisting Jin's mother in giving birth. Ye Tian asked the panther to push well. After struggling for a while, the panther finally pushed out the baby. Ye Tian was happy to see the baby. He said that another ruler has been born. A month later, we see Ye Tian sniffing the herb. Ye Tian was happy to smell the fragrance which the herb was giving off. He realized that the herb had become ripe. Ye Tian took out the red fruit on top of the herb. Jin asked her master to eat the herb quickly. Ye Tian asked Jin to calm down. He ate and swallowed the herb. The moment Ye Tian did this, he spat out some blood. Immediately he spat the blood out. He began to feel excruciating pain in his chest. Ye Tian fell on the ground and passed out. Jin was shocked to see this. She did not expect the herb to have such an effect. Hours later, we see Ye Tian wake up. Ye Tian stood up and noticed that he was having a terrible headache. Ye Tian realized that he had gained a mental ability. Mental ability is a skill that can only be used by great martial warriors and above. Ye Tian could not believe that he could already use this skill even though he is only an elite martial warrior. Ye Tian noticed that he could now sense talents within 50 meters range. He was more surprised to see that he could now copy talents through the air. He quickly tested his new skill on the panthers. Without having to touch the panthers, the system asked Ye Tian if he wants to copy the mid-tier endurance talent of the panthers. Ye Tian declined this offer. He believed that endurance talent was not useful for him. Ye Tian believed that he needed to focus on improving his cultivation talent. He got up and decided to head home. He believed that he no longer had anything to do in the forest. The scene shifts, and we see Ye Tian thanking the panthers for their gift. Before Ye Tian could take a step, Jin ran to hug him. She told Ye Tian that she does not want to be separated from him. She begged him to take her along with him. Ye Tian smiled when he heard what Jin said. He told her that he has someone he wants to introduce her to. He told her that Yi will like her a lot. With tears in her eyes, Jin thanked her master. The scene shifts, and we see Ye Tian running into the town. Jin was surprised to see the outside world. She told Ye Tian that the outside world is so interesting. Ye Tian called Jin silly when he heard this. He told her that the outside world is very dangerous. While Ye Tian was running, he saw something odd. He quickly stopped running and went to check out what he saw. Ye Tian was shocked to see students of the 5th Academy lying on the ground. Ye Tian did not understand what was going on. When he looked around, he saw someone he recognized among the bodies on the ground. Ye Tian saw Zhang Bao. Ye Tian quickly ran to help Zhang Bao. He picked Zhang Bao up and asked him to tell him what happened. Zhang Bao woke up when he heard Ye Tian's voice. Ye Tian was happy to see that Zhang Bao was still alive. He quickly brought out a bottle filled with blood. Ye Tian asked Zhang Bao to drink the high-tier monster blood in order to regain his strength. After drinking the blood, Zhang Bao told Ye Tian what happened. Ye Tian was surprised to hear that the 5th Academy students were robbed by warriors from the Iron Fong base. Zhang Bao revealed to Ye Tian that monsters have taken over the Iron Fong base. He told Ye Tian that thousands of people from the Iron Fong base have escaped to their base. Due to the commotion in the base, robbers are quite active and the base has become a mess. Ye Tian asked Zhang Bao to tell him who is in charge of the base. Zhang Bao told Ye Tian that the Lin family is still in charge, but they have now become figureheads. Ye Tian was not surprised to hear this. He already expected that the Iron Fong base would take over their base. The scene shifts and we are taken to a dojo. We see Gale Wolf practicing sword arts with someone in the dojo. Gale Wolf used his sword to crush the person's sword. The person turns out to be Yi Yu. Yi Yu fell to the ground and complained about losing again. Gale Wolf told Yi Yu that she is doing well. He told her that she has talent. Yi Yu took off her headgear and told Gale Wolf that she is good because he is the one that taught her. Someone claps for Yi Yu when they heard what she said. Yi Yu turned around to see who was clapping. The person turns out to be Ye Tian. Yi Yu was happy to see her brother. She quickly ran to hug him. Ye Tian told his sister that she is too excited. While Yi Yu was holding her brother tightly, Jean showed herself to Yi Yu. Yi Yu was happy to see a kitten. She asked Ye Tian for her name. Ye Tian introduced Jean to Yi Yu. Yi Yu took Jean and ran off. Ye Tian was surprised to see this. Gale Wolf laughed when he saw this. He asked Ye Tian if he is surprised that Yi Yu chose a pet over him. Ye Tian was happy to hear Gale Wolf's voice. He thanked Gale Wolf for helping Yi Yu. Ye Tian realized that his sister was already a martial apprentice. The two men stepped outside. Gale Wolf asked Ye Tian if he has heard about the Iron Fong base. Ye Tian told him that he has. He asked Gale Wolf if anything happened at his house. Gale Wolf asked Ye Tian not to worry. He assured Ye Tian that his place is safe. Gale Wolf revealed to Ye Tian that Xiao Yu came to his place after he left. Xiao Yu gave Gale Wolf a cross and told him that no one from the Iron Fong base will think about harassing them after seeing the cross. Ye Tian smiled when he heard this. He could not believe that Xiao Yu did such a kind thing. Gale Wolf told Ye Tian that he was never in a situation where he had to use it. He told Ye Tian that he only encountered one problem during his leave. Ye Tian asked Gale Wolf to tell him what happened. Gale Wolf revealed to Ye Tian that a man called Sun Fong has been coming to his place in order to challenge Ye Tian to a death match. Ye Tian quickly remembered Sun Feng's name. Gale Wolf told Ye Tian that Sun Fong is one of the 4 great geniuses of the Iron Fong base. He told him that Sun Fong has been challenging elite martial warriors since he came to the Linhai base. Gale Wolf told Ye Tian that Sun Fong has not lost a single challenge since he began. He asked Ye Tian to be careful. He told him that Sun Fong is not someone to be messed with. Gale Wolf noticed that Ye Tian was not responding. He turned around and asked Ye Tian if he is listening. When Gale Wolf turned around, he saw Ye Tian smiling like a crazy person. Ye Tian was excited to fight Sun Fong. While Gale Wolf was talking to Ye Tian, Sun Fong drove his bike to Ye Tian's front. He quickly stopped his bike when he got close to Ye Tian. Ye Tian was surprised to see Sun Fong. Sun Fong immediately recognized Ye Tian. He was happy to see that Ye Tian had finally returned. Sun Fong believed that Ye Tian should already know why he came. He told Ye Tian to meet him tomorrow at Minghui Plaza at 10 a.m. He told Ye Tian that the wager for their duel will be a bronze rank blade skill. With a devious smile on his face, Sun Fong asked Ye Tian if he will dare to come. Ye Tian looked at Sun Feng's status window. He carefully released his aura and copied Sun Feng's high-tier cultivation talent. With a smile on his face, Ye Tian told Sun Fong that he will come to the plaza. Sun Fong told Ye Tian that he will be waiting for him. Immediately he said this, he drove off. After Sun Fong drove off, Gale Wolf told Ye Tian that he was too impulsive. He told him that Sun Feng's strength is unfathomable. He told Ye Tian that the current him will definitely lose to Sun Fong. Ye Tian clenched his fist when he heard this. He told Gale Wolf that he does not know the future. At night, we see Ye Tian looking at his status window. Ye Tian already had a high-tier cultivation talent. He decided to add Sun Feng's cultivation talent to his own. The system asked Ye Tian if he wants to fuse his cultivation talent. Ye Tian accepted this request. After the talents fused together, Ye Tian's cultivation talent reached the apex tier. Ye Tian walked up to his balcony and looked down. He was very excited to fight tomorrow. The next day, we see Sun Fong sitting on a chair at the plaza. Next to Sun Feng's chair is a monument set up by the Lin family. People gathered around the plaza to see who Sun Fong was going to duel with. One of the people in the plaza told the others that Sun Fong is dueling with a boy called Ye Tian. The people believe that Ye Tian was unlucky for him to be fighting Sun Fong. Sun Fong also plans to destroy the Lin family's merit monument after winning the duel. The people at the plaza realized that Sun Fong was destroying the monuments of each family of the Lin High base. Sun Fong destroys this monuments while dueling. The people realize that Sun Fong is doing this in order to crush the influence of the prominent families. They were surprised to see that Sun Fong wanted to destroy the monument of the Lin family. Among the people in the plaza were Yuling and Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu asked her mistress if Ye Tian will come. She told Yuling that she is a little worried about Ye Tian. Yuling asked Xiaoyu not to worry about Ye Tian. She told her that Ye Tian might not be able to defeat Sun Fong, but he will definitely survive the duel. Yi was shocked to see that so many people came to watch her brother's duel. Gale Wolf told Yi that Sun Fong usually makes his duel rowdy in order to increase his influence. Yi was surprised to hear this. She did not know how they were going to get past so many people. Yi turned around and told her brother that it is better they leave. She told him that the duel looks dangerous. Ye Tian pat his sister's head and told her that he will be back. Immediately he said this. Ye Tian jumped over the crowd and landed in front of Sun Fong. When Ye Tian stood up, we see him wearing a nice suit. Ye Tian thanked Sun Fong for waiting for him. Sun Fong was surprised to see that Ye Tian actually came. He believed that Ye Tian would run away. He stood up from the chair and pointed at a skill book which was on the stage. He told Ye Tian that he will take the bronze rank sword skill if he wins. The skill is known as Current Blade. Ye Tian also materialized a bronze rank sword skill. He told Sun Fong that the skill fits his criteria. Ye Tian threw the book at Sun Feng's skill book. He gave Sun Fong his Shadow Blade skill book. Sun Fong was surprised to see that Ye Tian knocked over his skill book. With a smile on his face, Sun Fong told Ye Tian that he is arrogant. Immediately he said this. Sun Fong unsheathed his sword and rushed to attack Ye Tian. Upon seeing Sun Fong rushing towards her brother, Yi screamed out Ye Tian's name and asked him to be careful. The people next to Yi were shocked to hear her call out Ye Tian's name. Ye Tian smiled when he saw Sun Fong coming closer to him. Sun Fong used his sword to attack Ye Tian when he got close to him. Our boy easily dodges the attack. Sun Fong was shocked to see how fast Ye Tian was. He began to attack Ye Tian more aggressively. Our boy was not even bothered by Sun Feng's slashes. Sun Fong asked Ye Tian if his zodiac sign is that of a rat. He told Ye Tian that he's simply dodging without fighting back. Sun Fong got angry and carefully swung his sword at our boy. Ye Tian dodged the attack by bending his head, but Sun Fong was able to cut part of his hair. Our boy clenched his fist and punched Sun Fong in his stomach. Sun Fong spat out some blood when he received the punch. Some bones in his body shattered and he got pushed back. The people at the plaza were shocked to see Sun Fong getting beat up. They could not believe that Sun Fong was taking blows from an unknown martial artist. With a smile on his face, Ye Tian asked Sun Fong if he still sees him as a rat. Sun Fong stood up and told Ye Tian that he is quite talented. He told him that he will no longer hold back. Immediately Sun Fong said this. He took a stance and gathered energy around him. He swung his sword and used a technique called Wind Slash. This technique sent multiple spinning slashes at Ye Tian. Our boy was surprised to see the technique. He quickly jumped and dodged the attack. One of the slashes cut the Lin family monument. The monument fell and shattered. We see Ming standing behind the monument. Ming was annoyed to see what happened. He could not believe that Sun Fong had the courage to destroy his family's merit monument. Ye Tian told Sun Fong that he has a remarkable sword skill. While doing his best to catch his breath, Sun Fong looked at Ye Tian with disbelief in his eyes. He could not believe that our boy was actually able to dodge his wind slash. Ye Tian told the loser that he enjoyed dragging their fight. Sun Fong could not believe what Ye Tian was saying. He asked Ye Tian if he prolonged the fight because he wanted to see the sword skill. Our boy smiled when he heard this. He told Sun Fong that he only fought him because he wanted to see the demonstration of his sword skill. He told him that he never saw him as an opponent because he is not worthy to be won. The sentence really got to Sun Fong. He jumped and tried to attack Ye Tian from above. The moment Sun Feng's sword came close to our boy, he used his bare knuckles to break the sword. Sun Fong was shocked to see this. He did not understand what was going on. Ye Tian grabbed the loser's face and smashed his head on the ground. The people were shocked to see this. They could not believe that a genius of the Iron Fong base has lost to an unknown martial artist. While looking at Sun Feng's body, Ye Tian smiled. He could not believe that he had to engage in such a boring fight. Xiaoyu was happy to see that Ye Tian actually won. She called Ye Tian an awesome individual. Yuling smiled when she saw that our boy overpowered Sun Fong. She assured herself that Ye Tian will belong to the martial pavilion. Ye Tian walked up to a table and raised it up. Underneath the table was the wind slash technique which Sun Fong promised Ye Tian. Our boy picked up the book and smiled. He thanked Sun Fong for his technique. While Ye Tian was looking at the skill book, Yu called out to him. Ye Tian turned around and smiled. Yu was shocked to see how strong her brother had become. She told Ye Tian that he is amazing. Our boy began to laugh when he heard this. Yu grabbed her brother's hand and asked him to help her become as strong as him. As Ye Tian and his sister walked away, Ming and Elder Zhe watched them. Elder Zhe told his master that Ye Tian actually won. Ming did not see this as a thing to celebrate because his family's merit monument fell. Elder Zhe asked Ming for their next course of action. Ming told the elder that he does not need to guard him for a while. He asked Elder Zhe to guard Yu instead. He told him that the Sun family will not let the incident slide. The scene shifts and we are taken to Gale Wolf's mansion. Ye Tian was reading the wind slash technique. He was surprised to see that the technique could increase his attack power by 6-fold. He realized that Sun Feng's attacks were strong because of his technique. Our boy placed the book down and stretched his body. He stood up and walked up to the window. While looking outside the window, Ye Tian opened his status window. He was surprised to see that he still had to wait 30 days before he could copy another talent. Ye Tian had forgotten about the drawback of his ability. When his ability becomes active again, Ye Tian plans to find Sun Fong and copy his mid-tier sword talent. If Ye Tian is able to copy the sword talent, he will be able to unleash the full potential of his Shadow Blade technique and the Wind Slash technique. Once Ye Tian's techniques improve, he will be able to compete with a Grandmaster. Our boy believes that he will finally be able to call himself a powerful individual if he is able to upgrade his strength. The scene shifts, and we see Yu practicing her sword techniques on a dummy. Gale Wolf watched Yu as she trained. After seeing the behaviors of different great families, Gale Wolf was certain that the Sun family would also come back for revenge. He realized that Yu's life was in danger. After training for a while, Yu grabs a bottle of water to regain her energy. After drinking the water, Yu asked Gale Wolf to tell her why he is staring at her. Gale Wolf was surprised to see that Yu actually noticed that he was looking at her. He asked Yu to come close to him. Yu walked up to the captain and asked him if something is wrong. Gale Wolf gave Yu the necklace which the Martial Pavilion gifted him. He asked her to never take off the necklace. Yu, who was oblivious to what was happening, told Gale Wolf that the necklace is pretty. Gale Wolf warned Yu to never lose the necklace. Our girl thanked Gale Wolf and assured him that nothing will happen to the necklace. While Gale Wolf was talking to Yu, we see his team's archer running to his mansion. The archer saw Gale Wolf standing outside his house. She told him that she has some information for him. Gale Wolf asked her if she was able to find out what the Sun family is up to. To Gale Wolf's surprise, the archer told him that the Sun family is looking around for shops because they want to set up a business. Gale Wolf realized that the Sun family is doing their best to keep calm. He realized that the family did not want to start killing until they set up a firm business in the Linhai base. Next to Gale Wolf's house, we see a man checking the trash bins in the area. This man turns out to be Elder Zhe. A month later, we see Ye Tian step out of his building. Elder Zhe was still pretending to be a trash collector. He looked at the trash in front of Ye Tian's building. Immediately, Ye Tian stepped out of the building. He realized that there was something suspicious about the old trash collector. He quickly used his mental ability to check the elder. Elder Zhe was shocked to see that Ye Tian was using a mental ability to check him. He could not understand how an elite martial warrior was able to use something only great martial warriors could use. Ye Tian walked forward after checking Elder Zhe. Ye Tian had already discovered Elder Zhe's identity. He was surprised to see that the Lin family actually sent a great martial warrior to guard his house. The scene shifts and we see our boy at the martial market. In the past month, Gale Wolf had gathered some information about the Sun family's background. He shared this information with Ye Tian. Gale Wolf told Ye Tian that the Sun family intermarry in order to maintain the purity of their sword talent. If any child is born with a defect, it will be secretly killed off. Ye Tian realized that this family might even be more crazy than the Emo family. At the Sun family store, we see Sun Fong welcoming people to the newly opened store. He told the people gathered in the area that all items in the store will be 50% off in order to celebrate the store's grand opening. A businessman congratulated Sun Fong on the opening of his family's store. After the man congratulated him, other people also greeted him. While the people were greeting Sun Fong, Ye Tian looked at him from afar. He looked at Sun Feng's status window. He raised his hand and activated his mental ability. He copied Sun Feng's sword talent. Now Ye Tian's sword talent has become a high-tier sword talent. With a smile on his face, Ye Tian wished Sun Fong an early death. The scene shifts and we see our boy in a cemetery with a flower bouquet in his hand. Ye Tian went to visit his parents' grave. Ye Tian revealed to his parents that he wants to take Yu to a better place. He told them that he wants to leave the Linhai base. With a smile on his face, Ye Tian told his parents that he came to see them in order to show them how much he has grown. While our boy was looking at his parents' pictures, someone appears behind him. Ye Tian immediately senses the man's presence and quickly brought out his weapon. He used his weapon to block the man's attack. The man was surprised to see that Ye Tian was actually able to react to his attack. He realized that Ye Tian did not defeat Sun Fong through luck. Ye Tian quickly realized that the man was the Sun family's dog. He told the man that he already expected him. Our boy used his sword to push the man back. The man quickly regained his composure and swung his sword. Ye Tian saw the man's blade coming closer to him. He quickly moved back. The man revealed to Ye Tian that he did not kill him after the duel in order to stop any rumors from circulating about the Sun family. The man asked Ye Tian to thank him for allowing him to live for another month. Immediately the man said this. He and Ye Tian rushed to attack each other. The man and Ye Tian attacked each other aggressively. The two men matched each other's speed in the fight. Our boy carefully blocked the man's attacks. While the two were fighting, the man pushed Ye Tian past his parents' grave. The impact of the men's fight pushed the bouquet away. Our boy quickly pushes the assassin back when he noticed this. The man told Ye Tian that his name is Qimeng. He told him that he is Sun Feng's master. Qimeng explained to Ye Tian that Sun Fong is like a son to him. With a creepy smile on his face, Qimeng told our boy that he must die for injuring Sun Fong. Qimeng told Ye Tian that he came to a perfect place to die. Our boy simply ignores Qimeng and picks up the bouquet. He placed the bouquet in front of his parents' grave. Qimeng told Ye Tian that he will bury him alongside his parents if he gets on his knees and beg for forgiveness. With a smile on his face, Qimeng told Ye Tian that Yi will soon join him in hell. Our boy clenched his fist when he heard this. With a deadly look in his eyes, Ye Tian told Qimeng that he will die for what he said. Our boy activated his apex tier speed talent and disappeared in front of Qimeng. Qimeng was shocked to see this. Before he could comprehend what was happening, Ye Tian appeared in front of him and kicked him in the stomach. Qimeng screamed out in pain. He wanted to run away by jumping, but Ye Tian simply went higher than him. Our boy grabbed Qimeng's jacket and threw him with a crazy amount of energy. Qimeng crashed into a field. When the dust in the area cleared up, we see Qimeng lying on the ground. As Qimeng's eyes slowly closed up, he saw our boy walking towards him. Qimeng was terrified to see Ye Tian's strength. He believed that our boy was a Grandmaster. After searching Qimeng's dead body, Ye Tian found a skill called Twilight Blade. Our boy was certain that the skill would be good. He also took Qimeng's blade because it was much better than his. Ye Tian was happy to see that he gained from the fight. When our boy looked up, he noticed that everywhere had gotten dark. Ye Tian began to run. He wanted to get home in order to avoid Yu's nagging. The scene shifts and we see Elder Zhe cleaning up the streets. On his way home, Ye Tian passed by the elder's side. Our boy stopped walking and turned around. He asked the elder if he wants to join him inside for tea. Elder Zhe took off his cap and told Ye Tian that he would love to join him. Ye Tian took the elder to Gale Wolf's mansion. Yi was surprised to see her brother. Ye Tian asked his sister to prepare some tea. He told her that they have a guest. Gale Wolf walked up to Ye Tian and asked him for the guest's name. Elder Zhe introduced himself to Gale Wolf. Gale Wolf was surprised to hear that the elder came from the Lin family. He was certain that he had heard of Elder Zhe before. He asked Elder Zhe if he is the popular man from the legends. The elder smiled when he heard this. He told Gale Wolf that he is not such a great person. Yu told her brother that the tea is ready. Gale Wolf turned around and went to get the tea from Yu. He told her that he will serve the tea himself. Gale Wolf smiled and carefully placed the tea on the table. Yu was surprised to see her master behaving courteous. She never assumed that he had such a nice side. Elder Zhe knew that Ye Tian invited him inside for something important. He asked Ye Tian to tell him what he wants. Ye Tian confirmed the elder's suspicion. He told the elder that he has something to talk about. He walked over to Yu and told the elder that he needs his help in transporting his sister to the martial pavilion. He told him that he wants to take his sister to Yuling. Yi was shocked to hear this. The elder was surprised to hear what Ye Tian said. He could not believe that Ye Tian actually had connections to the martial pavilion. He looked up and saw the token of the martial pavilion on our girl's neck. The elder placed his tea down and accepted Ye Tian's request. He told our boy that he will take Ye by himself. Ye Tian decided to provide an opportunity for Gale Wolf. While our boy was thinking of what to say, Gale Wolf was searching for new tea leaves in order to serve Elder Zay better. Our boy grabbed Gale Wolf and introduced him to the elder. He assured the elder that Gale Wolf would make a name for himself if he joins the Lin family. Gale Wolf was surprised to hear this. He could not believe that Ye Tian was trying to let him join the Lin family. Elder Zay believed that this was a simple issue. He told our boy that the Lin family is always looking for ambitious people. He told Ye Tian that he will accept Gale Wolf as his disciple. Ye Tian pushed Gale Wolf forward and asked him to greet his master. Gale Wolf went on his knees and asked his master to accept his bow. Elder Zay accepted Gale Wolf's bow and asked him to stand up. Gale Wolf thanked his master. Elder Zay smiled when he realized that he had gotten on Ye Tian's good side through two simple favors. He believed that he had made a good accomplishment for the Lin family. Ye found it weird that her brother put her and Gale Wolf in the care of the elder. With a curious look on her face, she asked her brother to tell her what he is planning. Ye Tian assured his sister that he simply wants to take care of small matters. Ye knew that her brother was acting weird. She called him a liar. She yelled at her brother and asked him to not lie to her. Ye Tian began to sweat when he heard his sister yelling. He told her that he will be right back. He told her that little Jean will protect her while he is gone. Ye thought that her brother was joking. She raised Jean up and asked her brother if the Panther is actually strong. Ye let out a huge sigh. She realized that she could not stop her brother from doing what he wants. With a smile on her face, Ye asked her brother to take care of himself. She asked him not to push himself too much. She reminded him that safety is very important. With a smile on his face, Ye Tian told his sister that he will take care of himself. The scene shifts and we are taken to the Sun family's building. At the entrance of the building, we see two security guards discussing. The guards did not understand why they were working overnight. They believed that it would not make a difference if they were not on duty. They were certain that nobody is stupid enough to attack the Sun family's building. While the guards were talking, someone wearing a hoodie slowly walks up to them. One of the guards saw this person and asked him to leave. He called the person an ignorant idiot and told him that only workers are allowed in the building. The person turns out to be Ye Tian. Our boy smiled and released his energy. He used his energy to push the guards away. While on the floor, one of the guards asked Ye Tian to tell him why he is attacking them. With a cold gaze in his eyes, Ye Tian told the man that he is simply cleaning trash. The alarm in the company rang. We see a man running to meet his boss. The man barged into the boss's office and told him that someone has broke into their company. The boss was surprised to hear this. He assumed that most people in the Lin Hai base were cowards. He could not believe that someone had the courage to attack them. The man smiled and said that someone has finally come to die. In the next scene, we see the guards rushing to attack our boy. Ye Tian used his leg to kick the first guard that came close to him. He closed the gap between himself and the other guards. He used his strength to break the guard's bones. When the boss finally arrived, he was surprised to see that Ye Tian had injured most of his men. With a smile on his face, the man asked Ye Tian for his identity. This man's name is Sun Fong. He is the Sun family's patriarch and he is also Sun Feng's father. He is a great martial warrior at the peak of his realm. While holding one of the men he had beaten up, Ye Tian pointed at Kong and told him his name. Kong was happy to see that our boy was courageous. He called out to the elders of the family. Immediately he called the elders. They jumped down from the roof. Our boy was shocked to see this. He could not believe that he was being ambushed. One of the elders landed behind our boy. Ye Tian was surprised to see this. He quickly brought out his weapon. Before Ye Tian could make a move, the elder activated his talent and used a technique called inescapable net to restrain him. Ye Tian was surprised to see that the old man had a restraint talent. Our boy tripped and hit his face on the ground. The 5 elders landed in front of our boy. One of the elders could not believe that Ye Tian came to fight them. The elders had been waiting for days. They were very disappointed to see that Ye Tian was the one who came to fight them. Another elder with an eye patch told her fellow elders that they wasted their time. The old man among them walked up to Ye Tian. He told our boy that he rarely makes a move. He asked Ye Tian to consider it an honor for him to die in his inescapable net. Kong thanked the elders for their help. He told them that Ye Tian definitely has some treasures. He asked them to take the treasures for themselves. One of the elders saw something weird with Ye Tian. He noticed that our boy was holding Chi Ming's blade. He could not believe that Ye Tian was holding the blade of an elder. He slapped Ye Tian and grabbed his hair. He asked our boy to tell him where Ming is. The elders knew that Chi Ming was supposed to be with Sun Fong. The elder asked Ye Tian to tell him what he has done to their fellow elder and young master. The elder yelled at Ye Tian and asked him to tell the truth. Our boy laughed when he heard this. With a smile on his face, Ye Tian asked the elder to take a guess. Kong asked his subordinate to check on Sun Fong at the store. The man accepted the order and quickly ran. The elder grabbed Ye Tian and asked Kong about what they should do with him. Ye Tian smiled when he heard what the man said. Kong asked the elder to cut off our boy's tendons and throw him in a dungeon. The elder grabbed Ye Tian and asked him to stand up. Unfortunately for the elder, our boy had already began to loosen the restraint. Ye Tian broke the restraint and used his blade to cut the elder's neck. The attack was so fast and sudden. The elder never expected it. The man fell to the ground. Kong was shocked to see this. He told the other elders that Ye Tian has been concealing his abilities. He asked them to spread out. The elders quickly moved away from our boy. The female elder wearing an eye patch noticed something terrifying about our boy. The elder was shocked to see the murderous intent Ye Tian was releasing. Ye Tian looked like a demon to her. Our boy rushed to attack Kong. Kong was annoyed to see that Ye Tian would target him first. He used his leg to crush the ground and took a stance. He told our boy that he will show him his skills. Ye Tian jumped when he got closer to Kong. The patriarch expected Ye Tian to attack him from above. Before Kong could react, he saw Ye Tian in front of him. Ye Tian threw a punch at Kong. The patriarch gasped for air when he received the punch. He could not believe that Ye Tian was so strong. Our boy used his leg to kick the patriarch away. Kong flew back and crashed into a building. Kong quickly stood up and yelled at the elders. With blood coming out of his nose, Kong asked the elders to attack our boy. An elder wearing a skull mask landed in front of Ye Tian. Ye Tian and the elder quickly rushed to attack each other. The two men locked hands and tried to suppress each other. In the process of pushing themselves back, Ye Tian and the man destroyed their surroundings. Our boy told the elder that he is quite strong. While the man was holding Ye Tian down, the old man rushed to attack our boy from behind. He wanted to restrain our boy with his touch. Before the old man's finger could touch our boy, Ye Tian used his leg to kick the two elders away from himself. The two elders flew back. Ye Tian looked at the old man and told him that he will not fall for the same trick twice. Our boy looked into the old man's eyes and smiled confidently. The old man told Ye Tian that he is too arrogant. He asked Ye Tian to look down. When our boy looked down, he saw that the old man had restrained one of his legs. He was quite shocked to see this. He did not understand how the old man was able to do it. While Ye Tian was doing his best to set himself free, the elder with the eye patch drained the life essence from the bodies of the guards that were lying on the floor. The guards' bodies looked shriveled and old. The woman used this essence to create a monster with multiple heads. She told the other elders that it is her turn to attack. Our boy quickly broke out of the restraint. He decided to run away from the area. He could tell that the woman's secret art will be dangerous for him to face directly. Before our boy could run from the area, he saw something shocking. The monster was already in front of him. Ye Tian realized that he messed up. The two-headed monster wrapped itself around our boy and exploded. This technique is called Blast of Death. The scene shifts and we see Yuling looking at the city from the top of her building. Yuling noticed the explosion that took place next to the Sun family's building. She could not believe that someone had the courage to start a fight with the Sun family. While Yuling was looking at the building, Xiaoyu comes to greet her. Xiaoyu informs her mistress that Elder Zhe of the Lin family has come to see her. Yuling was annoyed to hear this. She did not understand why the elder came to see her again. She asked Xiaoyu to see the elder off. Xiaoyu told her mistress that Elder Zhe brought Ye Tian's younger sister with him. She told her that she does not know why he brought Yu. Yuling was surprised to hear this. Inside the building, we see an attendant serve Yu and Elder Zhe a cup of tea. The elder thanked the attendant. Yu looked at the tea with concern in her eyes. She wondered if her brother was doing all right. The scene shifts and we are taken back to Ye Tian. The explosion which occurred really damaged our boy. It made him lose his strength. Ye Tian flew back and crashed on the ground. He made a giant hole in the ground when he crashed. Our boy screamed in pain when he was on the ground. The old man and the skull mask elder looked into the hole and saw Ye Tian's body. The old man was impressed with the woman's technique. He believed that not even a Grandmaster could take such a technique head-on. Kong moved close to the woman and thanked her for helping them. He told her that they would not have been able to capture Ye Tian without her help. The woman smiled when she heard this. The old man asked the patriarch for their next move. He told him that Ye Tian is heavily injured and does not have enough time left. With a smile on his face, Kong asked the old man to execute Ye Tian. Immediately he said this, someone threw a blade at the old man. When the blade got close to the old man, it was too late for him to react. The blade stabbed the old man in his chest and pushed him back. The person who threw the blade was our boy Ye Tian. Ye Tian activated his healing talent and removed all his injuries. The old man got smacked into a wall. The other elders and Kong were shocked to see this. They did not know who threw the weapon. The elder with a skull mask quickly looked into the hole. He was shocked to see that Ye Tian was gone. He told the patriarch that Ye Tian is still alive. While the elder was looking into the hole, Ye Tian appeared behind him and smashed his head in the ground. The elder's neck and mask broke. Our boy turned around and got ready to attack. He stretched out his hand and asked his blade to return. The blade came out of the old man's body and returned to the owner. Ye Tian quickly closed the gap between him and the woman. The elder was shocked to see our boy in front of her. Before she could make a move, Ye Tian used his blade to slash her neck. The elder fell to the ground and died. Kong was shocked to see that the elder, whose name is Sun Ling, was actually killed. He lost his composure and fell to the ground. He quickly stood up and brought out an axe. He rushed to attack our boy with his weapon. As he ran towards our boy, he asked him to die. Unfortunately for him, this did not happen. Ye Tian easily used his blade to stab Kong. The moment Ye Tian stabbed Kong, someone appears in the area. This person turns out to be Sun Fong. Sun Fong could not believe what he just saw. He quickly called out to his father. Ye Tian was surprised to hear Sun Feng's voice. He turned around and smiled at him. Ye Tian welcomed young Master Sun Fong to the party. He placed his leg on Kong's body and told Sun Fong that he has perfect timing. Our boy told Sun Fong that he has saved him the trouble of looking for him. Sun Fong was annoyed to see that Ye Tian was stepping on his father. He quickly rushed to attack our boy. He asked him to take his leg off his father. Ye Tian easily dodged Sun Feng's punch. He activated his strength talent and clenched his fist. Ye Tian punched Sun Fong in his stomach. Sun Fong screamed when he received our boy's punch. He felt like his body was going to explode. Sun Fong fell to the ground when he received the punch. He did not understand why such a thing was happening. He could not comprehend why there was such a large gap in strength between him and Ye Tian. He looked at Ye Tian and wondered if he was not human. Sun Fong gave up on killing our boy. He apologized to his father for not being able to get revenge. Ye Tian was surprised to see that Sun Fong had given up. He grabbed the loser's hair and told him that he will allow him to join his father. Ye Tian tried to cut off Sun Feng's head. Before our boy could swing his blade, he felt something coming close to him. Ye Tian quickly moved back. The moment he moved back, lightning hit the place he was in. Our boy was surprised to see this. He did not understand why lightning would strike him. He quickly moved up to a pole. Our boy looked at the sky from the pole. He saw someone in the sky. Ye Tian realized that a Grandmaster was coming down from the sky. The Grandmaster called our boy a ruthless lad. He could not believe that Ye Tian wanted to wipe out the entire Sun family. Sun Fong quickly recognized the Grandmaster. The Grandmaster is the Grand Elder of the Sun family. His name is Yao Yi. Sun Fong told the Grand Elder that Ye Tian killed his father. He asked the Elder to kill Ye Tian. He begged the Elder to uphold justice for their family. Ye Tian was annoyed to hear what Sun Fong said. He realized that he should have killed Sun Fong earlier. Upon hearing what Sun Fong said, Yao Yi determined that Ye Tian must die for his sins. He pointed his hand at our boy and released a little energy. Immediately he did this. Lightning struck our boy. Ye Tian was able to dodge the attack by jumping. He quickly moved to a building. Before Ye Tian could catch his breath, a large amount of lightning began to strike him. Our boy immediately began to run. Each place his leg touched, lightning would strike it. The Grand Elder told Ye Tian that he is simply a mere ant in front of him. He asked our boy to surrender and accept his fate. Sun Fong stood up and began to run. He knew that he might not survive if the Grandmaster takes the fight serious. Grandmasters can wipe out an entire city while they are fighting. Before Sun Fong could get far, Ye Tian appeared in front of him. Sun Fong was horrified to see our boy. Ye Tian smiled when he saw the look on the loser's face. Yao Yi attacked Ye Tian with another lightning. Our boy was able to easily dodge the attack. Unfortunately for Sun Fong, he took a lot of damage. Sun Fong begged the Grand Elder to aim properly. Yao Yi laughed when he heard what Sun Fong said. He told the young master that he is old and his eyes don't work like they used to. While the Grandmaster was talking to Sun Fong, Ye Tian moved above him and rushed to attack him before our boy could touch the Grandmaster. A shield blocks his hand. Ye Tian was shocked to see that his attack was stopped. This barrier is known as the primordial shield. Yao Yi looked at our boy with disappointment in his eyes. Yao Yi glared at our boy. He used his energy to create a large amount of lightning and electrocuted our boy. Ye Tian screamed out in pain as he was being electrocuted. He lost his energy and fell from the sky. Our boy crashed into the ground. He quickly stood up and laughed. He was surprised to see how strong a Grandmaster was. He always knew that a Grandmaster would be strong, but he never expected it to be on such a level. Our boy realized that it was time for him to take the fight seriously. He tore his burnt clothes and took a stance. Yao Yi came down from the sky and stood in front of Ye Tian. He tried to use his aura to suppress our boy. To his surprise, Ye Tian stood his ground and matched his aura. Yao Yi is an initial stage Grandmaster. He is one of the only 2 Grandmasters of the Iron Fong base. He is part of a group who advocates for the suppression of the Lin Hai base. Our boy looked at Yao Yi's status window. He was surprised to see that the old man only had 1 talent, which was a high cultivation talent. Ye Tian laughed and called Yao Yi an ordinary Grandmaster. The old man was annoyed to hear this. He asked Ye Tian to repeat what he said. Our boy knew that Yao Yi must have had a hard time in becoming a Grandmaster. He asked Yao Yi to consider his age before he fights. Ye Tian advised the Grandmaster to not meddle in things that do not concern him. He told the old man that it will be bad for him if he loses a limb or 2 in the fight. He told Yao Yi that it will be bad if there is no one to take care of him in his final days. Sun Fong was surprised to hear this. He told Yao Yi that Ye Tian is too arrogant. He told the Grandmaster that Ye Tian is simply treating the Iron Fong base as a stepping stone. Our boy was annoyed to hear Sun Feng's voice. He could not believe that the loser was still alive. Sun Fong begged Yao Yi to reduce Ye Tian to ashes. Yao Yi did not need Sun Fong to tell him this. He planned to destroy Ye Tian. Yao Yi quickly launched an energy attack at our boy. Ye Tian was able to dodge the attack by stunting. The attack hit a building and destroyed it. Our boy was shocked to see the destruction the attack caused. Yao Yi was impressed to see that Ye Tian actually dodged his surprise attack. He commended Ye Tian for having good speed. Ye Tian appeared behind Yao Yi and thanked him for the compliment. He quickly rushed to attack the old man. Our boy kicked Yao Yi's head. Unfortunately for him, his attack did not even bother the old man. While Ye Tian's leg was on his face, Yao Yi told our boy that the attack was good. He told Ye Tian that he simply lacks the strength to perfectly execute it. Immediately Yao Yi said this. Our boy activated his strength talent. He knocked Yao Yi into a building. The old man quickly stood up from the rubble. He did not understand what happened. He could not comprehend how our boy was able to increase his strength in such a short time. Yao Yi came out of the building. He was excited to see that our boy was not an ordinary cultivator. Before the old man could take a step forward, he saw something shocking. Ye Tian threw a car at Yao Yi. The old man was able to dodge the attack by jumping. While in the air, Yao Yi stretched his hand out and activated his mental ability. Our boy was shocked to see this. He had never faced a Grandmaster's mental ability. Yao Yi used his mental ability to push our boy back. He clenched his fist and closed the gap between himself and Ye Tian. With a smile on his face, Yao Yi gave our boy a heavy punch on his face. Ye Tian screamed out in pain. Before Ye Tian could fall, Yao Yi grabbed his leg and smashed his body into the ground. Immediately he did this, Yao Yi gathered energy in his hand and activated a technique called Lightning Cascade. The moment Yao Yi activated his technique, a large amount of lightning came down from the sky. The heavy lightning struck our boy. He lost consciousness and passed out. With a serious look on his face, Yao Yi said that the fight has come to an end. Sun Fong began to laugh when he heard this. He was extremely happy to hear that Ye Tian is dead. He praised the Grand Elder and ran to him. Before Sun Fong reached him, Yao Yi used his hand to cover his mouth. He spat out some blood. The Grand Elder was surprised to see blood on his hand. He could not believe that Ye Tian actually managed to injure him. Before Sun Fong could touch him, Yao Yi pushed the young master aside. He told Sun Fong that he has to take his leave. He told the loser that he will leave the cleanup and the trivial matters to him. Yao Yi told the young master that he has to return to his house in order to receive healing before the injury affects his cultivation. Sun Fong accepted the Grand Elder's order. When Yao Yi walked forward, Sun Fong began to tremble. His body froze up when Yao Yi stood next to him. The young master never expected the pressure of a grandmaster to be so terrifying. Sun Fong decided to focus on Ye Tian. He spat on our boy's body. He laughed at Ye Tian and began to kick him. He told our boy that he should not have been so cocky. He told Ye Tian that the Sun family still won in the end. As Sun Fong kicked our boy, he told him that he will mash his body and feed it to his dogs. While Sun Fong was hitting him, Ye Tian woke up. He quickly stood up and grabbed Sun Fong by his neck. With a smile on his face, Ye Tian asked Sun Fong to repeat what he said. Sun Fong was horrified to see our boy moving. Ye Tian quickly brought out his blade. When the young master saw this, he called out to the Grand Elder. He begged Yao Yi to save him. Unfortunately for the loser, Ye Tian cut his neck before he could scream more. When Sun Fong fell, Yao Yi turned around. He was shocked to see Ye Tian standing. With a smile on his face, Ye Tian activated his healing talent. The moment he did this, all his injuries cleared up. Yao Yi could not believe that our boy still had the strength to move. He was more shocked to see that Ye Tian had the same healing talent as an immortal jellyfish. The Grand Elder could not comprehend what was happening before him. He asked Ye Tian to reveal his true identity. With a smile on his face, Ye Tian told Yao Yi that he is simply a person who awakened a weak talent. Immediately he said this, he activated the wind-slash technique. He sent a large amount of spinning energy blades at the Grand Elder. Yao Yi was shocked to see this. He did not understand how Ye Tian was able to use the secret technique of the Sun family. Although Ye Tian was using the Sun family's technique, he was actually able to create a larger number of blades. Yao Yi was shocked to see this. He realized that he could not dodge all the blades. The Grand Elder managed to dodge some of the blades. Unfortunately for him, he could not dodge them all. The blades cut and heavily injured Yao Yi. The old man's clothes turned to rags. While breathing heavily, Yao Yi told our boy that he will make sure to kill him even at the cost of his life. Ye Tian rushed to attack Yao Yi. He appeared behind the old man and clenched his fist. Our boy punched Yao Yi's head from behind and buried it in the ground. With a smile on his face, Ye Tian told Yao Yi that the punch is his payback for the lightning attack. The Grand Elder slowly moved back. While trembling, Yao Yi called Ye Tian a bastard. Our boy closed the gap between himself and the old man. He used his leg to smash the Grand Elder's head on the ground. With a serious look on his face, Ye Tian told the Grand Elder that he never gave him permission to move. While Ye Tian's face was on his head, Yao Yi called out to someone known as Old Manly. Yao Yi asked Li if he is not going to interfere. Old Manly, who happened to be at the top of a building, told Yao Yi that he is at fault. The old man reminded Yao Yi that he warned him to not act recklessly in the Linhai base. Old Manly told the Grand Elder that they are simply guests from the Iron Fong base. He reminded Yao Yi that guests have to abide by the host's wishes. Ye Tian was surprised to hear the old man's voice. He did not know when the man arrived to the fight. The old man came down from the building. He introduced himself as Li Mao. He told Ye Tian that he is a Grandmaster from the Iron Fong base. Li Mao commended Ye Tian on having an extraordinary talent. Li Mao is an initial stage Grandmaster like Yao Yi. He is the second Grandmaster of the Iron Fong base and Yao Yi's political rival. He is a person who advocates for a friendly relationship with the Linhai base. Ye Tian was happy to see Li Mao. He asked the Grandmaster if he also came for a fight. Li Mao laughed when he heard this. He told Ye Tian that he will only help those who are right, not those who are close to him. He told our boy that he will stay out of the fight. Li Mao told Ye Tian that he and Yao Yi are both from the Iron Fong base, but they both have different paths. With a serious look on his face, Li Mao asked Ye Tian to do as he pleases. Yao Yi was annoyed to hear what Li Mao said. He stretched his hand out and released a large amount of energy. Ye Tian quickly moved back when he saw Yao Yi releasing some energy. The Grand Elder activated his secret arts. He told Ye Tian and Li Mao that he will take them with him. A mark of fire appeared on his head and fire surrounded his body. Yao Yi's secret arts is known as Explosive Flame. Old Manly was shocked to see that Yao Yi wanted to use his secret arts. He told our boy that Yao Yi is trying to self-destruct. Ye Tian smiled when he heard this. He told the old man that Yao Yi cannot decide his death when he is fighting with him. Immediately he said this. Ye Tian rushed to attack the Grand Elder. He kicked Yao Yi and used his Shadow Blade technique to slash the old man several times. Our boy smiled like a mad person when he cut the old man. The flames that surrounded Yao Yi went out and the old man fell on the ground. After killing Yao Yi, Ye Tian put his sword away. The moment he did this, our boy felt something that seemed familiar. A bright light shined upon Ye Tian from the sky. Old Man Li was shocked to see the light. He could not believe that Ye Tian became a great martial warrior after killing a Grandmaster. Our boy was happy to see that he had entered the great martial warrior realm. Li Mao clapped for our boy. He could not believe that Ye Tian was actually able to kill a Grandmaster when he was simply an elite martial warrior. He told Ye Tian that his combat power makes him feel ashamed. He congratulated our boy for becoming a great martial warrior. Ye Tian knew that the old man was trying to flatter him. He asked Li Mao to stop wasting his time. He asked the old man to say what is on his mind. Old man Li laughed when he heard this. He told our boy that he is too impatient. Li Mao explained to Ye Tian that Yao Yi and his group have always gone against him in the Iron Fong base. Immediately he said this, Li Mao released some energy and took a step. The old man appeared in front of Ye Tian. He told our boy that he does not want to go against the Linhai base. He explained to Ye Tian that he wants to coexist on equal terms with the Linhai base. Ye Tian was very shocked to see how fast the old man was. Li Mao told our boy that he has already killed everyone in the Sun family. He begged Ye Tian to allow the other members of the Iron Fong base live in peace. He begged our boy to end his anger against the Iron Fong base. Old man Li told Ye Tian that after the event that took place, the Iron Fong base and the Linhai base will unite as allies and they will forge a path to prosperity. He asked Ye Tian if he is okay with the terms. Our boy laughed when he heard this. He understood why old man Li was scared. He asked Li Mao to speak with the Lin family. He told him that the Lin family are the leaders of the Linhai base. Old man Li was shocked to hear this. He asked Ye Tian if he does not want to rule an entire base. Ye Tian told the old man that he hates troublesome things a lot. After saying this, our boy told Li Mao that he has to leave. The old man was surprised to hear this. He told Ye Tian that they have things to discuss. Ye Tian ignored the old man and began to run. Old man Li watched our boy as he ran. He realized that Ye Tian had a limitless future in front of him. The scene shifts and we are taken to the Lin family mansion. Inside the mansion, we see an old man trimming a plant with a pair of scissors. After carefully cutting the plant, the old man said that it looks perfect. This old man is the original patriarch of the Lin family. He is Lin Ming's father. His name is Lin Wanli, and he is a great martial warrior who is at the peak of his realm. While the old man was carefully positioning the plant, his son stepped into his room. Ming told his father that he has found the cause of last night's explosion. Wanli asked his son to speak. Ming told his father that the Sun family's building was attacked. Wanli was surprised to hear this. He believed that it is impossible for anyone to do this. He told his son that the Sun family has the support of a Grandmaster. Ming asked Wanli if he still remembers the elite martial warrior he spoke about. This martial warrior is Ye Tian. Wanli told his son that he vaguely remembers Ye Tian. With a nervous look on his face, Ming told his father that Ye Tian has wiped out the entire Sun family and he has killed Yao Yi. Wanli dropped his scissors when he heard this. He could not believe that such a thing actually happened. Wanli could not believe that Ye Tian solved the issues of the hardline faction and the moderate faction of the Iron Fong base. The old man stood up and walked past his son. He told Ming that Ye Tian has allowed the Lin family and the Linhai base to be peaceful. Ming revealed to his father that old man Li wants to have a meeting with them right now. He told his father that Li Mao is already waiting for them in the tea room. Wanli was surprised to hear this. He realized that old man Li did not want to give them time to think. He decided to meet the Grandmaster. Wanli ordered his son to tell all the factions in the Linhai base to protect Ye Tian and his sister. He told Ming that all parties must help Ye Tian if he decides to set up his own faction. With a serious look on his face, Wanli warned his son to never offend Ye Tian. Ming became nervous when he heard this. He knew that his father's words were wise. The scene shifts and we are taken to the martial pavilion. Yu stared at little Jean as she yawned. She was worried about her brother. While Yi was thinking, an attendant comes to serve Gale Wolf some tea. Gale Wolf was annoyed to see the tea. He told the attendant that they spent the whole night drinking tea. He asked her to tell him what Yuling is doing. With a smile on her face, the attendant apologized to Gale Wolf. She told him that she has no knowledge of the Pavilion Master's affairs. Gale Wolf was sad to hear this. He told the attendant that he has come to the store more than once and he has never seen Yuling. Gale Wolf was disappointed because he had heard that Yuling is a beauty. Gale Wolf asked Elder Zay if they are still going to wait at the Martial Pavilion. Elder Zay told his student that he needs to be patient. While drinking his tea, Elder Zay told Gale Wolf that he has actually already met Yuling a long time ago. Gale Wolf was shocked to hear this. He did not remember meeting Yuling. Elder Zay stood up and told Yu that she has also met the Pavilion Master. Yu was surprised to hear this. While the group was talking, Yuling stepped into the store. Her attendant introduced her to the group. Yuling was shocked to see Yu. Yu stood up and turned around. She was also shocked to see Yuling. Gale Wolf was completely lost. He cleaned his eyes to make sure that he was seeing everything well. He took a look at Yu and took a look at Yuling. He asked Yu to tell him why she looks exactly like Yuling. Gale Wolf was not the only one who was shocked. The attendant also noticed the resemblance when the group arrived. She wondered if Yu was Yuling's long-lost sister. Elder Zhe greeted the Pavilion Master. He introduced Yu as Ye Tian's sister. He told Yuling that Ye Tian asked him to escort his sister to the martial pavilion in order to seek protection. Yuling told the elder that he does not need to explain himself. She told him that she knows about what happened in the Linhai base last night. Yu felt shy to see someone who looked exactly like her. Yuling was annoyed to see Yu. She wondered if Ye Tian saved her because she looked like Yu. When Yuling remembered how Ye Tian saved and carried her, she felt humiliated. Yuling walked up to Yu. With a smile on her face, Yuling asked Yu to call her big sister. Yu was shocked to hear this. The scene shifts and we are taken to the martial artists market. Inside the market, we see different people selling different products. Ye Tian walked up to the front of the martial pavilion. When he arrived, he saw something shocking. Our boy saw Yuling waiting for him outside. He asked her about why she is outside. Yuling told Ye Tian that she came to welcome the new big shot of the Linhai base. She called our boy Lord Ye Tian and told him that she cannot neglect such an important person. While wearing some brand new set of clothes, Ye Tian smiled at Yuling. Ye Tian decided to check Yuling's status window. He was surprised to see that Yuling's cultivation talent had changed from a high-tier talent to an apex-tier talent. She had also become a great martial warrior. Our boy realized that Yuling's cultivation talent must have increased after she took the treasure which she obtained from the Lake of Death. Ye Tian found Yuling to be an incredible woman. Yuling was annoyed to see that our boy was staring at her. She walked up to Ye Tian and grabbed his shirt. She told him that it is rude to stare at a woman. Ye Tian quickly apologized. He told her that he got distracted. Yuling decided to let our boy go. She told him that she does not want to argue. She asked Ye Tian if he wants to take a walk with her while the sunlight is still out. With a smile on his face, Ye Tian accepted Yuling's offer. While walking, Yuling told our boy that the Lin family is willing to help him build his influence. She asked Ye Tian for his thoughts on the matter. Our boy told Yuling that he is not interested in such things. The Pavilion Master was surprised to hear this. She asked Ye Tian if he wants to continue cultivating alone. Our boy revealed to Yuling that he plans to leave the Linhai base. He told her that he is going to the Demon Sea base. Yuling was surprised to hear this. She could not believe that Ye Tian wanted to leave. Our boy noticed that Yuling stopped walking. He asked her if something is wrong. With her face down, Yuling told our boy that nothing is wrong. Ye Tian continued walking forward. Yuling looked at Ye Tian as he walked forward. She could not believe that he was actually leaving. Upon seeing that Yuling was not next to him, Ye Tian turned around and called her. He asked her about why she stopped walking. Yuling decided to catch up to our boy. At night, we see Ye Tian reunited with his sister. Yi was happy to see her brother. She ran into his arms. Ye Tian used his finger to tap his sister's head. He reminded her that she is now a grown-up woman. He told her that she should not act clingy immediately they meet. He asked his sister to act more ladylike. Yu told her brother that she hugged him because she missed him. Ye Tian thanked Gale Wolf and Elder Zhe for looking after Yu. Elder Zhe told our boy that he does not need to worry about it. While Elder Zhe and Ye Tian were talking, Yuling and her assistant stepped into the room. When Yuling saw Ye Tian talking to Elder Zhe, she asked Xiaoyu to call a man known as Elder Yuzhong. She told Xiaoyu to tell the elder that she wants to see him in her office. She told her assistant that she has something important to discuss with the elder. Xiaoyu was surprised to hear that her mistress wanted to see Elder Yuzhong. In the next scene, we see Elder Yuzhong in Yuling's office. The elder asked Yuling if she has made her final choice. The Pavilion Master told the elder that she has. She asked the elder to handle the rest. The scene shifts and we see Ye Tian preparing to leave. Elder Zhe decided to try convincing Ye Tian again. He told our boy that he can establish his faction in the Linhai base if he stays. He told Ye Tian that the faction will be good for the Yi family. Our boy laughed when he heard this. He told the elder that he has no interest at all. Ye Tian thanked Elder Zhe for getting the car for him. He told the elder that it will make traveling convenient for him. Elder Zhe called Ye Tian a young hero with lofty aspirations. He told our boy that he admires him. The elder told Ye Tian that he would have also followed him on the journey if he was a few decades younger. Gale Wolf looked at the gate. He noticed that Yuling did not come to see Ye Tian off. He asked Ye Tian about why Yuling did not come to see him. Gale Wolf assumed that our boy and Yuling were good friends. Ye Tian was sad to see that Yuling did not come. He decided to not wait for her. Our boy, and Yuling waved to Elder Zay and Gale Wolf. Gale Wolf asked Yu to work hard on her cultivation. He told her that she cannot slack off before our boy got into his car. Yuling asked him to wait. The Pavilion Master had changed her appearance into something different. Xiao Yu rushed to catch up to her mistress. Yuling opened the door of the car and sat down at the front seat. She asked Ye Tian to get in. Our boy was surprised to see this. He asked Yuling if she is also coming. The Pavilion Master believed that this was a stupid question. She told Ye Tian that she would not sit in the car if she did not plan to follow him. Our boy smiled when he heard this. He asked Xiao Yu and Yi Yu to sit at the back. Ye Tian noticed that Xiao Yu was trying to touch little Jean. Jean seemed to not like Xiao Yu. She clung to Yi Yu. When Ye Tian got in the car, he asked Yuling to tell him the reason why she wants to follow him to the Demon Sea base. Yuling clenched her fist when she heard the question. She told Ye Tian that she simply wanted to go to the Demon Sea base. Ye Tian believed that Yuling was not being truthful to herself. He told her that she could have simply told him if she wanted to join him for an adventure. Our boy told Yuling that she does not need to behave in such a way. Yuling became annoyed when she heard this. She told Ye Tian that her trip to the Demon Sea base has nothing to do with him. She told our boy that she followed him because he has a car. With a smile on his face, Ye Tian told the girl that he understands her. While driving, Ye Tian waved his hand to Elder Zay and Gale Wolf. As the car drove off, Elder Zay told his student that Ye Tian's future is something to look forward to. When Ye Tian entered the main road, he bid the Linhai base farewell. While driving, Xiao Yu asked Yu to tell her why Jean would not allow her to touch her. She called Jean a disobedient animal. Yu asked Xiao Yu to not get angry. She told her that Jean is afraid of strangers. While the girls were talking, Yuling told our boy that the Demon Sea base will be conducting a secret realm trial in 3 months. She asked Ye Tian if he is interested. Our boy was surprised to hear about a secret realm. He did not know what a secret realm is. He asked Yuling to explain it to him. Xiao Yu was shocked to hear Ye Tian's question. She could not believe that Ye Tian did not know what a secret realm is even though he is a great martial warrior. Xiao Yu asked Ye Tian to tell her how he was able to become a great martial warrior. Ye Tian felt embarrassed when he heard this. The girl decided to explain what a secret realm is. She told our boy that a secret realm is an alternate dimension that exists in a world that is apart from Earth. It is believed that a secret realm has something to do with the disaster that happened 100 years ago. Martial artists enter the secret realm through a dimensional rift in order to explore and search for rare and valuable treasures. Martial artists tend to use this method to advance their cultivation. Ye Tian asked Xiao Yu if anyone can enter a secret realm. Yuling told our boy that secret realms have ranks. She told him that the secret realm, which is available in 3 months, can only be open to great martial warriors like them. If a martial artist who is higher or lower than a great martial warrior tries to step into the secret realm will obliterate them. Our boy was surprised to hear this. It was his first time hearing about such things. Yuling explained to Ye Tian that the slots for exploring a secret realm are in high demand. She told our boy that a member of the Yu family had to give up their slot in order to get one for him. She told our boy that it is hard for anyone to get such an opportunity. She asked Ye Tian if he is interested. Ye Tian was surprised to hear that Yuling went through so much trouble to get a slot for him. With a smile on his face, our boy told Yuling that he hates troubling people. He told her that it is better he does not go. Yuling was annoyed to hear this. She told Ye Tian that he is not a decisive man. She grabbed the wheel out of anger and tried to cause an accident. After driving for a while, the group arrived at an abandoned campsite. They decided to spend the night at the campsite. Our boy poured some water on his face and stretched his hand out. He was happy to stretch out his body. After stretching for a while, Ye Tian decided to meet the girls. He wanted to know how dinner preparations was going. Before our boy could meet the girls, Yuling walked up to him. She asked him if he does not plan on going to the secret realm at all. She asked our boy to rethink his decision. She told Ye Tian that no one knows when he will ever get such an opportunity again. She made our boy understand that such an opportunity is extremely vital to martial artists. Ye Tian completely understood Yuling's intentions. He told her that he actually wants to participate, but he has an issue. Ye Tian explained to the Pavilion Master that he and his sister are just leaving the Linhai base for the first time. Our boy did not feel secure leaving his sister alone while they were in a new place. Yuling began to laugh when she heard this. She could not believe that this was Ye Tian's reason for not wanting to enter the secret realm. Our boy did not understand what was funny to the girl. She placed her hand on Ye Tian's shoulder and asked him if he does not know who her family is. She told our boy that her family has a branch in the Demon Sea base too. She asked Ye Tian to leave Yu to her. Our boy was shocked to hear this. He could not believe that Yuling was actually willing to help him. With a smile on her face, Yuling asked our boy to not worry about it. Ye Tian decided to accept Yuling's invitation. The Pavilion Master did not completely trust our boy. She asked him not to act indecisive when the time comes. Our boy asked her not to worry about it. Ye Tian was happy to see that he will be saving a huge amount of money by moving with Yuling. Xiaoyu stood up and asked the group to give her their attention. She wanted to get their opinion on something important. Xiaoyu revealed to the group that they are 3,000 kilometers away from the Demon Sea base. The assistant asked the group if they want to reach the Demon Sea base as fast as possible or if they want to travel slowly and enjoy themselves along the way. Ye Tian and Yuling told Xiaoyu that they are fine with either options at the same time. Xiaoyu was surprised to see this. She told her mistress and Ye Tian that they spoke in unison. Ye Tian and Yuling turned their heads away from each other. The two of them were blushing. Yu raised her hand and told Xiaoyu that she wants to pick. With a smile on her face, Yu told Xiaoyu that it is her first time in the outside world. She told her that she wants to enjoy and see the outside world. Xiaoyu told our girl that her suggestion is good. She told the group that they will go with Yu's suggestion. She asked Yuling and Ye Tian if they have any objection against the suggestion. The two told Xiaoyu that they are fine. The group decided to rest for the night and start their journey the next day. Unfortunately for Yu, the journey was not enjoyable. The group faced a giant troll monster while traveling. Ye Tian and Yuling faced the monster while protecting Yu and Xiaoyu. While fighting, Ye Tian copied the monster's mid-tier stamina talent. While crossing over a river, the group faced another monster. Yu and Xiaoyu could not believe what was happening to them. The monster was a giant octopus. Ye Tian and Yuling faced the giant octopus. While fighting, Ye Tian copied the octopus's mid-tier defense talent. After traveling for 3 months, we see the group on a ship that was entering into a city. The bright sun shined on our boy's face. Ye Tian used his hand to block the sunlight. Our boy was happy to see that they finally arrived at the Demon Sea base. The Demon Sea base is a large-scale base that has a population of millions of people. The moment the ship arrived at the harbor, the captain asked the people on board to step out in an orderly manner. Ye Tian and the group stepped out and went into the city. Our boy was surprised to see the size of the Demon Sea base. Yuling explained to him that the Demon Sea base is divided into several districts. While they were walking, a car parked in front of them. Our boy was surprised to see this. A man in a suit stepped out of the car. With a smile on his face, the man introduced himself as a chauffeur of the Martial Pavilion's Demon Sea base. The chauffeur welcomed Yuling to the Demon Sea base. Our boy was surprised to see the car which came to pick Yuling up. He realized that the Martial Pavilion had more money than he expected. Yuling ordered her assistant to take Yu to the Martial Pavilion. She asked the two girls to get some rest. With a smile on her face, Xiaoyu accepted this order. As Xiaoyu pushed her towards the car, Yu called out to her brother. Ye Tian asked his sister not to worry about him. Yu was not convinced by what her brother said. She asked Ye Tian to come back to her. She reminded him that she will be waiting for him. Ye Tian smiled at his sister to reassure her. He told her that he will come back. Ye Tian and Yuling watched the car as it drove off. After they could no longer see the car, Yuling took out an elastic band and told our boy that they need to get down to business. The scene shifts and we are taken to a different district in the Demon Sea base. In this district, we see a helicopter flying to check on the people gathered below. Among the numerous people on the ground was Ye Tian and Yuling. Our boy told Yuling that a lot of average martial warriors are gathered in the area. Yuling explained to Ye Tian that the martial warriors came to watch because it is not every day they see great martial warriors. While people were talking, an old man noticed that the dimensional rift had appeared. The old man alerted the rest of the people in the area. When everyone looked up, they saw a small glowing hole in the sky. Ye Tian was surprised to see the size of the rift. He asked Yuling if it is possible for everyone to pass through such a small hole. The Pavilion Master smiled when she heard this. She told our boy that they cannot enter the rift with its current size. She told him that the hole needs to be broken with force. Ye Tian was shocked to hear this. He did not understand what Yuling was talking about. Immediately Yuling said this. A man began to float in the air. The people in the area were shocked to see the man. One of the warriors told everyone that the man in the air is King Yunhe. Everyone was shocked to see King Yun flying towards the rift. Yuling pointed at King Yun and told our boy that the man is a king rank powerhouse. Ye Tian was surprised to hear this. He realized that a king rank is the next rank after a Grandmaster. Yunhe is a king rank powerhouse that comes from the Yun family of the Demon Sea base. People call him King Yunhe. Our boy could not believe that the Demon Sea base had such a powerful person. He became curious about how King Yunhee was going to break the rift. While in the air, Yunhee took his finger out of his pocket. With a bright smile on his face, Yunhee raised his finger up. The moment he did this, he released a small amount of energy from his finger. Immediately, King Yunhee released some energy. A giant finger appeared in the sky. The warriors below were shocked to see this. A man asked the people around him about the secret technique which Yunhee is using. King Yunhee began to release more energy. He bent his body and pointed his finger at the rift. The moment he did this, the giant finger pressed the rift. The finger pressed and punctured a hole in the rift. The hole in the sky widened. The people below were shocked to see this. They began to hail Yunhee. They called him an awesome person. Yunhee moved to the ground and landed in the middle of the crowd. When our boy saw Yunhee in front of him, he became curious about the man's talent. Ye Tian decided to check King Yunhee's talent. When Ye Tian checked Yunhee's status window, he saw that King Yunhee had a transcendent cultivation talent and he had a novice tier spatial talent. Our boy was surprised to see a transcendent cultivation talent. He realized that the next tier after apex tier is transcendent tier. Ye Tian was happy to see a new tier of talent. He decided to copy the talent. While the people were hailing Yunhee, someone talks to them through a speaker. The person announced that the secret realm is now open. The person asked the participants to get ready. He told them that they will enter the secret realm in 5 minutes' time. As Yunhee walked forward, people continued to hail him. Our boy watched as the man walked forward. He remembered that Yunhee also had a spatial talent. Ye Tian was curious about how such a talent would work. He wanted to copy it, but he could not do anything due to his talent's restrictions. He decided to copy the talent the next time he sees King Yunhee. Ye Tian did not completely feel bad because he had already gotten a huge gain by raising his cultivation talent to the transcendent tier. Yuling brought out a watch and a pouch for our boy. She explained to Ye Tian that the pouch is known as an interdimensional storage pouch. It is used to store many things. The watch is a GPS tracking watch that can display the location of one's partner. The Pavilion master asked our boy to take the items. Ye Tian thanked her for her help. Yuling explained to our boy that they can land in different locations in the secret realm. She asked our boy to do his best to regroup with her. She told Ye Tian that it will be bad for them if they cannot leave the secret realm within a month. She explained to him that they will have to wait for 10 years for the secret realm to reopen if they cannot leave within a month. Our boy was surprised to hear this. He told Yuling that he completely understands. While the two were talking, a huge man appeared behind our boy, with a terrifying tone in his voice. The man called Yuling sis and asked her if Ye Tian is the professional which she mentioned. The man did not believe that Ye Tian was actually a great martial warrior. He asked Yuling if she is sure about our boy's identity. The other warriors were terrified to feel the huge man's aura. A warrior wearing a tracksuit said that our boy is doomed for having a dangerous opponent focus on him. Another warrior told the tracksuit man that it is better they don't stay near the huge man. Yuling released some energy and asked the man named Yu Chao to be respectful to Ye Tian. She told Yu Chao that Ye Tian is her friend. Yu Chao tapped Ye Tian's back and told Yuling that he cannot be respectful to some loser who came from a tiny town and stole his friend's place in the secret realm. The huge idiot called our boy a loser. He believed that Ye Tian did not react because he was scared. Oddly enough, Ye Tian did not say anything to the idiot. Yu Chao asked Ye Tian to return back to his small town and drink his milk. He told our boy that he does not want to see him in the secret realm. Immediately he said this, he walked away. After he left, Ye Tian asked Yuling if Yu Chao always acts so brazen. The Pavilion master did not know what to say to our boy. She felt ashamed. While they were talking, the announcer tells them that they can now enter the secret realm. The person wished the groups a safe and fruitful adventure. Immediately the announcer said this. A group of people flew into the rift. Yuling told our boy that it is better if they also enter. The two decided to jump in. The people below were excited to see another group entering the rift. The scene shifts and we see Yu Yi in the car. Our girl prayed that her brother will be safe in the secret realm. In the next scene, we see someone fall into the secret realm. The person turns out to be Ye Tian. Our boy crashed when he landed in the realm. He quickly stood up to look around. When Ye Tian looked up, he saw a red sky and withered trees. In front of our boy was a large traditional house. While looking at the building in front of him, something hits Ye Tian's shoe. When our boy bent down to see what was next to his shoe, he saw a flower. He picked up the flower to get a closer look at it. Ye Tian was surprised to see that he was holding a 100-year-old spirit ginseng. When our boy looked around him, he saw a large amount of the spirit ginseng. Ye Tian was happy to see the amount of spirit ginseng in front of him. He realized that he was going to become rich. Our boy took out his storage pouch. He pointed the pouch at the large garden in front of him. Immediately he did this. The pouch drew the spirit ginsengs into itself. Upon seeing how bulky his pouch was, Ye Tian said that his greedy sister would faint if she saw the amount of spirit ginseng he took. Our boy decided to explore the area for more treasures. While walking around, Ye Tian saw a dead martial artist on the ground. Our boy could tell that the man was attacked by monsters the moment he landed in the secret realm. Ye Tian realized that he should never let his guard down in the secret realm. While looking at the body, our boy's watch began to beep. When Ye Tian looked at his watch, he realized that Yu Ling was in trouble. The scene shifts and we see something smack Yu Ling. Our girl held her sword and tried to stand up. Unfortunately for her, she was already too weak. While trembling, Yu Ling prayed that Ye Tian would come to save her. The monsters, which turned out to be goblins, moved closer to Yu Ling when they saw that she had gotten weaker. Ye Tian ran towards Yu Ling at his top speed. As he ran forward, our boy saw more traditional buildings in the secret realm. After running for a while, Ye Tian arrived at the front of a huge building. Inside the building, we see Yu Ling barely hanging on as she fought two goblins. While she was fighting the goblins, another one jumped from the ceiling. The goblin used its club to smack Yu Ling on the head. Yu Ling's body began to shake when she received the attack. The goblin put its club behind its head and watched as our girl suffered. Yu Ling realized that she no longer had any strength. She did not know what to do. As the goblin swung its club at our girl, she prayed that Ye Tian would come to her rescue. Before the goblin's club could touch our girl, Ye Tian appeared out of nowhere and kicked the monster away. Yu Ling was shocked to see our boy. Ye Tian crushed the goblin's head and knocked it into a wall. The other two goblins were shocked to see our boy. Yu Ling was more shocked to see our boy in front of her. Ye Tian looked at Yu Ling and asked her to leave the rest to him. He took out his blade and used it to cut one of the goblins. The other two monsters became terrified when they saw this. They turned around and tried to run away. When our boy saw this, he used his hand to crush the head of the monster he was fighting. He easily closed the gap between himself and the monsters. He used his blade to tear the monsters apart. While watching our boy at work, Yu Ling realized that Ye Tian can help her in achieving her father's unfulfilled wish. After taking care of the monsters, Ye Tian walked up to the Pavilion master. He asked her about what happened to her. Our boy knew that Yu Ling was strong enough to take care of such weak goblins. He asked our girl to tell him how the goblins were able to injure her. Yu Ling smiled when she heard this. She told our boy that she was not injured by the goblins. She stood up and explained to Ye Tian that she got wounded by a demonic eye python. This is a high-tier monster with an illusion talent. Yu Ling had used a forbidden technique to escape the python, but she was ambushed by the goblins when she was weak. Our boy was surprised to hear what happened. As Yu Ling walked forward, she told our boy that the secret realm does not only have precious treasures, but also a high possibility of dying. She told Ye Tian that the fight has only just began. Yu Ling took out an elixir and drank it. She sat in a lotus position and began to regain her strength. Seeing that Yu Ling had a better understanding of the secret realm than him, Ye Tian asked if she knows the location of the most precious treasure. He asked her if she knows the location of the natural and rare treasures. According to Yu Ling, the most precious treasure in the secret realm is the Vitality Stone Quarry. Unfortunately, the Yun family already has their eyes on large resources like the Vitality Stone. Our boy realized that Yu Ling was talking about the family of Yun He. He asked her if she also has her eyes on the Vitality Stone Quarry. Our girl told Ye Tian that she does not have an interest in the stone. With a serious look on her face, Yu Ling told Ye Tian that she wants to find the treasure which her father left behind for her. Our boy was shocked to hear this. According to Yu Ling, her father found an extremely rare treasure when he came to the secret realm 20 years ago. Unfortunately, the treasure was guarded by a monster with a spatial talent, so Yu Ling's father was not able to get it. Yu Ling revealed to our boy that her goal is to get the treasure. Ye Tian asked the Pavilion master if there is actually a monster with a spatial talent. Yu Ling assured him that the monster exists. According to Yu Ling's father, the monster has a mid-tier spatial talent. It is an incredibly dangerous monster. Ye Tian remembered that King Yun he only had a novice-tier spatial talent, yet he was about to face a monster with mid-tier spatial talent. Our boy bit his lips in excitement. He assured himself that he would get the talent. When she was done healing herself, Yu Ling stretched out her body. Upon seeing how flexible she was, she told our boy that she is healed enough to move. Our boy asked Yu Ling if she can share more about the treasure she is looking for. Our girl did not see anything wrong with sharing information. She told our boy that it is fine because he is her comrade. Yuling revealed to our boy that the treasure is known as the Divine Soul Flower. It is a treasure that can help anyone raise their cultivation talent to the peak. One of the stalks of the Divine Soul Flower can create a genius or an apex tier Grandmaster. A single Divine Soul Flower can allow a person reign over somewhere like the Linhai base. Ye Tian was shocked to hear this. Yuling pointed at our boy and told him that he and Yu also need this treasure. This was not completely true. Ye Tian did not need such a useless item because he could always raise his talent, but Yu could actually use it. Our boy asked Yuling about the amount of stalks the Divine Flower has. Yuling did not know the amount of stalks the Divine Flower had left. According to her, there were 10 stalks 20 years ago. However, because of the passage of time, some of the stalks may have been damaged and some might have been proliferated. Yuling knew that the biggest problem in finding a treasure with a partner is that there won't be enough treasure to share with your partner. Our girl assured Ye Tian that she will share the treasure equally. She told her boy that he has to promise her something in order for them to split the treasure equally. She asked Ye Tian to promise to do his best against the monster. Ye Tian smiled and accepted this condition. The two shook hands to start their partnership. The two began to run towards a particular destination. Ye Tian asked Yuling if she knows the exact location of the treasure. Yuling asked our boy to not worry about it. She asked him to simply follow her. As Ye Tian watched Yuling run in front of him, he says that the Divine Soul Flower is an impressive treasure, but he was more interested in the spatial talent. As they ran into a forest, Ye Tian asked our girl if she has a plan. Our boy believed that Yuling must have a plan because her father thought about the secret realm for 20 years. The Pavilion Master told our boy that she has a plan. Yuling took out an item and threw it at our boy. Ye Tian was shocked to see the item. Yuling told our boy that he is holding a formation array plate. She revealed to Ye Tian that her father paid a formation master a lot of money for him to make the plate. The formation pattern on the plate is called the Forbidden Spatial Array. It is used to reduce the effectiveness of a spatial talent. Our boy was surprised to hear this. He could not believe that such an item actually existed. Yuling told our boy that everything that can be useful must have something that can counteract it. According to our girl, something is only an invincible existence when its natural enemy has not been found. Our boy felt weird when he heard this. He wondered about what his talent's natural enemy was. The Pavilion Master told our boy that they should not put all their hopes on the formation array plate. According to Yuling, the formation array is only useful for 3 seconds, and it must be used within 800 meters of the target. Yuling's original plan was to activate the formation array and use her forbidden technique to fight the monster. Unfortunately for her, she had already used her forbidden arts to hide from the demonic eye python. Thanks to this, she won't be able to activate her forbidden arts for a short period of time. The Pavilion Master told our boy that she can no longer delay the acquisition of the treasure. With a smile on his face, Ye Tian asked Yuling to stop explaining herself. He told her that he will do his best to assist her. Yuling smiled when she heard this. After running for a while, Yuling stopped moving. Ye Tian did not understand why they stopped running. He asked our girl if something is wrong. While looking down at a cave from a cliff, Yuling told our boy that they have arrived at their destination. She told Ye Tian that the Divine Soul Flower and the monster are inside the cave. Our boy asked Yuling if he should begin the attack. The Pavilion Master told Ye Tian that it takes time to set up the formation array. She told him that he will lure the monster out once she is done with the formation array. While sleeping in its cave, the monster opened its eyes. It sensed the presence of our boy and Yuling. Ye Tian immediately felt the monster's pressure. A portal appeared behind them. When Ye Tian turned around, he saw the monster in the air. Yuling was shocked to see the monster. She realized that the monster also had the sensory ability which people with spatial talent usually possess. The monster glared at the two while it was in the air. Ye Tian took a look at the monster's status window. The monster is known as a teleportation bat. Its bloodline talent is apex tier. Its spatial talent is mid-tier, and its gigantism talent is also mid-tier. Our boy was impressed to see that the monster actually had a mid-tier spatial talent. Ye Tian quickly stopped staring at the monster. He told Yuling that he will stall the bat. He asked her to set up the formation array. Our girl accepted the order and thanked Ye Tian. She quickly distanced herself from our boy. The moment Yuling ran, the monster teleported in front of Ye Tian and used its claw to cut our boy. Instead of focusing on his wound, Ye Tian was more surprised by the teleportation ability. He realized that teleportation was much different from speed. The bat knocked Ye Tian down from the cliff. Our boy crashed into the ground. Of course, this wound did not mean anything to him. Our boy was impressed with the bat's ability. He decided to drag out the fight for fun. He stood up and activated his healing talent. He took out his blade and took a stance. While Ye Tian was fighting, Yuling also took a stance. She put her hand together and began to channel some energy into the formation array. Yuling hoped that our boy would last against the bat. The scene shifts and we see the monster staring at Ye Tian. It was surprised to see that our boy was not dead. It decided to attack him again. Our boy saw the monster coming towards him at full speed. When the monster got close to Ye Tian, it teleported and appeared behind our boy. It tried to crush Ye Tian's head with its leg. Fortunately for our boy, he felt some energy behind him. The monster launched its attack and crushed the rocks in the area. To the bat's surprise, Ye Tian was not on the ground. We see our boy standing next to the bat. He told the monster that his speed will not be outdone by its teleportation. Almost as if the bat understood our boy, it teleported to Ye Tian's front and tried to tear his face off. Before the monster's claws could touch our boy, he activated his speed talent and dodged the attack. He jumped and took a stance. He and the monster began to exchange blows. While fighting, Ye Tian called out to Yuling. He asked her about the amount of time left for the formation to be complete. The Pavilion Master told our boy that she needs 3 more seconds. The moment our boy spoke to Yuling, the bat teleported. Ye Tian quickly realized that he messed up. The bat appeared above Yuling. It rushed to attack her. Yuling was shocked to see the monster coming towards her. Before the bat could touch our girl, Ye Tian appeared in front of her and kicked its head. The moment Ye Tian did this, Yuling finished preparing the formation array. She placed her hand on the ground and asked the formation array to activate. Immediately she did this. The plate flew to the top of the bat. When the plate arrived at the top of the bat, it released a large array over the monster. The array pushed and suppressed the monster. Yuling became relieved when she saw this. She could not believe that they actually succeeded. While the array was suppressing the monster, it activated its gigantism talent. The bat's muscles grew in size and mass. Its body grew to the size of a mountain. The monster screamed out in anger as it tried to break the array. Our girl was terrified to see this. She noticed that the formation array plate was about to break. She turned around and asked our boy to make use of the opportunity. She told him that he only has one chance. Before Yuling could turn around, Ye Tian appeared in front of the monster and used his Shadow Blade skill to cut off its head. The bat's body and head shrunk and fell in front of Yuling. Our girl was shocked to see this. She could not believe that Ye Tian actually cut the bat's head off with one strike. She realized that our boy was much powerful than she expected. When the bat died, the array plate fell out of the sky and broke. When our boy landed on the ground, he saw the array. He picked the plate in surprise. He was annoyed to see that such a good item was destroyed after one use. While Ye Tian was looking at the item, Yuling ran to him. When she stood in front of him, she began to question him. Yuling asked our boy if he is hiding his strength from her. It did not make sense to the girl that Ye Tian was able to kill the teleportation bat in one strike. Our boy dropped the array plate and crossed his hand. With a nervous look on his face, Ye Tian assured her that he did not hide his strength. He told the Pavilion Master that he was able to finish off the bat because of the formation array plate. He told her that the bat became an easier target for him because it grew in size. Our boy looked away from Yuling. He reminded her that they need to check for the Divine Soul Flower. Yuling was annoyed to hear this. She knew that our boy was trying to divert her attention. She turned around and told our boy that she will interrogate him later. She ran towards the bat's cave. While running, Yuling hoped that there would still be some stalks of the Divine Soul Flower. She did not know how she would face Ye Tian if she was not able to find the flower. While Yuling was running, Ye Tian took out his pouch and dragged the bat's corpse into it. Our boy did this in order to preserve the body of the bat. Ye Tian was very happy that he came along with the Pavilion Master. When Yuling arrived inside the cave, she saw something shocking. There was still a lot of flowers in the cave. When our girl counted the flowers, she noticed that there was 8 flowers in the cave. Yuling was very happy to see this. She and Ye Tian had enough flowers for themselves. As she picked out the flowers, Yuling smiled. She was happy to see that she and Ye Tian would each get 4 flowers. While Yuling was picking the flowers, Ye Tian entered the cave. The moment he stepped into the cave, our boy smelled something that seemed familiar to him. While our boy was thinking, the Pavilion Master walked up to him. She gave him his share of the reward. Our boy gladly accepted the reward and placed it into his pouch. Ye Tian was happy to see that he greatly benefited from the trip. While smiling, our boy smells the familiar scent again. The moment this happens, Ye Tian remembered the place he smelled the scent. The cave had the same scent as the cave which little Jean took our boy to get the elixir. Our boy realized that there are more treasures inside the cave. Ye Tian began to search the cave. Yuling did not understand what our boy was doing. They had already gotten the treasure they were looking for. She did not understand why our boy was searching the cave. She asked our boy if he is not going to leave. Ye Tian told Yuling that she can leave if she wants to. He told her that he will follow her very soon. Yuling was surprised to hear this. She assumed that our boy was not satisfied with his share of the divine soul flower. She told our boy that it is a taboo to be too greedy. She explained to him that moderation is important. While Yuling was talking, Ye Tian ignored her and continued searching. Yuling was annoyed to see this. While searching, our boy touched a wall. Ye Tian realized that the treasure was hidden behind the wall. Our boy took a stance and placed his hand on the wall. He activated his strength talent. Immediately he did this, the wall broke apart. The Pavilion Master did not understand what our boy was doing. When the dust from the attack cleared up, Yuling saw a large hole in the wall. She was quite shocked to see that a cave was hidden in the cave. When Ye Tian looked into the cave, he saw an item. He told Yuling that he was right. Our girl quickly rushed to see what Ye Tian was talking about. When Yuling looked into the cave, she saw a flower in a lake. The Pavilion Master was shocked to see the flower. She called it the Musella lasiocarpa. Ye Tian smiled like a creep when he saw the flower. He realized that he had hit the jackpot. Our boy turned to Yuling and asked her if she knows a lot about the flower. The Pavilion Master explained to our boy that the flower is rarer than the divine soul flower. The market price of the Musella lasiocarpa is 5 times higher than that of the divine soul flower. Unfortunately, although the market price is high, the Musella lasiocarpa is not wanted in the market. Our boy was surprised to hear this. He asked Yuling to tell him why no one wants the flower. According to the Pavilion Master, the Musella lasiocarpa is used for one's inborn talent. The flower does not level up a person's inborn talent. Instead, it can only allow the inborn talent to unlock new evolutions. The evolution can be useful depending on the inborn talent itself. Yuling told our boy that someone once used the Musella lasiocarpa on a speed talent. The person got wings. Our girl explained to Ye Tian that the flower is not very useful. This is because the chances that someone might get a good talent is 1 in 1,000. The martial artists of the world do not consider the flower as valuable as other elixir. Only the rich purchase the flower in an attempt to change their inborn talent. Our boy smiled when he heard this. Ye Tian's inborn talent is talent copying. Our boy became curious about the kind of evolution his talent would get if he took in the elixir. Our boy asked Yuling if she has any interest in having a business exchange. The Pavilion Master was surprised to hear this. Ye Tian went down and jumped into the lake. While he was above the water, Ye Tian stretched out his hand and took out the Musella lasiocarpa. Yuling was shocked to see this. Ye Tian stepped on a plant and used it to push himself back to land. The Pavilion Master could not believe that our boy would pluck the flower in such a way. She told Ye Tian that part of the flower belongs to her. She asked him to not forget their agreement. Our boy asked her not to worry about it. He stood up and opened his pouch. Our boy remembered that the Pavilion Master said that the Musella is worth 5 times the price if the divine soul flower. With a smile on his face, Ye Tian told Yuling that he will give her 3 stalks of the divine soul flowers for her share of the Musella and her share of the teleportation back corpse. The moment he said this, our boy took out 3 stalks of the divine soul flowers. Yuling was shocked to hear this. The Pavilion Master knew that the price of 3 stalks of the divine soul flowers was worth more than 1 Musella and the corpse of the teleportation bat. She did not understand what our boy was doing. She assumed that his brain had rot. Yuling smiled when she saw that Ye Tian was offering her such a good deal. She decided to act like the merchant that she is. While acting uninterested, the Pavilion Master told Ye Tian that she will take his cheap deal because he helped her. Our boy thanked her for accepting his deal. When Yuling took the flower into her pouch, she realized that she made 3 additional stalks for almost nothing. Now the Pavilion Master had 7 stalks. Yuling looked at her pouch and held it tightly. She believed that she had gotten enough items to negotiate with a certain person. In the next scene, we see Ye Tian cultivating in the cave. Our boy was absorbing the Musella with his energy. After cultivating for a while, Ye Tian was able to absorb the flower. The moment he did this, a status window appeared in front of him. Our boy was shocked to see what was on the window. The status window told our boy that he has unlocked his second copying talent. Ye Tian could not believe what he was seeing. Now our boy can copy a talent twice in a month. Ye Tian was very happy to see the kind of evolution he was granted. He stood up and decided to test his scouting talent. The moment our boy released his energy, he was able to sense the things that were within 500 meters of him. Our boy could not help but smile. He never expected his scouting talent to have such a crazy improvement. Ye Tian was very happy that he exchanged 3 stalks of the Divine Soul Flower for the Musella. He knew that the Musella was worth more than 10 stalks. While smiling, our boy realized that he had something very important that he had to do. Ye Tian took out the corpse of the teleportation bat from his storage pouch. Our boy placed his hand on the corpse and a status window appeared in front of him. The window notified him that he has copied a mid-tier spatial talent. It asked him if he wants to fuse the talent. With a smile on his face, Ye Tian accepted the offer. After cultivating for a while, our boy was able to successfully fuse the spatial talent. Our boy rested his hands on his knees and did his best to catch his breath. The fusion really drained him. When Ye Tian looked at his status window, he realized that his spatial talent gave him different abilities. The spatial talent gave our boy the ability to teleport, spatial perception, spatial mark, and pocket inventory. Our boy could tell that spatial talent is the strongest talent he has ever copied. Our boy decided to test his new talent. He gathered energy in his hand and created a tiny cube. This cube is the pocket inventory. Our boy knew that his storage pouch could be stolen and all his items would be gone, but now that he has his pocket inventory, he could secure all his items. Ye Tian took out his storage pouch and emptied it into his inventory. With a creepy smile on his face, our boy said that it is time for him to harvest more treasures. The scene shifts and we see Yu Ling sitting outside the cave. The Pavilion Master was resting next to her sword. When Ye Tian arrived at the entrance of the cave, he saw Yu Ling. Our boy was still surprised to see that the Pavilion Master looked so much like his sister. He wondered about what Yu was currently doing. While our boy was staring at Yu Ling, she woke up. The Pavilion Master stood up and cleaned her clothes. She also took away her sword. With a smile on his face, Ye Tian thanked Yu Ling for watching the entrance while he was cultivating. The Pavilion Master told our boy that she is leaving the secret realm because she has obtained what she wants. She asked our boy if he will follow her. Ye Tian was surprised to see that Yu Ling was already going to leave the realm. Our boy patted his head and told Yu Ling that he wants to train a little more. He explained to her that he might find more treasures while he is training. Yu Ling pointed at our boy and told him that the secret realm is more dangerous than he thinks. She told him that the secret realm is too dangerous for him. Our boy asked the Pavilion Master not to worry. He assured her that he is strong enough to survive on his own. With a smile on his face, Ye Tian told Yu Ling that it is better they start moving. He told her that they will be able to arrive at the teleportation gate before daybreak. The Pavilion Master bit her nails when she heard this. She wanted to find a way for our boy to come with her. The scene shifts and we see the two running to the gate. While running, the two see a large explosion. Ye Tian and Yu Ling stopped running. Ye Tian told our girl that people are fighting up ahead. Since they are in the secret realm, Yu Ling knew that the people were fighting over a treasure. The Pavilion Master told our boy that they cannot sense the people fighting because they are too far away. Ye Tian realized that he has an opportunity to test his spatial talent. He gathered energy in his eyes and activated his spatial perception ability. The moment he did this, he saw images of what was happening. Our boy saw the weapon of 2 warriors clashing. Next to the warriors was the dead body of a monster. Ye Tian did not understand what was happening. He did not understand why 2 humans were fighting when the monster was already dead. The shirtless warrior wielding a heavy sword told his opponent, whose name is Zhang Kai, that the treasure belongs to him. Zhang Kai, who happens to be using a shield and an axe, told his opponent that they do not know who will obtain the treasure at the end. The 2 men rushed to attack each other. While they were fighting, Ye Tian and Yu Ling arrived at the top of a cliff to observe the fight. Yu Ling was surprised to see Li Kong and Zhang Kai fighting. Our boy asked the Pavilion Master if she knows the men fighting. Our girl explained to Ye Tian that the Li and the Zhang families are on good terms. She did not understand why the 2 men were fighting. Our boy activated his spatial perception. He realized that the treasure which is making the men fight must be very valuable for them to forget their relationship. While looking around, Ye Tian saw something in the monster's mouth. While fighting, Li Kong and Zhang Kai dealt heavy blows to each other at the same time. The 2 men spat out some blood and fell to the ground. Yu Ling was shocked to see this. She could not believe that the 2 warriors died at the same time. Our girl immediately jumped from the cliff. Our boy was surprised to see this. He immediately called out to her. Ye Tian reminded the girl that she has to get to the gate. The pavilion master smiled when she heard this. She told our boy that only cowards do not take the opportunity to scavenge corpses for good items. Immediately she said this, Ye Tian followed her. Our boy told the pavilion master that they do not have to split the things they find. Yuling accepted this deal. She asked our boy to not regret his decision. Ye Tian assured her that he would not. Our boy smiled when he realized that Yuling did not even know where the real treasure is. While the two were running to the ground, Yuling increased her speed. With a smile on her face, she asked our boy to not blame her for starting first. Ye Tian was surprised to see that our girl increased her speed. The moment Yuling landed on the ground, she rushed to the corpses. She took out Li Kang's storage pouch. The moment she took the pouch, she moved to Zhang Kai and also took out his storage pouch. The pavilion master decided to take all the items in the storage pouch of the two men. When Ye Tian landed on the ground, he sat on the corpse of the monster. He asked Yuling if she wants the corpse. While searching the two men, Yuling told our boy that the corpse is too big and it is not worth a lot in the market. She told him that he can take the monster. Our boy stood up and asked the pavilion master if she is sure about her decision. Yuling was annoyed to hear this question. She told our boy that he can do as he wishes. Ye Tian smiled confidently when he heard this. He turned around and asked Yuling to not regret her decision. The pavilion master did not understand why our boy was nagging her. She assured him that she does not want the monster. Immediately she said this. Ye Tian opened the monster's mouth and revealed the treasure. Yuling was shocked to see the treasure. Our boy told the pavilion master that he is lucky enough to find a spirit grass. Yuling quickly ran to our boy. She asked him to show her the spirit grass. Our boy told the pavilion master that he does not want to show her. Our girl grabbed Ye Tian's hand and raised it up. Yuling was shocked to see that our boy was holding a flame talent spirit grass. Our boy was surprised to see that Yuling recognized the plant. He threw the spirit grass up and asked the pavilion master if it is valuable. Yuling panicked when she saw our boy throw the grass. She asked him to be careful. With a kind smile on her face, the pavilion master asked our boy if he wants to exchange items with her. Ye Tian was shocked to see the sudden change in Yuling's behavior. He asked her to tell him about the item he is holding and the reason why Li Kang and Zhang Kai killed themselves over it. With a serious look on her face, Yuling told our boy that the flame spirit grass has one simple ability. It can give anyone who consumes it a flame talent. Our boy was not impressed with the spirit grass. He asked Yuling if it has any other value. The pavilion master freaked out when she heard this. She asked Ye Tian if he knows what it means to add a talent. According to our girl, even king-level cultivators are simply people with high cultivation talent. None of them have unique talents. To the big families, a high-level attack-type talent obtained from the Flame Spirit Talent Grass is extremely valuable. Yuling's words did not get to our boy. Ye Tian has the ability to copy talents without any restrictions. He did not understand the feeling other people had. To him, the item is completely useless. The pavilion master revealed to our boy that the king rank in her family is desperately looking for the item he is holding. According to Yuling, if the king rank of her family is able to get the item, he will be able to raise his battle strength by tenfold. Upon hearing what our girl said, Ye Tian offered the Flame Spirit Talent Grass to her. Yuling was shocked to see this. She asked our boy if he is actually giving her the grass. Ye Tian explained to the pavilion master that he cannot use the item and his sister also cannot use the item. Yuling felt bad for accepting the grass without giving anything in return. Our boy turned around and told the pavilion master that he will check around to see if he can find something more valuable to him. Yuling was happy to see this. She believed that this was the difference between our boy and other people. The pavilion master found it ironic that the treasure which someone died to obtain was easily given to another person. As she watched our boy look around, Yuling realized that our boy was definitely going to accomplish great things in life. Unfortunately for the pavilion master, our boy is not as nice as she thinks. Ye Tian only gave Yuling the item because he had no use for it. Our boy knew that the pavilion master would owe him a favor for giving her such a rare treasure. Our boy knew that if he was to sell the item to the martial pavilion, a lot of people would search for him. Ye Tian was not willing to risk his life over a worthless treasure. Our boy and Yuling continued their journey. After running for a while, the two martial artists arrived at the teleportation gate. Before passing through the gate, the pavilion master decided to ask our boy if he really has no interest in following her back. With a smile on his face, Ye Tian told our girl that he is fine. Upon seeing that our boy was adamant on staying, Yuling decided to give up. Our girl took out a pouch and a divine soul flower. She believed that Ye Tian was going to use the flower he had for himself. She told our boy that he should give Ye the other divine soul flower. She asked Ye Tian to accept the items. The Pavilion Master believed that it is right for her to give Ye Tian something especially since he gave her a valuable treasure. Our boy gladly accepted the items. Yuling reminded our boy that the secret realm will close in a month. She told him that the closer it is to the end of the month, the more dangerous the teleportation gate will be. Yuling asked our boy to never forget this information. Ye Tian thanked her for her advice. Before leaving, Yuling asked our boy to avoid anyone from the Yun family. She told him that they have a king-rank expert in their family. Our boy realized that the Pavilion Master was talking about Yun He. With a smile on her face, Yuling told our boy that she will be waiting for him outside. Our boy smiled and waved to her when he heard this. Immediately she said this, Yuling turned around and jumped into the gate. While she was passing through the gate, our girl contemplates on the fact that Ye Tian would soon surpass her in terms of cultivation. Our girl believes that she has to start working harder on her cultivation if she does not want to get left behind. The Pavilion Master did not want to admire our boy from afar. When our boy saw that Yuling had entered the gate, he became relieved. He had finally let go of his dead weight. Our boy placed his hand on the ground and got ready to run. Ye Tian decided to hunt for more treasures. He gathered his energy around him and ran at a crazy speed. The scene shifts and we are taken to the entrance of the secret realm in the human world. The martial artist below the gate of the secret realm noticed that it was rippling. A man in a coat said that someone must be coming out. The man was surprised to see that someone was leaving the secret realm after only spending 2 days. Someone fell out of the gate and crashed on the ground. The crash covered the area in dust. The martial artists in the area believed that the person who came out must have brought along some treasures. A martial artist with a mohawk told his friend that someone who returns after only spending 2 days in the secret realm is probably not very strong. He assured his friend that the person does not have any good treasures. The man told his friend that if they want to get any treasures from the person on the ground, they need to use their current opportunity. The person lying on the ground turns out to be Yuling. Our girl was covered with bruises. While the martial artists slowly surrounded our girl, a man wearing a suit passed through their midst to see who was on the ground. The man was shocked to see Yuling. He picked her up and asked her about what happened in the secret realm. The man asked our girl to tell him why she is covered in bruises. Instead of answering the man, Yuling grabbed his clothes and told him that they need to return to their clan first. Guys, we have come to the end of our video. If you guys want part 16 of this recap, let me know in the comments section. Don't forget to like and smash that subscribe button for more recaps. See you guys later.